to this. They were already starting to line up, but now that you're starting to break key levels, you'll start to see bigger and bigger ads. I think open is done here.
All right, real quick, QS, big move after the news end of last week, or I guess it was mid last week. What are we looking at here? All the way back to almost $14 here for QuantumScape once again.
Yeah, so I'm looking for this now to start to create kind of that cup and handle pattern. It's already kind of created that U effect, right? So now we need to see a little bit of a pullback back towards, let's say, like a 9 EMA effect. So you could play this on the quick short, right? Back down towards like 12, 9 EMA right now around 1166. So I'd be looking for a pullback back towards that 12, put some pressure on that, and then start to come back up through this 14. I think this is a stock that you continue to watch. I've mentioned it in the past. And this is all, of course, about solid state batteries. And I think you continue to move forward with this company. A big part, Toyota believes in it. If Toyota believes in it, I'm going to start believing in it, and others should also. That's why there was mentions that maybe Tesla might reach out to this company and things like that. The technology is needed because if the EVs are ever going to really take off, it's going to be because they have that mileage, and that concern goes to the side.
Mitch, we are just checking here, I guess 3 weeks away still from the gang over at Trade the Pool coming into the studio October 13th. Your crew will be here for the entire day. We're looking forward to it. What else do we need to know? What's going on over at Trade the Pool?
Well, of course, at Trade the Pool, we got the Flex and the Max. I just passed a new Flex swing account, right? And the fun part was I had this account open since June. This is the important part and the differentiating factors at Trade the Pool. Of course, we give you the ability to even take an eval with no ending. So if you just wanted to take, you know, one trade a week or maybe every 2 or 3 days taking a trade, you could do that, right? Or you could take the slower approach, size down, and just look for the consistency. So definitely check out Trade the Pool if you haven't done so in the past. Maybe you tried it for the day trading side. I definitely advise you to take a look into the swing side. When you're seeing stocks like this that are just trending higher, going thousands of %, just take a look at SoFi. I'm going to keep mentioning it until somebody else calls it the next Palantir, because it continues to just take off, right? We brought that stock 16. I mean, the smallest amount of share size could have a monster winner. And that's why I like the swing side of things. Another stock that I just called out, Grail, starting to take off. I call it the Holy Grail as it takes off here. And we'll look for a continued breakout in that name. That's a healthcare AI name.
Great stuff as always. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. Best of luck today.
And get ready to watch me trade live, boys. I'm ready. Let's go.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch, there with the flex, hitting that front double. QuantumScape that does look good. It's one of these names that we've seen. Forget about what's going on with IonQ, because that's like just absolutely ridiculous. But when you look at some of the growth spec names that have been able to break out technically here, and the runway that they've gotten when they've continued, regardless of the space, because it's, you know, whether it's quantum computing, whether it's nuclear, whether it's, you know, crypto, sometimes it's just a technical play. I love that there's fundamentally this is a company that we all should want to work, because I think it'd be a game changer for EVs, no questions asked. But at the end of the day, this is when this breaks to 15. This is going to be one that you want when it breaks at 15 that day. I don't think it's happening today, as Mitch said. He's looking for a pullback day, but this is a stock. When it starts squeezing through that $15, you set an alert for it when it gets to when it crosses 14 so that you're ready, because that 15 I think is going to be a big one. I don't think it happens today, but it's close enough that it could happen this week. That's for sure.
All right, I was just double checking to make sure that I do have that BBAI order out at 750. So I think that's important to have that order out so that if it gets up there, that everybody gets hit there. Yeah, great call out for SoFi. Couple weeks. Well, I mean, SoFi's been hot fire for a while, but Mitch was talking about it for a minute, and there it comes back in. Yesterday's trade into 29, and then it blasted. So if we get some sort of a dip down, yesterday we started around 29.40. We wrote down 29. It came in. So I think the same kind of a play here today, maybe for SoFi SoFi, $29.50 or so right here for SoFi. The sticky note is out. We're going to go over the watch list as well. You can go find all the trades that I was thinking about right here, including BBAI is on the list there as well. But we do have our rundown to go through, and we do have our watch list. Make sure you scan the QR code right there for Agenix, but make sure you grab the link in the description as well for the watch list. And let's go talk to Sharif and see what the market levels look like.
Oh, yes, absolutely, guys. Let's have a look at the ES. Now, we're looking at the December contract, guys. We're substantially higher than 6,700, so we were using now 6,700 as a point of support with the overnight close yesterday, 6,751, right at that 50-point area. In fact, we're hanging out there right now. 6,752 is what we're printing. So let's use that as resistance. We're going to say that 50-point area, at least initially, will be our first resistance level. If we continue to trend to the upside, it's going to be that 6,775-point area, or if we really get aggressive, obviously, we're looking at that 100-point area. If we start selling off, Brendo, we defended 67.25 quite well yesterday. So we'll say that 25-point area as our first area of support.
Good. So yeah, make sure you down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's free every single day. Super easy. All you need is your email address. We do your homework for you and send it out in one nice, neat package. Top of the list this morning, Nvidia, as it should be, just an absolute monstrous move. Almost $10 straight to the upside yesterday, midday, on the back of that $100 billion deposit into Sam Altman's pocket. Nvidia investing into OpenAI. Coming back in here a little bit this morning, possibly some antitrust issues with this deal?
Look, Brendo, I've spoken about this before. The circularity of some of these deals, especially that NVIDIA does with CoreWeave and now OpenAI, is, to me, I don't want to say concerning because it keeps continuing to do quite well, but it's something that I want to focus on going forward. So here's the deal. $100 billion by NVIDIA into OpenAI. It's not all coming at once. It's going to be 10 tranches of $10 billion each, and it's going to be based upon OpenAI's valuation at the time. Currently, we know OpenAI raised in the summer with a valuation of $500 billion. So the first $10 billion tranche will be based on that. But they want to build out 100 gigawatts. Well, how many GPUs, Brendo, do you think 100 gigawatts fits? 4 to 5 million. That's what they sold this entire year, Brendo. Not just the one company, but the entire world. That's the kind of scale we're talking about here. So very big. Subsequent rounds will adjust to OpenAI's valuation. So currently at $500 billion. OpenAI named NVIDIA as the preferred partner. They're not using them exclusively for cloud, so they're going to continue to deal with Microsoft and Oracle, but they're going to use them exclusively for GPUs, so no AMD, no anybody else. In addition to that, they are looking, OpenAI that is, at becoming a cloud service business. So they're going to compete with Microsoft Azure, with Google Cloud, with AWS, not just content, Brendo, to be an LLM. They're looking to diversify.
Yeah, we saw that restructuring of sort last week coming through from OpenAI and Microsoft agreeing upon the fact that, you know, they could move further and further in this direction to get to a point where, I mean, if this thing ever comes public, some of the players that are going to be involved.
It might be public at $1 trillion valuation by the time it comes to market, Brendo.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Let's talk about Nvidia, however, guys. Do we hold this huge move from yesterday?
We're not going. Well, it's not going to hold the. It's not going to give up the whole move. Let's put it that way. So, like, yeah, I mean, 185 is still like the utter brick wall that it's been. So I don't know if we get that break today. But I like 185, 164 on AMD. Like Nvidia 185 is a breakout. AMD 164 is a big breakout play. The difference is Nvidia's would be an all-time high, and AMD would not be. But I think either one looks good. It's a little diddle. I know the term probably gets overused, but we're diddling a lot in the middle here with NVIDIA. So it's kind of out and about. You're $3 away from the big breakout price. And if you're dipping back into prior support, which you haven't really established that's all the way just underneath the 180 level by half a dollar or so. So I think when this happens, I usually like to play in AMD a little bit better. Like AMD's actually holding a consolidation into that 64. I know Mitch mentioned he liked 62, but I like AMD for a push into that 164, an initial fade off of it, and then eventually I think it's a reversal into a breakout. It just, Nvidia's down 0.8%, I guess, on some of the antitrust concerns, and and AMD's holding some of that high. So it just looks a little bit more likely to press into that 164 than I think AMD would get to 185. We'll see. I mean, I think they're very similar levels of resistance up at the top for a couple of names which tend to move sometimes in concert. I just think your 164 is a more reasonable possibility today.
All right. Yeah, yesterday we were lucky enough that in the RSP, the long-term account, that we bought Nvidia right off the open, just because we liked it, and then the story hits. Like, I mean, just kind of lucky to get that. But as we keep on saying, like, you just got to buy these big mega cap names. I mean, it's Mitch mentioned it. You know, don't bet against these guys, and I definitely am not. I'm trying to get this frog out of my throat, but I'm also trying to play momentum, right? And right now, today, Nvidia has the opposite momentum that I'm looking for. I want this thing to continue to climb here. If anything, I think it is a fade off that 185. I mean, I don't think I like the long up here until we break. I don't, and I'm fine doing that. I don't have Nvidia today. We have our sticky note is out. I have it long down here at 180. Like, we got to get to 180 now in order for it to do anything. So if we can get down there, I wrote down 181 there to start with. I'm not sure that's going to be the play, but that was that dip right there that held, which is what I was looking for, and it's the pre-market low. So I'm not in love, although, like, it's the number one, like, it's my number one list on here on the sticky note, but I don't know. Now that I look at it,
we just went to black.
We faded to black.
Oh, it's okay. Oh,
it's okay. Okay, we're okay. I just want to say that I'm not as convinced. I love the even dollar levels. So this 180 to 181, this is kind of the area that I'm looking for. So I don't really want to play with it right in here. A 185 break would be absolutely huge. So if some sort of a news pops and we can get that break through the all-time high, then I'm game on. But it's like that Apple trade from yesterday, and that is like the only trade we waited for. Like, the market was down here. We wrote down as our number one trade yesterday, 250 break. So we wrote that down when we were at like 245, 246. It had to grow into that trade, and then right off the open, you still had to give it $3 or $4, and then eventually it went. Like, it went at 932 or something. But it was a key level that broke, hovered around, and then ripped. So that's kind of like my plan of action here for Nvidia is, if we can come into this 180, 181, hold it, then maybe rip off that. But it's not like a break or anything. You have to catch a falling knife, and so it's a little bit dangerous. My big play, and it's been a good idea to average in, because Marvell really got hit off of earnings pretty bad. It was down 18% or something, and I was like, what have I done? Well, all I did was stick with the rules, and we bought on day 3. So, you know, first day, second day, third day. So we got longer. Hey, Randy, how's it going, my guy?
Everything's going.
Great job in the back over there, man. I saw the all the demo. It's been absolutely crushing it back there right now. Yeah, give us an update.
We're rolling. Demo's largely done. So we got to do some grinding and some painting and some other.
I mean, the problem is that you have to do it off hours and off.
Yeah,
peak, and
it's
the building
a dusty,
doesn't like
filthy, nasty, noisy job, but
it's got to happen.
It's got to happen. So there was some weekend work last weekend. We're trying, folks, to get this done so we can see our new show. It's coming. Just a little more, little.
Are we gonna have a Randy segment in the new show? Or are you building like a little area for like a couch, a little?
We have a couch. I don't know.
What are we doing with the couch?
Chilling out, just like a chilled out segment.
That's a possibility. Huh. The chill out segment.
Yeah, like
what's
my
Rivian doing, by the way?
Randy.
Rivian.
Well, you're always worried about Rivian, XOM.
There's other stocks in the market, right?
I know, but look,
no, there is not.
It's had a good look at this.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, nice little run up 15 and change right here. If we can come over here, Andre, you can see the chart, so people might know what we're talking about. But there's the break right there of 15, Randy. So I like it. I like breaking key levels. And the last top we had was in around $16.5, $17. If you can get up to there, I think it's a sell. But many apparently think it's a buy. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Rivian. The past high 1850 on Volkswagen news. So we'll wait, because now they've broken ground on their Georgia plant, right?
Yes.
So I just think their models are just so damn expensive, and I think
so the R2 is going to flip that.
Right,
script.
exactly.
And
so
that's the key.
Everybody's hoping, right?
Yeah, that was the next thing.
We'll see what RJ can get his stuff together and get this thing out the door. I'm dying to see it. So
no, me too.
We've been down here holding so long.
What is that new Rivian going to go out at? 75,000, something like that?
No, less.
Less. Okay, good. So less. Good. So I can buy it. Okay, Marissa, if you're watching, pick a color.
Randy
Marissa.
wants 2.
Randy wants, no, he said for us to buy. Yeah, he wants me to buy 2, one for him, one for her, but that's not happening. All right, so yeah, no, what I was in the middle of saying there was about Marvell, and that was just that, you know, because we're talking about Nvidia, next is going to be CoreWeave. You know, you're going to see that there's a lot of opportunity to work in, you know, this whole space to get going. You know, so sometimes it is not just the main ones. We had Mitch talking about AMD, but Marvell has had quite a nice run, and it's kind of stuck in the middle here as well. So we'll have to wait to see if we can take down this $80 mark. But I think this is an upgrade or 2 away from absolutely blasting off, waiting for better news to come from Marvell. So I think that's a name that we like. But all right, lots of people talking about everything, including CoreWeave, which is hand to hand with this Nvidia story. So let's go over and have a look here at CoreWeave.
I mean, once you get used to it, it's fine. A couple of analyst moves coming through here right now. Robinhood, one of those. Nvidia, another one. Evercore raising their price target today to 225 on Nvidia from 214. I was just watching Robinhood here. Didn't really do anything on that. Let's continue along. We'll talk a little bit of CoreWeave on an upgrade as well. 2 days in a row here. We're gapping nicely to the upside.
Yeah, a couple of upgrades. Melius and Wells Fargo both chiming in today. Brendo on CoreWeave. We'll cover Melius here. They boosted the price. They upgraded, I should say, from a hold to a buy. CoreWeave, that is, boosting the price target from 128 to 165. They cite accelerating cloud demand both right now and well into the future as the primary driver. CoreWeave is seen by Melius as a key early adopter of NVIDIA's next-gen systems. We're talking about Vera Rubin. Obviously, we moved on now from Blackwell, believe it or not, despite the fact that they're just starting to make their way into the market. As AI inferencing demand is accelerate, Brendo, Melius expects CoreWeave to benefit massively from scaling cloud workloads. They also like how CoreWeave is working very closely with NVIDIA, positions it to be the first to integrate the latest technology. But as we've spoken of before, the circularity of the business relationship between NVIDIA and CoreWeave shouldn't be understated. They're both vendor, customer, and investor, Brendo, in CoreWeave. So we should view it through that lens.
Guess what else, Sharif?
What else?
There's another treasury stock to watch today.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
SILO on a bit of a pullback right now, topped out at 135. We're back to about 90 cents right now. But Silo Pharma shares trading higher after the company announced it signed a strategic agreement with Fireblocks to advance its crypto treasury strategy, acquisition, and security. They're going right across the board, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana.
I love it, Brendo. If this thing's above VWAP up by the midday, I'm going to be all over it.
Decent volume behind this right now for SILO. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. CoreWeave today, guys, still strong.
Still strong. That's Silo stock.
I mean, Silo Pharma. I mean, they should be getting into crypto. That's what I would be doing. I mean, if I was a pharma company, I mean, I'd just be going all into crypto.
What's sad about it is they're trying to hold the dollar level here. Like it's like if you can get this news to prop it over $1 and it can hold, then you don't have any risk of delisting risk, obviously, and it can't even hold the buck. Like it did for like 15 minutes, but I mean, come on. Like what's
Silo,
worse?
You're like a month too late on these plays, my guy.
Goodness.
Come on, man. I mean, now everybody knows what's up.
The only thing more sad than that is the fact that SoundHound is up 3.5%, and the headline is that they're powering phone ordering for Red Lobster. That's literally the head. Like SoundHound did this on a Red Lobster headline.
Okay.
Hey, I had real lobster. Yeah, I shouldn't say that about lobster from Red Lobster, but when I was in Halifax, we had some lobster, we had some scallops. Yeah. That's what you do when you're out East Coast, and yeah, I don't think we'll be trading any SoundHound today. Whoops, I went to CrowdStrike instinctively instead of CoreWeave there. It's weird. It is what it is, man. You start typing and CrowdStrike, I love CrowdStrike a little bit more than CoreWeave in the long term, but at the end of the day, CoreWeave, this is a pure continuation play. And when I sat down on the iPad, I was like, oh, well, if we're not breaking out the high, then 130 would be that consolidative level. Like it held that prior high and a pullback pretty cleanly. I think that's the place to look in here today. So if we're thinking we could have a bit of an inside day, like you had Nvidia in front of some resistance, you got AMD in front of some resistance, you have the market basically barcoding all morning long and overnight as well. So I think when you see that, you got to think a bit of a dip buy scenario. So the 130 level, it's prior high from Friday, and then the afternoon support there on CoreWeave. I think that's going to be the look for me on CRWV. Incidentally, I accidentally pulled up CrowdStrike, but that stock is a beast. I don't like what I've seen. It's managed to fail $500 like 3 days in a row now. I think this is a nice consolidation. When this stock retakes the 500 level, I think it's going to be good. But this is another one kind of holding out for a minute before it makes a run at the top. Sort of incidental, but I don't think it'll be today. But some point this week, I think this retakes the 500 and we go into the highs.
All right. I just want to say, yeah, so I love CoreWeave. I think it's a long. I think it's got a punch long. BBAI is starting to go right now again, so it's up another 4% right here. There was just a story on Big Bear AI. I'm just checking my account to make sure, like I said, that I have the right amount of shares to come out here at 750. So the story on Big Bear AI. Big Bear AI and SMX to enhance maritime domain awareness for U.S. Navy 4th Fleet. I'm almost thinking, man, like when I'm starting to hear Navy contracts, when I'm starting to hear robotics, serve robotics, when I'm starting to hear SoundHound, when I'm starting to hear all these comparisons and all this for Big Bear AI, I think we've got one here, guys. So I think that this might be just not only just a great stock for us to be making. I mean, it's the way this has moved for us has been incredible. You know, all the way down here to buy again and then to buy again and then to have this happen twice now for us, including this move and then back in and then back down. It didn't even take that long to get back up to 850. I mean, we were last year, July 17th. And I know if we're impatient, sure, it's September. You got to wait 3 months, right, or 2 months. But at the end of the day, we're coming right back up there for Big Bear AI. So I really like this 750 area. I was debating actually now offering less shares out because I do think that this name has a great opportunity to get going there. So BBAI. I have it on the sticky note today for a dip buy down there at $7. So you can have a quick little look. The sticky note. I mean, if you're just wondering about what yesterday's sticky note was, there's Apple, Intel, SoFi. And those were 3 for 3 monster trades. Today we're going to go with Nvidia in that 180 long area. We have Tesla. We're going to talk about that soon. I have Palantir and I have Big Bear AI. And most of them are dip buy opportunities, but yesterday's Apple trade broke through and we took it anyways. So we're just going to try to beast this market one more time here today. And we could wind up taking a hit, but I like the Big Bear AI idea here, and it continues to move higher here. So I'm bidding 7 and change. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. Kenvue again. Oh no! Don't take acetaminophen if you are pregnant, says Donald Trump, based on no scientific evidence.
It's fine. Just take it. It's fine.
I'm staying out of this one, Brando. I'm just going to read the article.
I mean, the market says it's fine.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So here's what's happening. We already talked about this story yesterday, but the Trump administration announced new guidance warnings against the use of acetaminophen, Tylenol during pregnancies. The FDA will actually now require updated safety labels and issue a physician's notice on the label. Robert F. Kennedy, the HHS secretary, said clinicians should prescribe the lowest effective dose for the shortest duration. For their part, Kenvue, the maker of Tylenol, strongly disagrees with the move. Medical groups argue that untreated fever or pain in pregnancy actually poses a greater risk. Now, there's 2 different conflicting research that we'll talk about here. There's a Harvard and Mount Sinai review of 46 studies which suggested that prolonged use, meaning 4 weeks or more, may increase the risks of autism and ADHD. But there was another study by JAMA of 2.5 million Swedish children which found no link when comparing siblings, Brendo. So we'll have to see how this all pans out. But Donald Trump took the mic yesterday and started giving pregnant women medical advice, which I found to be interesting.
I'm asking my mother right now.
Yeah.
KVUE, guys?
She did, Brendan. She did.
Yeah, I mean,
You did.
ask your mother right now. Look, if it doesn't break 19, I don't think I care about. Like, you can go. I don't care which way you lie. Price doesn't lie to you, at least. And this was essentially breaking down and looking like a continuation, fall all over itself kind of play yesterday. And now you're up 7%, but until you're breaking away and showing me buyers back above where the support was going into earlier on in the year, then I don't want to touch this one with a 10-foot pole. Like if it starts getting back above $19 specifically, then I think you've got a serious a serious rally off of the lows that, for this stock really just means it could give you 20% into like 24, 25. So yeah, this is a stay away for me until it can start showing buyers above 19. Like maybe the 18.6 like in here too for like a gap trade, but it's literally diddling in the middle. If it wasn't for this gap up, like I was sitting down when I saw this yesterday, when I was traveling yesterday, thinking that this might be a heck of a continuation short play, and now you're gapped up away from that. So it's a no trade for me unless it busts 19 bucks, and I think that's pretty unlikely to happen. Just remember, price doesn't lie. It's about what happens to the stock. That's what we care about here.
All right, all right, Kenvue, so KVUE. Look, I don't know what to think about this. Obviously, we're no doctors, and I just think it's out of buy zone. If you go back for Kenvue, CVUE, I think it's too dangerous to buy this stock here, but you just made a pretty epic low right there. We've seen, obviously some bad news happening with UNH, and then they eventually got the bounce or not. Like, that was a pretty big level that we crushed through yesterday. So I don't think it's time to buy any dips, right? I mean, we were just at all-time highs, not all-time highs, sorry, 52-week highs back here in May. And now we're falling down, cutting, I was gonna say down about 40% or so from that level. So I think it's getting close to being a buy zone there, but it's very, very sketch. Like if data comes out that does, I mean, sure, like Sharif said there, maybe increased use, potentially, causing harm. So I think there's going to be some studies that come out, I'm sure, that hurt this stock. So up 6.5% today. I know there are people trying to catch that dip and bring it back up into $18 again. So that's that key level. For me, it's still a fade. If you get up to $19, I would still fade this name. So it's just like, this is just a relief rally bounce, my opinion, So I would be shorting Kenvue if it gets up to 19. Let me just have a quick KVUE, quick little look here at what the imbalance is looking like for the short side of things. It's only 3% short float, so it could get a lot heavier and force this thing to the downside. I feel like the short is the right play in the name, regardless of what you think about the science. There's just too much pressure, and when you have other names to go long on, in the market these days. I mean, the markets are at all-time highs. I don't think you need to be catching too many falling knives here, but nothing wrong with if your idea is to eventually pick up 1,000 shares, like pick up 100 or 2 right now, like 10 or 20% on this dip. But I don't think today's the right day, because I think you're giving up 6%. I think that the day to have done that might have been yesterday, knowing that President Trump and crew was coming out with that story, right? We knew about it all day. So I think yesterday was the time to buy, and then today might be the time to sell. So I would say that Kenvue does come back into the $17 area, and then I think at that point it's worth something. So, take it, J&J. On the other side of it, this is part of the reason why J&J and then some of these companies are spinning these divisions off to get away from some of that. So J&J yesterday falling as well. Now, I don't know legally if anything can hit the big company or not, but I think that it's better to let the space calm down until we get either an all clear. The FDA is going to start putting out warnings now, apparently. If they do, I think that's maybe worse for that. But I also did hear that as far as pain, and if there's any doctors in the chat here, I don't think there's much you could take when you're pregnant for pain resolution.
You've limited offer.
Yeah, so I think you either have to, maybe if you didn't want to take acetaminophen, then you got to kind of suck it up, which I think a lot of parents probably do. But yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. So my hat's off to all the mothers out there for giving us the wonderful, childbirth experience that we don't have to go through. So we want to thank all of that for that. And I hope that the studies can come out and prove this to be false. But for right now, I think it's a little too dangerous to get in there and buy these dips.
Tesla, we mentioned it early on if you're with us in the first 30 minutes, but here's a look right now back to 440, trying to hold just below that. Two-way action, crazy two-way action yesterday. A couple of things to note here, some China news this morning, or China-related news this morning, and also UBS coming out with an increase on their Q3 delivery target, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, look, you see that uptrend line on the chart that you're showing there? It looks fantastic. Look at that. That's just clean, Brendo. All right, so Mizuho also chiming in today on Tesla, boosting the price target from 375 to 450, maintaining that outperform rating. They did slightly trim their 2026 delivery forecast to 1.91 million, down from previously what they had guided 1.95, but that's still above consensus. They're saying the key catalysts here include a cheaper Model 2 and a potential launch of the robo-taxis. I also really like Elon Musk's $1 billion share repurchase program that he did on his own, as well as his updated pay package, saying that that aligns well with the long-term focus of the company. They're also pricing in tariffs to be a little bit less, Breno. They were talking about possibly $3,400 to $3,600 per vehicle in addition to the cost. Now they're saying about $1,200, so about half that. Just want to give some comparisons here because Tesla delivered about 55,000 vehicles in the U.S. in August. Brendo, GM delivered 21,000. I know that's less than half, but that seems to be a little bit closing the gap there because I remember GM reporting single digits per month, if even that. So not bad look.
More options, at least, for consumers, guys. What do we do here? I mean, we're kind of stuck in the range from yesterday right now.
Yeah, I actually like the 430 on Tesla, but just very quickly, we have some of the balances are some decent-sized ones early. Kenvue actually almost 1 million shares to the buy side. BBAI 600,000 to the buy side.
Yeah.
Plug Power, which has been a big 3-day runner, that's up another 11% today. Almost 400,000 in there to the buy side. So a few imbalances certainly leading the way this morning. Look, 430, it dipped into it broke out 430 Tesla, it dipped 430. And that was prior resistance. So that's the first obvious level that I'm looking for a continuation playoff. As long as it's over that, I want to think long, but 434 prior close gives you a bit of a consolidation level for a dip and rip. So I'm looking dip and rip here on Tesla.
Yeah, I have Tesla written down here on the sticky note today, near the top at a 438 long. So just coming right back into the pre-market. I mean, I think the good China data speaks volumes. I really, really love the stock and the way it's been moving. So obviously yesterday we had a little bit of a dip buy opportunity. We didn't trade it yesterday. Should have maybe down there, but it did hold 430. So, you know, if you do get that dream, that would be great to get that. But for right now, there's the bounce right off of our level. Like, I don't know. We're going to wait for that, but that's where the 200 period moving average is. And we said it yesterday, Tesla has huge opportunities and just moves like crazy off the open. So yesterday we had a move up $14. Could get it again there today. I don't like this break level long though on the open. I just think it runs into too many problems. So for me, the real long is around 4:45 a minute to go. Look, Apple was the biggest trade yesterday. Let's go find out some news, and then we got one more minute to go.
Lots of positivity coming through, initial reactions, initial reviews, including Sharif's on the iPhone 17. We're starting to get going right now here.
Yeah, not a bad look, Brendo. No real headline today. We'll watch for continued strength as we come into that 260 technical resistance.
Yeah, a lot of higher than expected potential sales numbers being thrown around, guys, on social media. We'll see. So far, so good here today for Apple.
Buy imbalance?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
No, I just saw a couple of things. No imbalances on Apple, but it actually just spiked a little bit, and Broadcom spiked down about $1 or so. But like Apple, I'm not really looking for the breakout here today on Apple. I was like thinking of 250, but that seems like it's ridiculously unlikely. The opening bell brought to you by Origenics on the NYSE. That's OGEN for this Tuesday. Let's get it started. How about right now?
Yeah, we're open already.
We're open right now, literally as we speak. Just want to give, wow, first move upside here on BBAI. Looks like the 7 might have to wait. That's on the note for sure. Tesla to the downside, Nvidia to the downside right off the open, AMD to the downside off of the open. So, yeah, might not get that push in the 164 on AMD just yet. And I want to give a shout out, obviously, to our good friend, that's Silo. That's your crypto, treasury play of the morning. It spiked to 99 cents right before the open. So this is very much a potential dollar break. We've seen this before with penny stocks. So crypto treasury play, but it's right at the 98 cent level. Going to be watching that $1 very closely here.
All right, we have Tesla right now at 438. I mean, it is coming back in just a little bit. And by the way, bang, we get filled on our Big Bear AI, $4 to $7.50 right there on Big Bear AI. So we'll do the old chicken dinner winner whatever dance right there, and there it goes now breaking up. So like I said, I actually canceled the amount of shares and went a little bit lower on there, getting out of 10% of BBAI. I was going to do 15%, only got out of 10% there on Big Bear AI. But this is the trade that we've got right now. It was written on our board, on my board there for Tesla. Go Big Bear AI. Holy shit. That's going to be a good move there for sure, man. That's a... All right, man. Maybe we'll have to join Sharif and buy a new iPhone here. All right, so 436 bottom right now for Tesla. So we got to watch out for that area, 436. If that breaks lower, then we are out right now. That's what we had written down on here. So let's focus on our Tesla trade. Get a little bit more, 437.50. If it can come back in, we'll do that. But right there, there it is already. It's your first Dollar Club winner of the day, and it is right there with Tesla. So see ya. We wrote down 438. It's $1 in the money. Let's see if it continues to work. It's TSLA right now on the mend for me. Hopefully it gets a little bit higher.
Yeah, hopefully it gets to that 445. Silo not doing anything at that $1 level, unfortunately. So it looks like that breakout's going to be not happening just yet. We'll keep an eye on that. BBAI, I'm going to cancel the 7, at least for now. The prior high is 720, and that sets up with VWAP. So the continuation looks like it's going to be into that level there. If we get a pullback, that's always a big if. It's not a guarantee that we're going to get that dip into VWAP, but a lot of times if there is a pullback, that's where we see it. AMD very much not. AMD and Nvidia are doing nothing at the open. There's right back to where we were. No break to test the high to even think about being able to fade it. And Nvidia, unfortunately, yeah, this one. I mean, I guess they got this. I got this antitrust thing that they're talking about. Not antitrust, but non-competitive scrutiny that I guess this OpenAI deal has going with it. That's sort of weighing on Nvidia a bit here. So that's starting to come back in. Gonna have to be patient. Looking to buy some dips, BBAI in particular. We'll see about that AMD, but it looks like one that wasn't on the docket this morning is gone. Ooh, IonQ just came back to VWAP. I'll get to Palantir's up 3%, breaking up.
Ooh, good.
But IonQ, which did have it was like a quantum networking breakthrough. And that was an all-time high, right into the volume-weighted average price. As long as it's over prior high, I'm looking for the longs. But we got some VWAP here on IonQ.
Nice.
At least that came back into VWAP. Palantir, probably not going to anytime soon.
Tesla's having petite problem right now.
Is there a story on it this
Palantir
morning?
ripping or what? Yeah, they got a price upgrade at B of A, so I had that written down on our list there as well. But right now we have some damage control that we have to put on for Tesla. So let's see where it can go right now. But Tesla starting to get back up to the upside. There's our 436 just came into play. So I'm going to start to clap out a little bit right now, as we do have a decent position here for Tesla. It just came right into our level, man. I mean, we bought a little, and bought a lot. So right now, if it drops back down through, we'll take the L, but we are there. It's almost out. 435.75 break. We're out there on Tesla. So yeah, man, what goes up, I guess, comes down here again today. So there goes Tesla to the downside. There it goes breaking lower. So all right, we'll take a little bit of a hit there on TSLA. Lost. I don't know, we at the end of the day there, we had about 2 units, so a little bit of a hit there. I don't want to give it up yet, though, but the market is ripping, and I'm not sure what's going on there with Tesla. I was saying the biggest trade of my career has been, obviously, not my career, but my investing career, I guess, has been Palantir, and it's getting right back up to the upside again right now. I do have an offer at 190 just because it's the high, all-time highs for Palantir, but if you told me buying this thing at $9 or $10, we'd eventually get 190. I mean, obviously, I would have put a hell of a lot more money into it, but there goes Palantir cooking now to the upside. Nvidia still has that 180 level to it, so I don't mind waiting to see if 180 comes into play here for Nvidia. I'm bidding right now 180/180s, so if that feels great, and then we're bidding 180/105. Oh, we just got filled. No, we didn't. What am I doing? My Nvidia 180/105. I'm not sure why that just didn't fill there, but okay. I'm going to have to refresh because I should get that. Yeah, AMD's upside right now?
AMD just broke. It's a 1.5% to the upside. Oh, I hit enter. I swear I did. We'll hit enter again, and there's AMD going into that top. So AMD looking super strong, but look, the market is coming back in here a little bit. It was all sideways in the NASDAQ all morning, all overnight, and it's essentially an inside day today. So you got to look for where the relative strength and weakness is going to be. And right now, it seems like AMD has some relative strength. IonQ gave me VWAP and then bounced off the prior high. That's ONQ, off the prior high, but it just lost a bid. So we lost at VWAP, and then we got the dip into the prior high. That came back into 50s, but now starting to come right back in through the low. So IonQ giving up the ghost a little bit here. I have 434 on Tesla. That could come into play. I'm just looking up here. It looks like it did come pretty close.
Yeah, it did.
Actually, it did. I'm sitting at 40, Daryl Strawberry, 44. 434.44. That came pretty darn close there on Tesla, but I'm going to stick with it. I mean, the market's still pulling back and looking. I mean, it's still holding the overnight low. If we don't lose the overnight low, then I don't think you're in necessarily panic mode. And BBAI might be doing its pullback into, right now would be the volume weighted average price. But the breakaway was at 730 where we were at the open. So this could get a little bit underneath VWAP before there's any kind of a bid. But I do want to start it at the volume weighted average price. If we get to 7, I think that's a separate trade here on BBAI. Like that's, let 7 speak for itself, that even dollar. I want to try it at the volume weighted average price first on any kind of a dip.
Yeah, we're when I said 750 before, that was just my getting out on the PA there for BBAI. So I'm still bidding $7, as Neil mentioned there. NASDAQ moved down, right? We did have the Dow hitting record highs today as well. So that's part of the movement today as well in this market. I'm just going to wait for 180 to fill there on Nvidia and then give it down a break of 180 and we can get out. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right here for Nvidia. I don't mind. Nvidia just flew down just a little bit right there and picked us up. So we did get a little bit of a dip down in there into the 40s right now for Nvidia. So here it comes, coming right back in. Right now is NVDA, and we're just we'll buy what we buy and see what winds up happening. Maybe double up a little bit closer to 180. I like the Tesla break back above 437, so it was going to be VWAP. So I wanted to see if that was going to play. We don't need to be into that until that level breaks. So I'm going to wait for Tesla to come through again. CVUE, Kenvue, quickly, quick little check there to see if anything's going on that name. No, right now, nothing going on there. Marvell's hitting the scanners here as well, I guess just hitting VWAP. So we're going to wait on all these VWAP trades. The market needs to get going back up to the upside first. And if that happens, then giddy up on that one. I see Neil's in Big Bear AI, and we have Adara right now back over at the desk.
Keep an eye here on American Airlines, guys. AAPL on watch, apparently experiencing a data breach I'm seeing here on X, impacting 2 million users. So AAPL is going to be on watch. I also want to remind you guys at 9:45 a.m., so in about 7 minutes, we will be getting S&P Services and Manufacturing PMI. Then at 9:50 a.m., we will be getting Trump speaking here at the United Nations. At 10 a.m., we get Fed's Bostic. So lots of data coming up in the next 20 minutes or so. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, so we get a lot of data. We also have Powell speaking. Powell's at the middle of the day. I don't know what he could say that's going to be that big of a deal, but you want to watch out for it when it does happen. Tesla might not get that 434. I'm just going to cancel it for now. Anytime you if I have a bid that's like 20 cents underneath the morning low, like that, either we bounce off this low or I can search back later. So I want to see this low hold. 434.5 is close enough to 434 that if I see us bounce off this again, I'm going to go for that long here in Tesla. Just checking up AMD, still strong, not at VWAP yet, but AMD still looking pretty strong, holding 161 and a third. That's up 1 1/3 with the market heading down and the other chip names that I'm watching heading down. But right now I'm looking at Tesla. Can it hold this 435 here for a higher low? The buyers come in and then I'm going to join them. BBAI is starting to go back up again.
Yeah.
If it can close above VWAP, I want to add. But I need to see it close above VWAP. That's going to be a big deal. Right? I mean, Tesla can't hold 435. They just blew through that pretty quickly. So let's see if they can reestablish. They just did.
It's trying to hold.
When I say they, I mean just like the market in a general sense. Like there's no secret people out there that are trying to hold on to it.
No.
At all.
We have
Funds protection team.
We have Shopify also potentially making all-time highs here today, but it's having a little bit of a dip down. Everything right now is, I mean, the Nasdaq's just slowly giving some stuff up, and this is why it wasn't like the most convincing day to hammer into some of these longs. By this time yesterday, we already had the Apple long, we already had SoFi long, off the bottom at 29 bucks. So yeah, lots of opportunities in this market today to catch falling knives, but we're not doing too much of that right yet. We got to be very, very patient with what we're trying to do here today, because this market continues to go lower. So I think the short right now, is what you want to look at. Yeah, Tesla's still going down here, and then I'm averaging in right now into Nvidia. We didn't get 10s long, but we're long at 180.50. Like, this is something that we could definitely swallow here. Like, this is not a big move yet, even for Nvidia, but down 2%, giving some back from yesterday, and it looks like the sell the news here is happening in this name, right? And there it is. Okay, so there's the break right there of 180. It does give it back a little bit, which is nice to see. So we'll see if it holds. But see, normally you want that next bump to continue at least 20 or 30 pennies to show you that buyers are there trying to hold this thing up. But right now, it does not look like that for Nvidia. So we're going to get something out in the teens, we just did, if we're able to. But it looks like it wants to give it up here for Nvidia. So yeah, not great early here for NVDA. It's battling, there it goes. I was going to say it's battling this 180, but looks like it wants to give it up. So yeah, we'll hit the fail on the longs here today, because yeah, down goes everything right here in the market, I think. I don't know, hopefully
pretty much everything.
Hopefully Big Bear AI is holding up, but I don't, right now, the mega cap's definitely not.
No, nothing's holding up very well. I mean, Tesla just bounced off 434 again, so at least it held green for now, but the first look at that 35 level was no good. So 35 didn't hold, 34 did. I mean, when your level's 34, maybe you wait till 34 next time. Not Caterpillar, not Intel, apparently, as well. So what the heck's going on with Intel? Intel is going ham to the upside.
Oh, booyaka.
So 3% for Intel, all green candles, all strength into a weak market. That wouldn't be the first time that Intel was counter-trend to the market. It's Micron that actually reports tonight, but Intel's the one that's taking the juice. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, everybody. And a quick reminder, if you're putting symbols in the chat, like Intel, I saw, make sure you use that $sign. Not calling anybody out, but I saw a few people putting Intel in there without the dollar sign. Better is number one on the list right now in Open Door and Plug. Plug Power is having a day. Plug Power is actually having a week, believe it or not. I don't know what the heck's going on with that Intel. So Tesla 434 now holding pretty decently. Let's see if this one can get back to VWAP. Sellers, there's a lot of sellers at 436.50. It does seem. Afternoon resistance, VWAP. Market's looking pretty weak so far. So unless you're looking at a runner or you're looking at, I don't know, Intel's the only strong name that I can see, really. Palantir was strong too.
Yeah, tough trading so far here today. But we want to thank everybody for joining us. We're just in Nvidia right now watching out. I mean, we've got a winner on. We're in the money 20 cents on a decent position. So I'm just trying to cover a little bit of this as we continue to go higher, because, you know, it's not right yet here for Nvidia. Normally, I'd like to see it break above VWAP to get going again. But here we go, man. We're long at 18. See how it just keeps on stopping up there? I'm going to put it. Okay, let me take another offer right here at 35 if we can get it. We do have manufacturing PMI coming in 1 minute, so that should be an interesting level there as well to see if it holds 180 against those numbers. I'm at 180.35 right there. We just get some more out as it continues to climb higher. So so far so good over up in there. Let's go right now, man. If Nvidia goes, we make everything back in spades. So hopefully that is what winds up happening. Uber down to 99, not good for me on Tesla. I'm still waiting for like a 437 break. Hopefully that can wind up happening. We have Adara with numbers right now.
Yeah, in about 20 seconds here, we are going to be getting S&P Services, Manufacturing, and Composite PMI. Services, we're expecting 54. Forecast for S&P Manufacturing is 52.2. S&P Composite forecast is 54. All of these numbers are expected to be a little bit lower than their previous prints. S&P Services PMI, we'll do this one first as we get these numbers coming through. Services coming in at 53.9, slightly below estimates of 54. Global Composite PMI at 53.6, below estimates of 54.6. Manufacturing 52. Lower than 52.2 expected. So again, just to recap, all of these numbers below their forecasts. and below the previous print. Here's the market trying to find a little bit of a base here on the NASDAQ as we digest these numbers. Again, lower than expected across the board. In 5 minutes, we get Donald Trump speaking at the UN. I have the stream open already. There is a woman speaking currently. As things transition to President Donald Trump, I will let you know. Back to you.
Thank you, Derek.
There it goes. Nvidia flew down.
Just rang the register at VWAP. We got to VWAP on Tesla, and that's so far holding up as resistance at 436.50, the half dollar. You go back to yesterday, this was the afternoon resistance as well. So 34 looks like it'll be the dip buy zone for me. Still don't know what's going on with Intel in terms of like the ridiculous strength that it has. Oh, BBAI is starting to crest a little, not crest. Curl is that's the word I'm looking for. Curl off of the prior day high. So prior day high bounces. It also happens to be VWAP as well. So if you like that, well, at least it was off the open. If we get to 750, I think we got to take another leg out there. Half dollars matter on some of these smaller stocks. So I think that could be a little bit of resistance spot here for BBAI on the way to 760 is the current high. So we'll take another leg out in front of 750, see if this one has the juice to the upside. And Silo did break. Oh, no, it did not. The resident crypto treasury play of the day did not break the dollar level. It actually went exactly to $1 without breaking. So this has not gone through the dollar. I think this is just one of those, I hate to say it, but I'm going to take the break at $1 and give it a couple of pennies. Like if it just flies and like halts higher or some nonsense, then we're all over it.
Told you we're taking Tesla hard, breaking 437, so now it's a $2 winner. So we're trying to make everything back on Tesla. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. New trade alert right now as well. There goes AMD is in your boys' portfolio now. We're not gonna, look, we lost on Nvidia. Now Nvidia is probably gonna climb back, but it broke that 180, we got out. So it's just too much pressure on this name. Let's go over and find a different one to pick on right now. So we'll see if we can make it all, look at this, here we go, man. Now 40 cents in, let's take some more out. We'll get some out at 10s there on AMD. So yeah, buddy, man, this is starting to work out for us. Sure, we'll lose on Nvidia, we'll flip over and go back over here, and then we're sitting right now in this monster trade, hopefully, for Tesla. We'll see if we get something out at 438.90 right there on the top end of that. So there's the break. I said we were taking the break of VWAP. That's VWAP exactly right there, 437. So we take that. It just goes up $2 there, but we missed. Oh, well, actually, we got something. We got some out at 70s or whatever that is, but we're looking for just a little bit more right here. And there goes AMD. Come on, man. We can make this day special still, everybody. There goes AMD. Yeah, let's go. Spin the money right now. $2 in the money on these two trades. Thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you're having a good time right now. Sure, we got out of Nvidia, but look where this thing is right now. We wrote down 180, and it's at 180.50, but it does break, and we wind up getting out. But then just go over, pat yourself on the back, and make another trade if you can find it. And there it is right there with AMD. Shout out to Mitch and everybody. I know there's a lot of traders looking at AMD today, although he called the 162. That was a fake and break right there. But again, the whole market just came back in a little bit there. So let's give these names some room to run. We do love some Palantir there today, 185. Let's go, man. Wow, that was a good move to the downside. That's 250 now from the bottom. Yeah, but great. I mean, right there, like if you got that downside into there, what a good move that would have been right now. But okay, we're quite large here on AMD, so let's go over to Adara. But AMD right here is making it sing.
We got some exciting news for all you Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And even better, everybody, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until the end of the year, December 31st of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Let's go to Adara as the market tries to bounce.
Let's take a look here. Just be aware, of the market. Fed's Bowman saying that she sees 3 rate cuts total for 2025. So that would imply 2 more cuts this year because we already got that cut in September. Now, this is significant because we have had a lot of talk from other Fed members that is a little bit more hawkish or cautious. Fed's Bowman continuing to see 3 rate cuts for this year. So again, that would imply 2 more rate cuts as we've generally seen priced in. Back to you.
Nothing we could do. Okay, so we're like we only got out of half of our Tesla. So this one could be again like just too much stress on this trade. So I don't, we'll buy it there. We're going to get out if it breaks below. I just put a trigger in there, 435.75. So we're moments away from stopping out. And I think this is what, if you're joining us for the first time, risk management is utmost of importance right there. Yeah, what the hell's going on with Amazon? I want to buy that name, but there goes Tesla right now. We're almost in the dollar rate here for AMD, so that's going to be a good trade for us. I'm sitting at 161.70. Let me get some out here at 57. But yeah, what's the story there with AMZN? Because I want to buy that one.
Look, Amazon had that story about antitrust and Prime, specifically how they're making it too difficult for Prime members to get out of their contracts and deceiving practices in terms of getting people to sign up. So that's the story, and there hasn't been a green candle since the open here on Amazon. You approve a 50 period. This, for myself, I'm probably throwing a stink bid at the 200 period moving average on this thing in my PA at lunchtime. I just think those are the moments you usually want to pick up these types of names. Oh, that silo did break. I'll get to BBAI just broke the high of the day.
I better mess.
Oh, it didn't break. Okay, well, you know what? It breaking the dollar was me. So I'm going to get out. Apparently, my stop order caused the dollar break. Must have triggered on a dark pool or something, but it never really went over a buck on sale. If it gets, I might just wait till it takes VWAP instead of the dollar. A dollar is a round number, but VWAP seems to be a better place to look. But I want to keep an eye on this. This is a treasury. Just another crypto treasury play. To me, if it holds a buck, there's all kinds of upside potential if you can be in early. And if I'm ever in one of these, I want to be in it before it breaks the high of the day, not chasing it after. So I just immediately punched out when I see there's no buyers over that $1 level and go back over. Sure, guys, BBAI got right back to the high. Didn't mean to rhyme that, but it kind of does. Look, if this takes out 770 on BBAI, there's not much standing in its way. Forget about $8. $8 obviously a big deal, but this $8.50 going into the July, like that's the big resistance, 8 to 8.50 as it's trying to take the 770. Just get Randy, he'll reset the breaker. So 770, the big level up here. I've already scalped out into this level. Now we're holding through the breakout on BBA, up 8%. There wasn't a catalyst, Sean, that I'm aware of with BBAI.
There was.
What was the catalyst?
New deal this morning.
Oh, they got a new deal this morning? Okay, I was just looking at that 7 that held yesterday.
Yeah.
Because to me, technically, it was so perfect off of 6, and then perfect going into the 7 level, and we're holding 7 again here today. So BBI looking good, at least so far. I want to rejoin Tesla. The 34 is already held. So 34 into VWAP. Now I want to see VWAP try to hold here to get that play back into the high of the day. And here's the thing. SOUN is running and it just broke the high of the day. I'm going to let everybody know. The story here that I saw this morning, which I'm assuming is the only story for these guys, and now we've just lost power.
You guys lost power too?
Now we've just lost power. Okay. Can you guys hear us?
No, they can't. I mean, maybe. Andre,
you guys can still hear us and see us? Okay, so just so you know, we also lost power at our trading station, but if you can hear us and you can see us, and they just went again. No, it's fine. We'll keep talking, but just know that we've lost power to the station. This is not the first time that it has happened. It has happened before. That's what happens when you're doing construction. Another good reason to trade with stop orders, I would tell you that much, because thankfully we have stops.
I know.
Can you just let them know what's going on and off? No. Okay, it's gone on.
So just gotta bear with us, guys.
Yeah, just bear with us.
At the end of the day, I just want to tell everybody, Thankfully, you guys, we're all here together. I just texted some of my friends there about Big Bear AI, and I want to tell everybody, like, I covered some at 750. I think it's been such a huge run up, but thanks everybody for sticking it out. We are doing a lot of work around here, and I guess power supply is an issue right now. We do have generators working in the back.
Yeah.
I mean, when we hear the fan go off, you know that something's happened. You know, so they blew up over there, and now we blew up right here. So hopefully we don't even like we're completely off everywhere except for this one camera. So
which is a bit weird.
Yeah, which is a bit weird. But at the end of the day, I think what you need to do when the market. Oh, first of all, let's talk about this. If your system goes down, we still have a complete back office.
Yes.
So if I'm in position, but I have stop orders.
No,
out.
if you didn't have a stop order out, then what you would do here at Real Trading is you could hop on the phone if you lost an internet connection or whatnot, or you could go into support on your own phone, and you could say flatten me on this position, like all that kind of stuff. But like we're going to be back up here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say always.
Power is back, just to boot, log back.
I have to log back in here in a second once it loads up. But while it's in the process of loading, I have my screens are up. Here you go. Hopefully people can.
I think we got to go to Adara here because we also can't hear it.
I don't think they can go to Adara.
Yeah,
oh, we can. Okay.
We can.
To provide an update, guys, Donald Trump has not yet begun speaking. We currently have Lula, president of Brazil. He's been speaking here. Trump was set to start at 9:50 a.m., but it could be the program's a little bit behind. As I mentioned, there are quite a few speakers happening, and even the stream link I have isn't just a Trump. It's the whole event. If I get any more details, I will let you know, but just an update. If you're waiting for Trump, he has not yet spoken. I will certainly let you know when he takes the podium, and back to you.
I know I'm long and the market is tanking. Okay, well, there we go. So our positions, so it looks like we got stopped out of our Tesla, which is fine by me. And our AMD was already about $1 or so in the money. So hopefully that can hold out. We are just in the process. Give Neil and I a second here to log back in to our software. And then hopefully the show will continue as per usual. And these are just some of the things that, we all have to go through when you're trading with technology. And unfortunately, our studio is under major, I'm trying to log in, under major renovation right
I know,
now.
I'm doing the same thing.
Hopefully no one can make out what my passwords are.
Like, trust me when I tell you that if it's never happened to you, we had this happen multiple times at our when we had our own trading floor, and we would immediately call the trade support because we had a situation where. I don't remember. I think it was a cable provider. Somebody was doing work behind our building.
Yeah,
this was years and years ago, and we lost internet. Like everybody lost internet.
Yeah.
I remember we were on the phone because we actually had to get flattened positions and stuff like that. But if you're trading with
there we go. I
should
can see
okay.
the chat again.
Are you logged
What's up,
back
everybody? My software is taking just forever to log back in. I don't know.
It's taking a minute.
It'll be a second here before we get up. But Bitcoin 112.9 right now, according to my. Let me just actually refresh my Binance screen over here. Just here, we can just have a quick look at what crypto's doing. Yeah, 112.951 right now for BTC as that continues to move around here. We can have a look. I mean, again, if we go over to like a 15-minute chart there for crypto, it looks like we do have decent levels here of 112.9. I don't think we have internet. I don't know if we have internet or something. I'm not connecting, but okay, the Bitcoin price is changing. So yeah, something's working out right here. Yeah, I'm not able to log into our software yet, so hopefully that will work out for us. But yeah, there it is. Okay, we're getting back live right now. So okay, coming back in. Oh no, Tesla came, now it's just showing no positions. Okay, Tesla came back upside right here. So maybe the market is retracing back to the upside right now, but we did lose out. Okay, we did lose out on Tesla, it looks like there as it dropped right through the bottom, of course. And AMD, I guess, that got stopped out a little bit there as well. So yeah, during that move down, everything came back in. So it's all good. We did have our stop orders out. We were getting out of AMD, and actually it's pretty good that we got out near the top there for advanced micro devices. So we'll be green on AMD, but pending, we might have got a little bit more out there at VWAP. I'm going to try the long one more time here for advanced micro devices and just see what winds up happening because it is a trade that I want to get into. So that's what we're doing right now. We're just going to reconnect everything, make sure our stream is going pretty good. It looks like it is here right now. So yeah, thanks for bearing with us right now as we get this all figured out.
Yeah, thank you everybody for bearing with us. We do have some numbers and happening now, so let's get right on over to Adara.
Yeah, in about 30 seconds here, we'll get not a huge number, but It's definitely something worth watching. Richmond Fed Composite Index forecast -5, previous -7. Again, I want to clarify, Donald Trump has not yet taken the podium, but he was set to start speaking at 9:50 a.m. Maybe because the program is delayed, we do still have comments coming from Lula of Brazil. Now, also at 10 a.m., Fed's Bostic is going to be speaking, so I'll provide any coverage of what he's saying here. If there's anything of note, -5, again, is the forecast for Richmond Fed Composite Index. Let's see what number we get. I'm just waiting for this to refresh. Not seeing the number yet for Richmond Fed. We'll get back to that in a second. Market, though, continuing to fall. Again, lots of speeches on watch beyond Trump. We also have Fed Chair Powell at around 12:35 p.m. Nvidia on watch, one of many chips on the move here. NVDA, much like the market, pushing a little bit lower. But Evercore ISI actually raising its price target on the stock. Lots of positive commentary on Nvidia. Again, as the company does, have people digesting the news of its $100 billion investment in OpenAI, or up to $100 billion. Then we have Micron reporting earnings after the bell, and contrary to the market and its fellow semiconductor stock, Nvidia, Micron's relatively strong today. Let's see if we have that Richmond Fed number before I send you guys back to the desk. I am still not seeing anything. If it's of note, I'll put it on the screen there, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. And looks like...
I can't believe Tesla slipped.
No, like everything started coming back in pretty heavily.
Tesla's going, yeah, BBI is $8.
I'm now going to move this trail, because
so glad
when it gets to $8, if it gets to I'm saying when, you know what I mean. If it gets to the $8 level, I think that's obviously psychological resistance. But this is close enough that if it breaks trend, I'm moving my stop. So the stop goes from underneath the pre-market lows to essentially breaking this trend line, which will be at about 770. And this is holding up pretty well. I think when the market's, we talk about this all the time, like when the market is weak, sometimes where you can find the strength is going to be in some kind of a small capper, gapper, or a runner, and not necessarily the big names. Although there are some strong names. Apple actually not doing too badly in all of this. Oh, load up, baby. Apple holding the volume weighted average price, also holding green. So this looks like a relatively strong name for sure. That silo stock I'm keeping an eye on. It's tried to bust a buck, and I'm glad I did not get back into this crypto treasury play yet. Like, it's holding and trying to break, but every time it gets above a buck, see how it sells off? I think waiting for it to get to VWAP is going to be a better idea here, and hold over VWAP. So still the same plan of action on SILO. So I want to thank everyone for bearing with us there. I did want to go back and acknowledge, well, I'm trying to remember who was at the top of this list before. It wasn't BBAI. It was another small Plug Power, I think, was at the top of the list, but now Plug is way down there. BBAI taking over, so thank you guys for participating. UNH we haven't looked at. That's making a strong move. Better, I believe Better was yesterday's runner.
Yeah, it was
BTR. That was the...
that was an open door guy.
It was the open door dude said this is the... whatever. These guys are the open door mortgages, I think is what he's called it.
Yep.
But UNH, that's one that we have not looked at this morning. SoundHound, we know SoundHound has this Red Lobster headline. I'm not going long on a Red Lobster headline. It doesn't make any sense to me. But it's a squeeze play. So, respect to SoundHound for squeezing to the upside on, I believe it is all of the phone ordering will be handled by SoundHound technology. But I don't know, isn't Red Lobster going bankrupt? So
they are. I think they already are. I see JPM hollered at you guys in the chat there. JP Morgan now new all-time highs, and oh boy, do we love that name here on the this is like the bank play that I made. We're almost $100 in the money here off that 230 dip from April. So that was one of the bigger plays that I made back in April. So we're happy with the performance there of JPM going up here today, up that 1%, and again taking out highs. It's too bad because when we went down there, the Tesla trade did come out literally at the bottom again, right there. But nice move back up to the 200 period, and then now look, failing one more time. And we did have a reload there on our good friend AMD, and that name as well came out right there at the bottom, but I just bought it right back anyways, so kind of negating that loss, and now taking it back to the upside goes AMD. It's going to be P&L number 1 here today is going to be AMD, but more to come hopefully as this name just dancing around right now, Advanced Micro Devices. devices. We'll see if we can get going there again. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. The more hitting the like and subscribing, the less the power goes out. So hopefully
it keeps the power running.
It'll keep the power running. Yes, that's a good one there. All right, IBIT. I don't know if IBIT's doing anything because I'm looking here at Bitcoin and it's not doing anything.
Under
so,
113.
Yeah, no, I have it up, but IBIT right now just pretty chill. We are going to ETHA. We are going to let it run a little bit here, AMD, to see if it can get back into that dollar plus win area there for us. Ethereum also doing absolutely nothing, but AMD key level. Well, I can't ignore VWAP. So 161.15. Let's put an order out right there if it does come through, and then we'll just go from there. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. SoFi was a monster runner, obviously, yesterday. Let's see what it's doing today. Back up to $30 again, and then a little bit of a fade. That was a good dip buy. We said $29.50, but didn't put our order out. So we'll have to maybe have a quick look at what's going on with SoFi. And Robinhood is another big name that a lot of traders are looking at as well. So we can check out Robinhood and see what they're doing. But I'm going to try to get some Cardi B tickets right here.
Ooh, Cardi B, why not? We'll power up that BBAI. It just lost $8 though. So we put the trail in. We talked about $8 being a psychological level. If it bounced off 6 last week and it bounced off 7, essentially all pre-market, then the $8 level as it pulls through, maybe we get the volume weighted average price for continuation. So we're out of BBAI, but as strong as it is, I think we want to continue to look for places to rejoin the trend, because at least this is trending up pretty cleanly. So just doing some house cleaning here. VWAP might be the only place that I'm looking at. It was a morning high 760, and then VWAP's at 755. So I'll look for this to get us back in to the volume weighted average price. Oddly enough, Tesla's holding up pretty well now. Like Tesla holding this 437 area at VWAP. That's where I got out of the long. If we lose it, then I'm waiting again for 434. Now, unfortunately, this has yet to really break out of this wedge. Lower highs and lower lows and higher lows. So that's a bit of a wedge pattern. You're either breaking up or down. If you break down of this pattern, then I wait for support. If you break up, then I think maybe looking at it above 438 is going to make a little bit of sense. So BBAI, we got to find something else to jump into. I see Patrick and a few people in the chat naming some names. I didn't realize Fubo and Space. Say it ain't so. Maybe it is just a small cap type of day. If you're telling me that Fubo and Space are going, yikes. Virgin Galactic is, it's a fun concept, but usually not one that you want to chase. Up 12% and there's not even a red candle. The first thing I think about this stock is, where is the place to catch the curl? I'm sorry. That's just how it is. And I pull it up in the daily and you look at this 200 period. This is more of a, unless there's a compelling story here that I'm aware of, wait for the chance to catch the back end, at least for a day trade on Virgin Galactic. His 200 period has been a brick wall for this stock for the last few months now, so I want to respect that. I don't think we have free. I'll probably have to pay for locates on this, but if it gets anywhere into this 380, 390, I'd be looking the other direction. Adara?
Yeah, so just be aware, President Lula of Brazil just finished his speech. If I see Trump coming, I'll let you know, but it is worth noting at this point he could potentially be the next speaker. He was, again, scheduled to start at 9:50. Let's take a look here at this market. We did get negative 17 here for the Richmond Fed Composite Index, because as I said, it looks like the number just populated. I'm kind of starting to see it on X now, but negative 17 for Richmond Fed Composite Index, well below the forecast of -5 and the previous print of -7. Before we send you back to the guys, I want to take a moment to thank our friends at Orogenic, OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orogenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Haven't even looked.
So thank you very much there, Adara. It does look like the bid is starting to come back in. I'm just going to go over to Tesla. Why isn't Tesla trying to go?
Trump just got introed. I just want to let you guys know Trump is, sounds like he's just been introduced.
Yeah, so look, if the president's on the podium, or at least talking, sometimes we like to think that's going to be good for the markets in terms of pumping it. But, you know, the Nasdaq's trying to put in its first green candle on a 15-minute basis, and it is holding the lows. Tesla, I guess, not doing as good a job above the volume weighted average price. This was sort of the wedge that I was getting at. Like there's your lower highs and higher lows. I want it to resolve itself in a long. I'm looking long as this thing is green because that 434 is held. So a break out of this wedge here now would be fantastic. But if it doesn't happen, then I'm not going long in this stock. Unfortunately, BBAI is still pulling back underneath $8. So one of these two things look like it's going to be the next for me. But we're just going to have to be patient with it. Doesn't really seem like this market wants to fly higher. And I got to wait for that setup on Tesla.
All right, yeah, just quickly here, we are getting some more out, obviously, as we sit here and wait to see where the play is going to come from. But the AMD, right? I mean, Tesla's been a very, very difficult stock today, so we're going to try to stay a little bit away from TSLA right now. Coinbase apparently moving around as well. Hit the like and subscribe. Thank you so much for that. Right here, Coinbase 334. So nice little bump up right there for coin. And there goes Bitcoin a little bit as well. Maybe we have found near a bottom right there for crypto. So if we go over into IBIT, just because it's been bouncing around $13. So nice move. Yeah, I like this one. The 6440 break might be decent. That's the 200 period moving average there on a 5-minute chart. I can't hate on that one. I'm just going to load it up here on eSignal, get a little bit of a better look right there. Yeah, 64 was such a good bottom there with that 50 period there. So any kind of a pullback, and then yeah, a break of 6450 looks like we might get a clean move back a little northbound there. So that is looking, of course, at IBIT. One of my buddies just told me that he's laughing at me because he waited for $8 and got it there on Big Bear AI. So I'm just going to be like, great trade. What the hell? He sold 1,000 shares. How much did this guy put into it? Okay, great trade right there on Big Bear AI. I thought he only had 1,000 shares, but okay, there it goes. So nice move there. I did want to check on Marvell as well. I think that was a name that had some nice spike opportunities, especially, you know, okay, so there goes Marvell as well. All good right now, 70 cents in the money here with our friend AMD, but that's still trying to go. And then Nvidia, did we find a bottom at 180 or not? So this name, again, doesn't look like it wants to go. So let's be as careful as we can here with Nvidia. Maybe that 179 was something. And then, again, what we went from a big trade with Big Bear AI to another one in Palantir. But Palantir right now hovering around its 200 period on the 1-minute chart. That's normally a great spot to get long here, but I don't know. The market to me doesn't feel long, so I'm not even in love with this AMD trade, man, and starting to get some more out here. We're at VWAP. Let me get another piece out, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. I'm fine living with getting out if I get a bad feeling. And right now, the market just, I don't know. It's not. I don't know what your opinion is, but just it's so choppy right here.
It's choppy, and
I don't want to make like a big play. I'm not. Maybe Tesla can't
get going. Nvidia can't get off the bottoms. Apple's trying to hold green and not doing a very good job of it, unfortunately. Amazon on this Prime headline. Well, it is a Prime headline overall. I love Amazon Prime, but let's just call it what it is. It's getting punished today, relatively speaking, because of controversy over their practices with Prime. I'm trying to frame this in a way. I've never experienced it. Like, I don't know about this being difficult to cancel because I've never tried to cancel Prime, so I can't really speak to it myself, but that's the contention here. It is trying to hold a good low here at 220 for 220? Amazon. It's at 222 right now.
I like that.
And
price.
The low of the day, 221. So the 220 is the last thing before you get the earnings low. I think the 200 period moving average is going to make a heck of a lot more sense if we do get there. Oh, say it ain't so, BBAI. I see people talking about Robin. We'll just get to Robinhood very quickly. Like a litany of stocks today, when we talk about it being just a weird morning, this is the exact same wedge that Tesla was just doing. Apple had a similar one where you broke the high, you hit the low, you're putting in lower highs and higher lows into a wedge pattern for a breakaway. So that's what I'm seeing across the board. These need to resolve themselves, or I don't know if I'll be in Tesla if it can't resolve itself up. BBAI doesn't want the volume weighted average price. Got to look for a different place to join or rejoin here if it's not going to be 760. We'll see if I can get this 780 level holding, but I'd much rather wait for a push down into VWAP. Adara, what do you have for us?
Yeah, what I have here for you guys are comments from Donald Trump. Once again, he's praising the stock market. He said inflation is down, prices are down. The only thing that's not down is the stock market. He also said the stock market has made 48 new all-time highs this year. I'm looking into that number. I know the S&P itself has certainly made a number of all-time highs, but I will be looking into that number regardless. Donald Trump praising the stock market here. Nice little push for the NASDAQ here, the QQQs. As Trump begins to speak, he also is again talking about all the investments that have been made in the U.S. since the start of his term. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's always important to keep ear to the ground, and that's why I kind of have Kenvue here in case there is a question that he gets asked, something about that study, or I don't know, so something to look at right there. Shout out to 55 months. Already on my way to another 100% gain on the year. Thanks to you guys. How are you feeling about Webull? I'm feeling, I loaded up again at 13 last week. I like that bang. I remember when we first got that put in, it was probably one of the very first ones that we got. And I always remember watching the Adam West Batmans, and that's where it came from. The boom, pop, pow, all that kind of stuff. So we implemented the bang. But you, great call there. I mean, look, it's easy for us to talk about Webull, but you guys are the ones pushing the keys. So that is fantastic and a great look there. You bought some at 13. I mean, to me, those are, those are exactly the levels that you want to look at, right? I mean, coming back in, and we can maybe zoom in a little bit because, again, it had its crazy IPO run, so that's not something that's super legit, but right into there right now, this is the kind of level when you're coming into 12.50, 13. I love buying. Like, I bought Nvidia yesterday, 175.40 ahead of 175. You always can't buy the exact bottoms of stock, so that's a good little level there, 13 against a pre-developed level, right? And so that's always something to look at. And there's also something to look at here with BTCC because they've been operating now for 14 years with zero hacks, which means zero excuses not to be over there. BTC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin 500 times levered, even Tesla Gold. Gold's been going ham, and Forex. You can also implement smart copy trading. This is regulated in the United States, Canada, and over in Europe. And this is trusted by over 6.8 million traders worldwide. We do have an exclusive event for you here at Trader TV Live with BTCC.com. Make sure you click that QR code right there or click on the description scan the QR code, click on the description, and grab your 15% deposit bonus. I mean, I don't know, you can't go wrong with that one there. 15% is real nice, kind of like investing in BBAI, get your 15%. All right, so the only trade that I have, AMD, again, falls off. We got another VWAP trade there at 16s, then it rips up to 30s, and now it's having one more problem. I'm going to get out of, again, a little bit more if it comes back into the 30s because this is the kind of trading that I'm trying to do. Rinsing and repeating. We looked at SoFi, we looked at Robinhood, not yet. And right now, Robinhood is kind of hovering around the middle, kind of similar to the market that can't figure itself out. That's the ES at zeros, but the NASDAQ is downside and looking right now to break through. Right, if we can break through this 50-period moving average, that's not bad. But right now, this looks like, to me, Neil, a short. So I'm thinking about getting into the NASDAQ short right here. I haven't said that in a minute. So that's going to be something to look out on. I have to watch BBAI because
it just broke the high again.
My next offer is 850. And again, I've lowered the offers for 10%. Like, we're long at $4. This is a double up right here. So I'm really happy with what Big Bear AI has been doing, man. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. But again, good trading there. I know Neil's had BBAI on his mind today. And there it comes right back to VWAP. So I don't know where my offer is. I'm going to pull one out right now. So there's a nice out there on AMD. Let's see if the market wants to continue to climb. Whatever stock I was talking about a couple seconds ago before AMD was one that I want to get long on. I like that chart. I'm going to figure out what it was. It wasn't Webull.
Well, I can tell you, I don't know if it was Webull. It probably wasn't Webull because I don't think that's doing much today. But CoreWeave just broke this wedge to the upside. Tesla didn't. I said, you had a couple of things making these lower highs and higher lows. Well, Tesla broke lower. So if I was looking to break something out long on that wedge break, it certainly couldn't be Tesla's. Now that's back at the low of the day and not looking like it wants to participate in any kind of a rally that we're having. So VWAP, but also a bit of a red to green story here for CoreWeave. I mean, it was green to red and then back into green. If it holds on to 133.25, that's essentially the bottom of the wedge and also holding green. Then we're looking for a continuation into the high. It's been a decent running stock, but I think you'd do well to have Nvidia go with it. and Nvidia's starting to curl as well. I have Nvidia up. That's looking like it's made a little bit of a temporary bottom, but it can't get through VWAP. That happens, I think we can get back into the highs, and CoreWeave has a good shot to get back into the high as well. So I'm gonna get my stop. Remember, trade with stop orders, everybody.
Yeah, you got to do.
We already saw that this morning, right? Like we had a bit of a power issue, but our stops were covered, came back on, and whether you like stops or not, they're gonna enable you to stay alive, right? And have that protection, not just because you might lose a connection or something like that, but just to protect yourself. Like, where is your out gonna be on any given trade? If you're long Amazon today, like, who knows? Like, maybe someone was swinging Amazon, and if you didn't have a stop order at the open, maybe you got rinsed. But Amazon finally catching a bit of a bid. This one got bled more than I would suspect on this headline. There's always the regulators going after the big cap tech companies, and I tend to think that's usually a good buying opportunity because they usually get slaps on the wrist and then things go back to normal. So I think you're having a bit of a semi-panic moment. Not that 2% is all that bad, but yeah, I don't know if we get to 220 anymore. It's now a series of green candles on this. So Amazon 220 might have to wait for a minute. Let's go to Adara.
Let's talk about small caps. Even as the market got off to a bit of a weaker start, if you saw the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, you really don't see that reflected at all on the IWM. The Russell 2000 doing really nicely here. A little bit of a top, I guess, at that 247 level, but either way, nice progression to the upside for the Russell to start the day. I must remind everyone this is a bit more rate sensitive, as small caps are, and at 12:35 p.m. we will get Powell speaking, Fed Chair Powell. We also had some comments coming in from Fed's Bowman today that we're suggesting we'd get, or at least she is seeing, at least 2 more rate cuts this year. She's factoring in 3 for the total of the year, and of course, we already just got a rate cut. Let's take a look at BETR, better home and finance on watch. Maybe you've heard of Eric Jackson. He was the individual that was really behind the open door rally. He's now decided to back BETR as well. Then we have SOUN. This one is a bit of a larger market cap. It's in the billions, but certainly worth noting here, about $19. This is still near day's highs. Partnering up with Red Lobster so that SoundHound AI, SOUN, can power Red Lobster's phone ordering across its locations. And last but not least, SLE. This one giving up some of its move. It is still up quite considerably from yesterday's close, but I guess a digital asset treasury investor by the name of Evo Fund is going to be investing in Super League SLE. This catalyst you can read more about on our morning watch list of the Trader TV live watch list. And before we send you back to the guys, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and check out our friends at Trade the Pool, because did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon, and you can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time so you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. Here's how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com. That's tradethepool.com, or scan the QR code for 10% off. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. We have a new position alert right here, so we'll hit the sirens. We're short the market. I don't know. All right, let's just see right now. We hit the sirens right there. We're getting out of, obviously, we don't want to be short the market. And, well, there's TQQs right there. So short and out a little bit there. Let's see if it continues to fly that way. I don't know why my chart's not loading up AMD, but a bunch of outs up there. As we said, we extended through VWAP. That was a good gift for us. So we're getting more and more out of AMD because I don't want to be in this name plus short the market. So let's take some more out right there. Now watch to see what winds up happening. The market's going to come out. If we break VWAP 104.50, I mean, I'm going to give it up to this 104.60 area. The market's not, like, it's not moving an incredible amount here or anything like that. So I'm not like in full-blown panic mode here or anything with these futures moving against me if they do. So right now we have about half of a unit or so. What we do now, we almost had about 1 there and a little bit of cover there at 104, looking for the bottom right now. So if that can come in, then great. But so far so good here as we continue to watch out for this market. But it is a new position alert right there, and I'm getting lighter and lighter on AMD. And in fact, if we break right below here, 160.60, I'm going to get out of AMD. So 160.59. Trump saying Iran can never possess nuclear weapons. Okay, well, we'll see. Hopefully that is not Well, hopefully that's true, but that doesn't spark anything. All right, a little bit of an out there. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I'm going to bid 103.90 here. Tesla is a lot of stressla because there it goes, man. We had a monster move yesterday to the upside, and it touched 450 yesterday, I believe, or was it a little bit higher than that? No, sorry. Hold on, when this chart loads, 445 yesterday, so down a little bit. Don't forget that 430 key area right there for Tesla. So if that comes in, we're going to monitor that as an area there for TSLA. But for right now, man, we are right here. We're waiting to see the bottom area for TQQs. So there goes Tesla, and here is the NASDAQ. So we're going short right now on the TQQs, which is the futures. It's a triple levered. So if you want to go short with me on the NASDAQ, you could do that with Qs. You could do it with the NASDAQ contract. You know, the weapon of choice for myself is the TQQs. It's triple levered, and bang, there it is right there. That's why we hit Sirens, letting you guys know it's a brand new position. Neil's got CoreWeave and Intel. I like those two plays.
CoreWeave just came out.
Okay.
There's no story.
Oh, there's no story?
As long as there was no story on Intel, which I did not. Oh, yeah, I was coughing. That's what it was. No, as long as there isn't a story on Intel specific to it, which, you know, there isn't anything really. There are recent investments by the U.S. government, but that's nothing new that anyone doesn't know. But the $30 level is the big one. Yesterday's highs and a triple top today right at the $30 level. So when I see sellers like this pull back into VWAP for a trend break is the only play that I can see. And I think VWAP makes sense. If it's going to hold trend to the upside and be relatively strong, then that's always the drill for me. If you're going against the grain, cover into the volume weighted average price, and that way if it holds the trend, you're out and you can move on to the next. Chart Hustle, thank you for the super chat, Chart Hustle. Appreciate it. That can't be true. Your favorite ticker, Beanie, aka Mullen, pulled yet another reverse. One for 250. How? You know what? I believe you. I just I kind of can't believe it, but I believe you. That's
I believe it, but I don't
that's
believe
what
the
they,
market lets this happen.
To be honest, I make a joke about this a lot, but this is actually just stupid now. Like, how many times are you going to get a? Yeah, they did. There it is. It was yesterday. So yeah, yet another. Like, they changed the name of the company and then did the same thing they've been doing before, which is reverse split and plunge, and now they've done another reverse split. If I had known this morning, and again, that's on me, I probably should have, I'm sure I would have paid for shorts, because you short the pops in a situation like this. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
They've done more, they just keep on doing it over and over and over again. And I guess you're allowed to do this infinitely. Maybe there are no rules.
There are.
Well, I know there are.
I know. I don't know what
they're just
they
not
are.
enforced when it comes to that company, apparently.
Yep.
You can reverse split as many times as you want, and you can trick it. Who actually buys this thing? That's what I want. That's the more important question. It's not how are they allowed to do it. It's who actually buys Mullen, or formerly Mullen, when this happens.
Hopefully it's not our viewers. Hopefully.
None of you guys are. I know you guys aren't buying.
Well, I mean, look, we don't want to say, like, time frame is everything, right? So, I mean, if you can catch a bid on it,
Yeah.
and you're long, and then, yeah, man, ring the register every single time, you know, that happens. That's, I think, the best advice that we can give is, like, whenever you catch a name that's been reverse split. You know, a good example of a reverse split that actually seemed to have worked was Lucid. Right here. So they came out, and if I call it up on our chart, doesn't do it justice. Right there, they reverse split at $20. Well, $2 to 20, so they went 10 to 1 there or something, and there it goes, straight upside. So there's the split right here. So right here at 20 was the split date, fell down into 16, and now taking out some of those levels, LCID. So Lucid right there, and I'm not even sure why Lucid split. So that's an interesting story in and of itself right there. Okay, so AMD right now is on one. So we still have some shares. We did get lighter in it. We talked about that as we thought the market was fading a little bit there. But then I was like, I just recall myself saying, well, the market's not really doing anything. So let's take out some more AMD as it continues to pop there. This is going to be obviously my biggest stock here as we wait to see what winds up happening with the TQs. This is actually, I should be getting more short. What am I waiting at? I'm waiting at 32s. So we'll take a 28 right now. We're still waiting. That's exactly VWAP is 32 right now. So we'll get ahead of it just a bit and take some more shares right now. Actually, I'm just going to take kind of what I wanted to at 32 right here at 27. So we'll take that It is VWAP. We're giving it all the way up to here. So now we have a great average price. Like to lose 40 cents if we're wrong, and this wants to take out the 200 period moving average, fine by moi right now. But that's what we're dealing with right here. And a good out on AMD again as it reaches highs and then fades right back in one more time. You know, the door might have been closed on open door because now you're down into 750 again. So down, failing pretty good and flushing this one down the toilet. Down now 12% on open door. I do want to, before I go over here, this reset, so I gotta have a quick look to see what's going on over here. How many of you are watching us right now? 1K, hit the like button, get that going. Maybe we can get 1.5K, over 9,000 of you still watching. We wanna thank you for that one as we talk all about them stocks right now. So, you know, if you are a trader, you found your home, and there it comes right now. Nice move back in for the TQs. We just bounced a little bit off 10 there. Let me put a bid at 50, we'll put a bet at 10s right now to see if we can get that for our out right now. But here we go, man. China-U.S. relations showing signs of stabilization. Okay, that's not great for my short, but we are short anyways right there on the TQ. So let's bounce around here. That's 14s or 15s. Hopefully we can wind up getting that as a trade. But I like the stock here, and we're short the NASDAQ. Adara's got some kind of news right now. So what's up, A?
There's a lot happening here with regards to Donald Trump's speech. He came off the gate pretty aggressive here. He is not a fan of the United Nations as a body. He's made that pretty clear. Now he's saying that China and India are providing financial support to Russia's war effort. And he's also saying here that the U.S. is ready to implement, quote, a heavy set of tariffs if Russia isn't ready to make a deal. So that's happening right now. I also want to mention Fed's Bostic speaking as well, saying that he thinks there's more inflation to come. So some more geopolitical tensions coming from U.S. President Donald Trump and worries about inflation coming from Fed's Bostic. Lots of excitement today, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Worries about inflation. Well, we'll get another print this week, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I mean, we'll see if there's still, because Powell already said, well, we heard Powell say that some of the focus was to that labor market.
Right.
But we don't need a really hot print. I think at these highs, in this context, you've already had enough people come out. Jamie Dimon was one of them saying it's going to be hard for the Fed to cut any further. So you don't need another hot inflation print. I think that would bode pretty poorly. I mean, your biggest concern is probably going to be the Russell in that particular case. I haven't checked to see how that's doing.
I mean, it was all-time highs. I mean,
that's the thing. Like everything, all-time highs. Ooh, you can trade the Russell on Blue Ocean as well. Ooh. Blue Ocean, literally everything.
I think so. I mean, all the major ones.
It's
right?
wild, but the Russell actually holding up not too bad today. Relative strength today in the Russell, but that would be my concern. Like we get a hot inflation print, that could be a little bit of a problem. That Intel is bouncing in front of the volume weighted average price, but it never really got there. So the curl in front of 30 gets you down to 29.75 and doesn't get all the way to the volume weighted average price. Yeah, it's a little strong. I think if it makes, forget about a high, if this even breaks the lower high, it's worth jumping out here and just taking what you can get. If we get one more curl off 30, I'll take it again. But if 30 breaks, I'm just going to jump out of this one. Didn't quite get all the way to get the last leg out in front of the volume weighted average price. Let's go back to Adara, another update.
Yeah, just be aware, guys, in addition to comments from Fed's Bostic and President Donald Trump, we also have comments from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi saying that China's and U.S. relationships are showing signs of stabilization. I believe Sean mentioned that as well, but just be aware here, Wang Yi, Foreign Minister of China, is speaking in addition to all of the many other speakers we have today. Back to you.
All right, so this is going to be very, very interesting as we hear. Like, it's very, in my opinion here, we are taking a bit of risk trading the futures when President Trump is on because obviously at any given day or any given moment here, he could snap on anybody. So we're going to wait and see what that response is. I'm going to bid right here at some 13s again just to get some more out at the 200 period, at the 50 period moving average on a 1 minute chart. So we're just going to bid some more out. It's just a small little top out right here, like literally 5% out. We're only out of 10% so far of this move, so we'll wait for it. We did average in there, and then our bigger trade was up here. I took 2 fills up here because I was like, do we really even want to wait? So we took one there, and then we didn't wait for VWAP. We took another one early. So 1 fill at the top there. Try to get a little bit out. Remember, this is a triple levered, so if the NASDAQ does dip down here, and this is the triple Qs.
This is epic.
So this is, just 1 second here, and then we'll go over to that super chat. It's just right here. This this is the TQ, so this is the NASDAQ. Like if you lose 600 right now, which is still a minute away, but then you do fall, and it could be a decent move for the NASDAQ if it does come back in. So, comfortable holding on to it for sure, and giving this a little bit of room. So I want to go for a much bigger trade there. You've got a super chat there you mentioned.
This is a great one. Thank you so much for sharing this, Chris Landrum in the chat. Sitting on the runway, taking my wife on an anniversary trip. You have no charts in front of you, but follow the boys into a trade that paid for the plane tickets before we got into the Uber. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. First of all, congratulations, and congratulations to you and your wife on your anniversary. That's fantastic. If you don't mind sharing where you're going, I hope you guys enjoy your trip. Have a safe and awesome flight. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. That's nothing but love. Oh, we got another one here. AJ Locke. Maybe a dumb question. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Everybody in our community is just here trying to see what's going on in the markets, learn, get better, make money. That's all it is. Why short the TQQ instead of buying the SQQ? Simple. I can answer this one for Sean. We talk about this all the time. It's just easier for a lot of traders if you have the ability to trade either one and don't have to worry about leverage or the size of your buying power account. At a prop desk here, we're able to have larger BP than maybe a retail account. So you just want to be long something and bet on it going up, and as opposed to the opposite, which, it's not a huge deal. Obviously, we can make that distinction ourselves, just buying something which is a short, and if it goes up, then the instrument's going down. It's just easier a lot of times. Hey, I want to follow an uptrending chart, and I'm trading multiple things. It's more simple to just go TQQ short than the other way around. It's just how we do things. Most traders that I'm aware of, at least. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, for one, AI is being mentioned by Trump. Trump saying that the U.S. should be using AI to fight biological weapons or to combat biological weapons. So keep an eye, I guess, on some of these AI names. Also, Fed's Bostic saying that it's possible the neutral rate is rising. So Fed's Bostic continuing to be fairly hawkish here on the mic. United Health Group, I want to mention as well. There's no news on this that I could find on UNH today or yesterday, but this is the 15-minute chart. Steady stream to the upside for United Health. Back to you.
News. We don't need news where we're going, which is apparently to the upside. I'll take it UNH. That swing's going pretty well. I just had a quick look at Open Door, and I know we had Mitch talk about this one, and even Sean was just mentioning that maybe the door has been closed on these bad boys. Unfortunately, this trend is holding pretty decently. Like, it's now tapped VWAP 2 or 3 times. When I see a trend like this, as far as the trade goes, a lot of times I just want to join the trend if possible. Just double check and make sure we have some locates. If it gets to VWAP, this one will be on my radar, but you have to keep in mind, this is now down over 10%, and when a stock gets over 10% to the downside, then you get the uptick rule in effect. So it's SSR. It means you cannot hit the bid to engage a short position unless the last print in the tape was green. So that's usually a pretty decent. It gives it a little bit more juice to some bounce plays, the best way to think about it. But it doesn't mean you automatically go long. I'm not looking SSR bounce on Open Door today, but that VWAP looks pretty good. Speaking of the volume weighted average price, Intel goes 30 to 29.75 and not to VWAP. I'm inclined to believe at this point, right, why bid at VWAP? If it held 29.75 last time, either it holds here or we get a breakdown in 29.60. So I'll just eyeball it. If the bid starts coming in, then we get out. Otherwise, we hold it to prior support. And like I said to AJ in the chat, there's no such thing as a dumb question. Like, if you have a question, answer the question. Everyone's just trying to learn at the end of the day. So don't worry about, it seems like it's foolish, or we've answered it a million times. And believe me, I would seriously rather, I tell this to my daughter all the time, if you don't understand something, I don't mind saying it or answering that question over and over and over again until you do, as opposed to you having to go out and make that mistake. You got to have that, that sort of mentality, because you're not going to get better if you're afraid to ask a question in a general sense. So Intel caught that bid again. I'm just going to jump out of here. If it breaks down under VWAP, I'll get in again. Intel up for reasons unknown, at least in my opinion, outside of the government's invested in them, but that's an old story. And $30 brick wall, if it breaks tops, I probably don't join along today, but if we break under VWAP, I will join a short. Look at the pattern yesterday. Failed 30, failed VWAP at that same price. Well, that could be serious continuation if that gets under the volume weighted average price.
Right. So just for everybody that's trading over here, I mean, we have AMD right now. We just took it out for $1.20. It kept on going, so we were wrong by getting out of some of that. But, you know, that's why I was saying same thing similar with your BBAI kind of trade, right? You can have 100% winners, but if you don't take it out, then it doesn't matter. So you got to be positive on both ends of the spectrum here and make sure that you are able to take something out right there. Uber's hitting, I mean, I'm still in the futures. They're not doing anything. We're 5 cents in the money. I don't know. I mean, nothing's going on there. Uber right now, $99. I mean, what a move down, to be honest with you. I didn't even realize, like I said, that Uber being over 100 was like news to me there out of yesterday. And now today, yeah, well, it's not over 100 now. So as that's faded right back into $99 and looking to take out VWAP. So that's definitely something to look at here. Oh, that's what happened. My thing went off here, my speaker. So yeah, people asking about what the Fed is saying. Look, this is why we've literally have Adara here right now. So if anything hits Fed related, we'll get that to you immediately.
Yeah,
what's up there?
I was just going to say there's nothing of what Trump is saying right now is really market related at all. You know, not a fan of the UN. Is what he's expressing. And then also, again, Fed's Bostic has said a couple comments. I've said everything relevant.
Okay, yeah, so there you go. So, yeah, not much happening Fed-wise right here. So we're going to just ease off. I mean, wait to see if Trump does anything outlandish or anything and creates this market to rip or tank. But we're still waiting for this top of 104.60. If that comes in, fine. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening here for the NASDAQ and all of these movers. IBIT, we are going to go over this again quickly. You're going to go over this with, obviously, Joe and Sharif. Love talking crypto as well. And right now, IBIT making a little bit of a move back in again, breaking through 113. Okay, it's Adara with an update.
Yeah, this market is really mixed. We're seeing tech lag a little bit here. Electronic technology, I mean, you have a lot of strength in Broadcom. Boeing, we know, has had some jet deals. Intel to the upside on continued strength with Nvidia, but Nvidia itself is down 2%. Again, we did have that big announcement yesterday that pushed Nvidia to the upside. They're going to be investing very heavily in OpenAI, but unfortunately, that investment does come with some concerns about potential antitrust issues. Then we've got tech services, Palantir and AppLovin to the upside, but that's pretty much it. Oracle down 5%, and a lot of these other names relatively flat. Finance to the upside, looking really strong. Energy minerals, great look here. I couldn't find any catalyst on this space, but certainly one to watch. Health services doing well. UNH leading this group to the upside. Again, I didn't see any catalyst on this one either. Transportation strong. Industrial services looking pretty strong. Retail trade weak across the board. And again, one of the names in the sector is reporting earnings on Thursday after the bell. That's Costco. For the record, it's also worth noting CVS is strong today. Everything else in the sector struggling a bit here, guys. Back to you.
Pretty good day for energy, actually.
Yes.
Just looking over at that board. And not so great for Oracle, but then Oracle, Sean was just reminding me, it had that TikTok move. And it's essentially just giving back the move from yesterday. This, Oracle, ever since that massive is the right word, that massive guide that they've had, it hasn't really been able to hold on to gains too well, except for in and around that 300 level. So that's where you always talk about like that 3-day rule. This is exactly what is meant by it. Let it settle down after the big earnings, and when it catches the bid, that's the bid. Because it's now bounced clean, and you got a 10% range in there. So really, it's Oracle dips under 300, you buy it. If it breaks 290, you're out because you have a gap fill, and you got like a 10% move. It's giving it to you once. Maybe we get another shot at it this week. Certainly looks like that could be a possibility. BBAI, this is the top of the list. Well, top of the list, at least for you guys. It's still destroying everything on the visualizer. Open door. It's, you know what?
7.
I'll give it up to the open army here, because even on a day where it's getting smoked, smoked is the wrong word. Even the day where it's struggling a little bit, you're seeing it hold up. UNH having a strong move in there in second place. Just first, I'll get to UNH because we haven't really discussed that much today. But just let me talk OpenAI or BBAI for a second. It's holding on to $8. So VWAP does not seem like a thing, but the even dollars are. So I'll take a shot in front of the $8 level with this 976 area kind of as an out and look to rejoin this trend, which is one of the strongest ones here that you can find. And BBAI has been pretty much upward trending the entirety. There was one dip you could have had, and then the rest of it, has been a pretty solid upside move. I love what's happening in UNH. Got back into this one at 3, but 350 has been a problem. So the last time we got into 350, let me zoom it out for you guys. The last time we got into 350, there was a little break and then trend back. What I love, held onto prior high as support. Like this top, when UNH fell apart, the sellers came back in just underneath 330. And when this dipped last couple of weeks, the buyers came in at that same price. So this is a pretty big test. I would have loved to see 350 hold. To me, if I hadn't already taken some out in front of this 360 area, I would be doing so right here, right now, because you're back underneath that 350. But as long as we can hold this trend, I think the next move is $400 here for UNH. So I do like what I'm seeing, but I've already taken some out here. The swing was 300 to get some out in front of this area and then to get some out in front of the 200 period moving average. So as long as that holds true, great. I can't turn into a loser at least now because our stop is under the 50 period moving average, so that should be good. But UNH 2%. Trying to follow through, but look at that little hammer candle at 350. If you had, like I said, if I hadn't taken profit already, I would be doing so right now.
Nice. Good trade there on UNH, obviously. Joseph, am I right? Bad man she like. Yeah, bad man she like. Okay, right there. But here goes TQQs to the downside. We like this one as well. So there's the reload. Right there to the downside here. So good move there. I always thought it was Badman chill out, but it's Badman she love. Oh, Badman she love, not like. Right there. So shout out to whoever the hell sings that song. All right, so AMD, again, upside there. We're just talking about the same trades here, but I'm looking at the TQs. I really do enjoy this trade here on the futures. I think it's setting up quite nicely. We could have, I already looked at it, we could have a big move. We've been taking out profits because, again, we've got them, so it's always nice to be able to do that. Now, whether or not it continues to move higher or lower from here, just getting some out at the 50 period, I still think that the bottom could come through here for this play on our TQQs. So waiting for that to sort of throw up all over itself. And I don't know if that's going to happen. Meaning maybe there's a capitulated sort of a move back in. We are right now bidding 104.03, then we're bidding 103.90s as well. So some different opportunities here for us coming out right there. You guys, I've been pounding the table on Big Bear AI for a minute, right? Soundhound is a name that there's a lot of you traders like that trade as well. So shout out to everybody hitting Soundhound. And this is the thing, when you're trading, okay, let's go futures. When you're trading, that's right. Bad man, she love. Bad man. Who sings it? Okay, it's some sort of a mix. Right there, Sharif plays the good tunes there and behind us. All right, so Soundhound again, you can invest, as an investment, UNH, stuff like that. When they move 10%, sometimes that could be a whole year for some of these plays. But when you're looking at AI names or names that could be pretty hot fire, a Soundhound up 10% and still going. So congratulations to everybody right there. And congratulations to the money crew. Who's part of that crew today? Because there goes the TQs again to the downside. So we slip up early, right? We had Nvidia long early. We got out of it. We had Tesla long early. This was okay. Bids, boom. That was, actually Tesla was actually fine. Nvidia, we couldn't really get out of it. AMD's been perfect so far there today, but we will go now. PL number one will be these futures trades. So there it comes into the downside. So it is all good, man. Yes, Tranquil Trader. I am not the new version of Snow. Snow is a Canadian legend. Right there. I am just a very simple man. So I do appreciate the reference there.
I wonder what that
because I am your informer.
I would love to know what that dude's up to. Snow?
I don't know. I saw he's doing things.
Yeah, well, I know a few years ago I saw him re-emerge himself, but yeah, he was pretty legit. I have to admit, he was huge. And when you're doing collabs with Nadine Sutherland and Terra Fabulous,
I never heard of any of those people.
You never heard of Terra Fabulous?
Not as much as Snow.
Wow. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that.
You're welcome, Marrakech, and everybody else, man. Congratulations to everybody.
Apparently, so I'm seeing a lot of people mention this. I don't know how Hal hasn't shown up on our visualizer, because I've seen a few people mention Halliburton here today, and yet somehow it doesn't show up on the visualizer. Up 8 points. Not usually seeing this name go. This is a clean breakout in every sense of the word here on Halliburton. So shout out to everyone that seems to have caught this. And this is not some small, obviously you guys know Halliburton's not a small cap company or anything like that. Intel finally broke 30, so the fourth time we take it, maybe not going to be good. But Halliburton, just let me finish the thought here. This looks like a potential swing opportunity in Halliburton. Hold to 50, you know I like this setup. Hold to 50, break the 200, break the downtrend, and then see how far you can go. That's what I see happening on Halliburton. I get it, not everyone likes to invest in that company or take shots in that company. To each their own, that's absolutely fair. But I like that setup. That looks pretty good. So the third time, not a charm there on that 30. Intel's now breaking that 30 level. We shorted it twice into it. It holds VWAP or adjacent to VWAP, but the third time it's now trying to break through. And Low Family just said that Snow is, I saw it a second ago. Here it is. In Florida and flips luxury homes.
No.
That's not.
I think that's Vanilla Ice.
Right?
No, it's Snow.
That's Vanilla Ice.
That's Rob Van Winkle.
Ice,
That's his
Ice
name,
Baby.
right? Rob Van Winkle?
Yeah, I have that T-shirt where
Rob
Vanilla
Van
Ice
Winkle.
invented rap. Maybe I'll wear that tomorrow. We'll go Oasis last week. I'll wear my Vanilla Ice shirt for everybody tomorrow. So, yeah, good times being had here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're only 10 minutes away, but let's just do it early. Let's figure out what's for lunch. All right, here we go. So yesterday's lunch was chicken. It wasn't bad. It was that Italian chicken, so just lightly seasoned with Italian seasoning, so basil, whatever, thyme,
Nice.
things like that there yesterday. Today is Tuesday, September the 23rd. We did have pretty good omelets. We had veggie and cheese omelets this morning. I thought that was pretty decent, man. Like it wasn't overly, it wasn't oily or anything like that. I think that was really good there. We always get every day, of course, we get fresh fruit bowls and whatnot, so that's awesome. That's always a big hit around these joints as well. But okay, today you will probably like this one, Mr. Roberts. Today we get chicken and beef fajitas. I think that's pretty good. There with some Mexican rice, toppings including tomatoes, sour cream, green onion, shredded cheese, and then of course Neil and I will be having our chef's choice salad. But there it is right there. I think that's a win today.
That's a big win.
We're looking for tacos, and I feel like that's a good one there, Neil. So we'll be happy for that. Today's meal here at Trader TV Live, and for everybody, including our staff, obviously everybody here, chicken and beef fajita. With Mexican rice and assorted toppings. I hope there's a little bit of guacamole there. We'll see if that is true or not. And stay tuned for an update on all of that. But that is, of course, what is for lunch. All right, so yeah, just moving on with everything here. AMD now almost $2, and actually, you know what? AMD, no, I hit it. $2 right there. So we're going to take out AMD right now for $1.75 right there. It was a bad decision, obviously, to get out some right there. But as it continues to climb higher, isn't it funny that we're having a big winner here in our trade with the futures as well as AMD? Like I went short the NASDAQ, but long AMD. I didn't think both of them could work. How we were wrong on that one, as it looks like they are both printing nicely right here upside. So yeah, the TQs continue to work out for us. And it looks like we're trying to make another move right now back in. So we put some bids here at 104.04 and see if we can get that one. Thank you so much to Walter Ford for your talk on Joby right there, wanting us to look at that. I think we, I know Sharif was talking about Joby a little bit. There's. Yeah, he's calling it a piece of...
Why are you calling it a piece of crap?
It's good right now. So there it goes, man. Yeah, Joby's had a nice move down, which I think is what Sharif was referring to. But right now, Joby with a nice move higher there, up now 6%. So a great look, taking out the 50-period moving average. Joby gets flying when we take out this 19. So I think that would be a level to look for there if you are in JOBY. And if you're not, then maybe you should get a JOB because jobs are very, very hard to come by, especially in this country as we have, I don't know if it's not record unemployment or anything like that, but it's
over 7%.
It's getting up there.
7%. So remember that when everyone complains down south of us about the unemployment rate, just remember up here in Canada, it is 7% and youth unemployment is through the roof.
But at least you get to live in Canada.
Well, it's true. Let's go to Adara.
Hi, guys. Let's talk about the U.S. dollar here. This is the daily chart for the U.S. dollar. We are, I guess, finding a little bit of resistance around that. Whereas this 97.8 area, again, that we have bounced relatively well from weakness going back to Friday. Now, lots of talk coming through today from Fed speakers. We'll also get Fed Chair Powell coming through at 12:35 p.m. Certainly something to watch. I do want to mention as well, though, some of the speak we already had. And as always, we'll look at this lovely little FOMC infographic. You can check out at X at TTV Research to get a literal picture of who's been speaking today. Fed's Bowman, she commented earlier, she said she's seeing 3 rate cuts total in 2025. That does imply, much as we're seeing priced in the Fed rate tool or the CME Fed Watch tool, we're likely to get 125 basis point cut in the October meeting, and then the December meeting we'll get another 25 basis point cut. Now, she didn't specify the size of the cuts, but she did say that she's seeing 2 more this year. Then we also had Fed's boss, as you can see here, he was speaking as well. He continues to be a little bit more cautious. He said that he does have reason to believe inflation will continue. So he's not sure that the inflation story is necessarily done. Last but not least, Fed's Powell looming right in the center of this infographic. He will be speaking at 12:35. So in just over 2 hours from now, I'll cover that for you guys. But certainly something to keep an eye on and be aware of. Donald Trump, it sounds like he just finished his speech here at the UN. Back to you.
Powell at 12:30.
Yeah, Powell in a couple of hours. Well, no, almost 2.5 hours.
I feel like I don't want to be short when he's speaking. I feel like he's going to have.
He
always is pretty positive.
You never really know. I just want to shout out all-time highs here on Rigetti. 9%.
This stock was still long $6.
Yeah, this stock is absolutely ridiculous. Quantum names quantum names have been flying around here, but this one does not have a red day in a minute. I think you're going all the way back to like September 10th. There's now almost 2 full weeks without a red day for Rigetti. That's just absolutely beasting. Control Alt Escape. Is this super chat? Oh, look at that. Control Alt Escape. Down money today. Buy Rigetti will break out here and save me. Oh, so you're buying Rigetti on the breakout. The high that it already broke.
He's telling you to do it, I think.
No.
Oh, he's saying he's buying?
He's buying.
Okay.
30, I mean, it's a high of the day break. I don't like topping tail candles like that for breakouts. And not at this time of the day. I never like breakouts at this time when it's such a massive topping tail. Like if it had gone into that level a little bit differently, maybe. But you're looking for that it's all-time highs in here. It really depends on your time frame. Like if you're like scalping it out in like minutes, then to me, no. But if this is like a break because you're taking it, you're going to hold it for days and weeks. Obviously, that's a bit of a different story when it comes to a name like Rigetti. But the breakout really looked like it was at the 30 level in here, off the consolidation, and then the dip into the prior high. Like that's dip into the prior high. I prefer so much to a breakout play in a situation like this. But I'm looking for this trend to break on Intel currently. So right now, it's holding that 30 again. So I think trading it off the high instead of the 30 level makes sense. But the other thing that's happening is since VWAP, it's got a little bit of a trend now forming into that 30 level. So you've got the same, it's like a wedge pattern. You got the same high into these higher lows. You break down here, then I'm short this again because I think if it loses VWAP, this could really, this could pull right back into 29 even. So either I get it back at 30 or we close under the trend line and look for this to flush here on Intel. I see. Yeah, you made a typo there. You meant, but Rigetti will save you. So you're in at 29.60 and 30, so 29.80. I think that's right. Like long into the 30 level made so much more sense than taking that high of the day break.
All right, more outs coming here for the TQs if it does get to the downside. Yeah, good luck with all of those trades, man. I mean, I hope that, everybody can print no matter what they're looking at, in their portfolios today. Because hasn't been the easiest of days, I feel like, especially with this market being just so damn choppy right here. Let's check out Tesla real quick. So, yeah, Tesla, again, not doing too much here for Tesla. Big Bear AI continues to be the belle of the ball. So we're really super happy with that one. And congratulations to everybody that has that in their long-term or swing accounts. We've been talking talking about that for minutes, so that's a good one. Apple trying to move around again on maybe like a day 2 or whatever play here for Apple, because yesterday we broke through 250, holding out pretty good considering right here today, as there's been some names that have been downside, right, including a bigger one like Oracle that's had to move down today, down 5%. Really like that name, but it's just, again, you're caught in the TikTok headwinds or tailwinds right now. I don't know which way that wind is blowing. I mean, as Trump needs to get all that figured out there for TikTok, is there a deal, isn't there? But Oracle's the name that always gets mentioned. So I believe that there is some love there for Oracle in that deal. Right now, DraftKings not doing a whole heck of a lot. Just trying to get this organized. We only have 1 minute left. Hopefully it's not raining. We'll make our way over to the pool, get a little bit of a workout in on the midday. There you go. Yeah, bot. Yeah, same way as kind of Mason right there. That's what I've been saying. Like, you know, the BBAI army over here, we're long, you know, between $4 and $5, somewhere in that range. So if you get an $8 move, I think, or up to $8, I think that's worth taking some profit, because, you know, I don't want to use Opendoor as an example. I mean, but Opendoor is kind of an example. We've already, you know, seen some of these highs. Big Bear AI has been up here before and came back in. So that's why when we're talking about BBAI, we have to make sure that we are very, very careful. Like, my plan of action, remember, was 650, 750, 850. All right, and it's been really working out just for doing that. That's similarly to what we did the first time. It's exactly what we did the first time. And there's 850. So we, again, sometimes you get lucky, like getting out at 850, that could have ran to 10. So that's our next call. So we're long down here. We've gotten out. There it is. There's 650 was 2 days ago. 750, 850 is our next call. I'm lowering the shares I'm getting out at 850 from 15% down to 10%, just to see if we want to get going there. So I'm gonna try that play, and hopefully we can get a nice little runner there on Big Bear AI for the rest of the day. But it's now 11 o'clock. I'm only in the TQs, and right now, man, the NASDAQ, she'd be giving it up. So there it comes nicely down into the downside. So let's see right here. If we can bleed a little bit lower, we're all over this one right now. Thanks for watching. Anything you want to, you got Intel?
Well, I do have Intel at that 30 level again, but I was actually going to mention BBAI as well. Like, it's a super strong stock today, but it looks like it's potentially going to lose 8, and then that volume weighted average price comes into play if it loses the $8 level. And one more for you, because I saw Gemini Space, I mean, whatever, these guys did a Gemini Space Station, but that's not what everyone's going crazy about this stock for, because they're another crypto play here. But Gemini up 6%, huge volume spike. I tried to find news on it, but there was a volume spike just a couple of minutes ago. I saw no news story in particular. Maybe it's something technical in here, but just keep an eye on Gemini, as that is absolutely flying to the upside. It's runner's kind of day. You know, like whether it's Virgin Galactic or Rigetti or Big Bear AI and now Gemini, the market itself isn't running, but certainly a lot of runners going. Let's get you guys over to the midday. It's Joey Options, and it's Sharif Long, MVST, and NUAI. New AI, let's call it what it is.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I like how we go from that side to this side. Hey, you know, he takes care of business, baby. Shout out to everybody. Where is everybody at? Let's shout out everyone. Come on, guys. Throw your name in the chat if you're newer. Bob Stevenson and Oxlong.
Ooh, okay.
Shout out to Grant Ratcliffe. Let me see if I can read that. I know I can't read that, Joey. I tried. There's some letters I still don't know.
Okay.
Shout out to Casa and Gin Vesting and Picky Eater, Robert, Isaac, and what kind of day would it be if we were not joined by Hangry Wife? Shout out to Hangry Wife and Miggy, Mog, Mo. We got Buffalo Soldier and JG. Grateful for Bitcoin, my man. We got Yannick. We got Drufus beyond their controls. Right back at you, baby. LFG, Carter, Q Bruce, Roger Noonan, and Front Porch Trader. Fantastic name there. Devin Juarez. We got Lone Hustler and Chango Cuevas, sorry, butchered that. M. Butler and Dan the frickin' man. I love it. I see that one. Andrew Chow. We got Waleed. We got Danny. Mac, SWP, Crypto, C. We got Fly Guy Hashe.
Ooh.
Okay. Who else, man? We got Ash. We got Caleb Gonzalez, Nestor, Werewolf. One more here, Joey. Let's see who we got. Who's got the interesting name? I'm looking. Cheese Wizard. All right, I loved Cheese Whiz as a kid, so Cheese Wizard gets the round of applause. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning. Yeah. I was never a big fan of Cheese Whiz, man. A bit full disclosure. Do they still make that? Do they still make that garbage?
You know what? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know.
Hopefully not, man.
They do make it. Katina Man confirmed it's still being made.
I don't know, man. Get rid of the Cheese Whiz. All right. Yeah. All right. What do we got going on? What are we gonna trade? Let's take a look at anything. Nothing spectacular on this morning, guys. So we tried IonQ. That didn't work out for us. And then we took a stab on NVDL. NVDL. Excuse me. And that didn't want to cooperate either. So that's it. We take those couple trades, didn't work. We're going to be patient, wait for some quality setups. There was some opportunities, but you guys know that we had a little bit of power issues. But aside from that, let's find something. Let's stay in sniper mode. Plenty of risk left on the day, and it's nothing bad, right? We're not too worried about a couple losses here and there because we can get that right back immediately, right away. And I'm curious to what you guys are looking at. I'm relying on Gorev, Los Pollos, and my guys in there to start pointing out some signals just in case they do see anything. So other than that, patience. When we get back from Sharif, what we will do is the upgrades and downgrades, and then we'll go through some open interest and what we got from a call volume standpoint.
All right, guys. Here's what we're looking at right now. We're involved in a couple of trades. Sorry about that. REPL. We just got into this one. Pulling into that 3 mid-80s. I'm looking for this one to hold up at 380 where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. We'll see if it does. We're also, as Neil mentioned, in NUAI. Looking for this one to hold the dollar and work its way back up, possibly, into the high single digits. Ideally, though, into the mid double digits. I'm talking about 15, 16. That's the high day, currently 15. But I'm still very much aware of this lower high pattern that we've been putting in ever since making said 115 high. So let's see if we kind of get that continuation, or are we just going to, is this going to be the midday drop? Right? Because we've been seeing this a lot more lately. The small cap gappers are not as aggressively strong to the high side as they were, say 2-3 weeks ago when we saw the crypto hoarding companies really, everybody was hitting triple digits on the day. So that is not the case. So we need to trade the market in which we find ourselves in. So that's my look right now. So involved in a couple of names. REPL doing nothing over here. We're in at 87. It's showing me 87. So break even on that one. NUAI, we've had 3 beak wetters all the way up into 105. That 106 order goes unfilled. So those are the ones I'm involved in, but that's not the extent of what I'm looking at. We've got 8 on the side, so let's go through them. Already introduced you into NUAI and REPL. Let's talk about ASTX. A bit more expensive. It's not, a single digit name or a low double digits, but it's like 33.15 at the moment. Been very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5 and up about 21, 22%. NEXT looking at possibly flat top breaking through 2.25. I'll look to see if I can set up on this one with a possible out below 10. So we'll have to risk about 8 pennies. We'll go through the others as soon as we get back from Madeira.
I just want to let you guys know, Trump just finished his remarks. Also, here's the U.S. dollar against the Brazilian real, actually dropping here. Trump did talk quite a lot here about Brazil in front of Brazilian President Lula, whose speech immediately preceded Trump's. He said that there will be strong tariffs on Brazil, is what Trump said during this speech. He also said that he has, quote, excellent chemistry with Lula. So keep an eye here on USD BRL. Again, USD trading lower against the BRL as we get these comments. Apparently, I'm also seeing here commentary on X. Brazil's stock exchange is doing quite well today as well as we get this commentary. Back to you.
Let's continue on before your boy Joey Options goes through the upgrades and downgrades Assassino. So let's continue. POET, this is very strong as well, but it feels like it is topping out here at 620. At the moment, it's at the 10 EMA. Looks like a nice bull flag with a bit of a bullish twist. Surprise, surprise. What I mean by that is the flag component is not tilting down. In fact, it's tilting up through higher lows. So this one could be an interesting one here, especially if it holds on to the 10. It's not up big. It's only up about 19%, but trend is holding nicely. And then this is the one that I didn't take my shot on. I don't know. I didn't really believe in it. BKKT, this had all sorts of price action yesterday, popping out on news right at 8 a.m. and generally holding, the majority of the gains popping up into 1475. I love that look because this morning, 1475, yesterday's close, ended up being today's support. At least it was in the pre-market. We haven't needed to test that support since the pre-market because, well, we're trading at $18 at the moment. But this one also held the 10 EMA like a glove. You could also look at it from previous area of resistance acting as support. Case in point, 1750, we reject. We go all the way up into 18.25, come back down, test. That 1750 again holds. So it's a bit more expensive of a name, high double-digit name, but I think it will present opportunities. If it does, I'm all game. I'm talking about BKKT. Last but not least, MVST. I'm 0 for 1 on this one. I tried to get in at the 10 EMA on the 5. It lost it, and then it lost even more, losing the 20 on the way down now to the volume-weighted average price sitting at 4.25. I don't actually mind trying to take a trade off that 4.25, but just the speed with which this one lost the bid does concern me. From 1450, we up all the way down into 425 in the same time that it took us to rise like a quarter of that range. So it's obviously very aggressive to the downside as people look to take profits. We're going to pause for a second, and we're going back to Adara.
ULR and watch, Sharif, this might be up your alley. It's about a $5 stock. Not a ton of volume. We just got a big volume spike, though, for KULR, especially relative volume. The chief technology officer of the company is posting on X. I guess they had a big milestone. They're sharing that their Cooler One Air drone battery platform is ramping up production in Texas. So Texas production ramp up for KULR, continuing to increase in volume here, though it is still struggling to break above Friday's high. Back to you.
All right, guys. Yeah, thank you for that very much, Dara. Let's take a look at what we got going on the list here. We're going to go through these pretty quickly, and then we'll get into the options talk. So Nike getting that upgrade. These are all price target raised here on the upgrade. So TSLA Advisory Group raising that Nike price target to $75. Amazon's moving here, guys, starting to recover a little bit of his losses. Tesla by Mizuho getting that price target raised to $450. And then we have Cap by Citigroup also getting that price target raised. And then Google also to $285. We like that. And then LIN, Lineage there by JP Morgan Chase, lowered to $43. Symbotic, $35 by UBS Group. And then Lululemon also getting that lowered to $195. Wendy's, I happen to like Wendy's a little bit there, getting the downgrade as well. Now, let's move forward and take a look at some of the call activity. Yes, that is correct. The volume on this week's expiration cycle, that was yesterday, so don't forget it resets every day. The open interest does not. Now, 414,000 contracts traded at that 185 strike price. Yes, that's 41 million shares just alone at that specific strike price. That's quite a bit of volume right there. And then we also had the NASDAQ. So that's obviously going to be correlated with NVDA. That's substantial size on yesterday's expiration cycle, 198,000. Open interest, relatively light, only 10,000 there. Now, Rich Tech Robotics, continuous breakout. Now, this is an expiration cycle, not until October the 17th at that $5 strike price, where you could say, Joe, that's not a lot of volume there. But relatively speaking, that's quite a bit. We have 11,600 contracts there. Open interest, 10,500. Now, there goes IBIT on that bounce. Yeah, so there it is. I'm just going to try to avoid the crypto space because I'm just holding a bias. I want it to go up, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so now let's take a look at Tesla. I like that one. TSLA we'll use. Nice hammer candle. Is it isolated? Absolutely not. But let's keep an eye out on it anyways, just in case it does get a little bit of a pullback, holds these lows, and then we can get that bounce back into the volume weighted average price. But we want to zoom out and take a look at the daily. It's been on a pretty big run, right? Like if you go from this breakout day to where we're currently trading at, 25%. I wouldn't be surprised if it slowly starts to cool down. And if you look at it from a daily perspective as well, are you in territory where it looks like it's going to break out from an intraday standpoint or even have a big possible rebound? Right now, the answer for me is no. Could I be wrong? Hopefully so, especially if you're taking those longs, but that's what we got our eyes on. TQ is relatively choppy as well, guys. We'll take a look at the overall market. I know Katina Man was short earlier, and yeah, it's pretty choppy, so you get some nice moves, but it's just a nice base at 103.92. Keep an eye out on that. I got my eyes scanning everywhere. We're gonna go over some of the top volume names, and with that, maybe we'll find a potential trade tree.
Oh, there we go. Corey Ewan already dropping cash in the chat. My man Corey, my guys Sharif and Joe, give me good news on DraftKings. Still holding 47.50 call, November 21st contracts. Should I hold my peace and be patient? I know we looked at this for you yesterday, but let's have a look again today, see what's going on with Donkey Kong over here at DKNG. All right, what are we looking at? What's the current pattern? Okay, well, I like this rounded bottom, and we've seen this rounded bottom on prior occasions, Corey, lead to some higher highs. I'm talking about this nice little rounded bottom back early July. I'm also talking about that mid-August rounded bottom again that led to local area highs. So we're below the 10 at the moment. I don't really want to use the moving averages over here because you get in trouble when you use moving averages in consolidative areas, and that's exactly what this is. So, yeah, I like it. 47.50 calls. Joey, you give him your opinion with respect to the option strategy, but I happen to like this particular area as an area of support. I'm talking about that low 40s area. It seems to be holding up multiple times. I also like the rounding effect. The rounding seems to lead to higher highs, sort of that oscillation that we see, you know, with some of these stocks. So I like the TA on this. I don't see anything that would really scare me out of a trade, but your boy Joey Option is going to have to comment on the nature of the options trade.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so November 21 contracts. We'll take a look at that. And see what we got cooking up. There it is, DKNG. I mean, I like this, man, personally. So we're going to go over to November. Actually, we'll just take a look at what we got going on from the at the money. 47.5s there. Not much volume on this week's expiration cycle, but let's go over to the November expiration cycle. There is some size at that 45 strike price. 47.5, nothing. 50, you got 9,000. So that's a positive sign. Maybe you'll get the magnet effect there. We're going to go over to the October 3rd expiration cycle. Nothing substantial. So 9,000 open interest on that November expiration cycle. Maybe you get the magnet effect and head up towards that $50 level. Now, what I was about to say to beyond their control, choose your words carefully, my friend, because in Sparta, everyone is held accountable. So when you say 44, no, I'm only messing with him. He said 4,400 on Ethereum by the end of the week, and I'm holding him accountable. So essentially is what I'm taking a line from 300. In all seriousness, let's take a look at something else. Tesla, got my eyes on that one. You can see that the market is struggling to break and hold the volume weighted average price. So there it is. Maybe you want to short at the top, range bound, get in at the lows, vice versa, whatever you feel more comfortable with, going long at those lows and getting out at the top end of the range until we start to find a more definitive direction. What I would want to see is volume step in, and either way, you get that 5-minute open above the range. Maybe you can go that way, you get the 5-minute open below the range, and maybe you head to the south. So that's what I got my eyes on. I don't mind sitting on my hands for a while, waiting for that prime time setup.
All right, man, I like it. I'm just setting up an order over here for NXXT. We'll see what this one does. All right, guys, let's just cut the crap. All right, GEMI is breaking out. It's breaking out quite aggressively over here. $23 area low. It's breaking through 26, and it's on the way to 26.5. It's not a big percentage-wise, only 12 3/4, going on 13. But it's it's pretty parabolic and pretty unabated to the quarterback. Shout out to my football fans out there. Here we go, showing 26 and change. I don't want to punch in. We're well extended away from the 10. The 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me $25. We're printing 26.5. To me, that's screaming extended. We're going to have to pack our patience on this one. I don't mind getting in, but it's going to need a pullback. It looks like it wants to take out that $0.50 right now, though. So that's that trade. I also got into NXXT. This one feels like a flat top break waiting to happen above 225. I've gotten in at 24s. I've set up some dip trades over here to account for a nice up move, but We'll see if we can get something on this one. NXXT is the ticker, but look at Repel Go. This one's certainly not repelling, but more like propelling, baby, to the high side. 394. We just got into the high of the day. Let's set up another beak wetter at this on this level. We're going to put 97s and see what comes of that. Okay, BKKT. Several outs on this one, but now it's zigging and zagging, right? I was looking for a VWAP hold. We're getting a VWAP hold, but it's not exactly rocketing back to the upside. So anything below the volume weighted average price, which is currently 17.15, or around 17, mid-teens, anything below that, it ends the trade for me because it will have been a breach of my rules trading these small cap gappers below the volume weighted average price. So let's see if this one wants to rocket back up. I've layered some order here in the 80s to see if we can take a bite out of that one. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. So those are the ones I've got on at the moment. NXXT not doing much. We still haven't taken any prints on that one, but I'm optimistic. Going back to GEMI over here. Okay, now this is why I didn't want to punch in at the $0.50. A little extended to me. It looked like on the 5, and I think I'm pretty accurate on that because here it comes back into that whole dollar level. I'm talking about 26s. It is finding some support at 26, but that $26 level is still $1 higher than where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, which is still hanging out at that $25 area. Now, you could have done one thing here. You could have punched in right at 26 and put a super tight stop below 26 low.
Punch any keys. I don't tell you what size to take or anything along those lines, man. It's 110% you. Pat yourself on the back. Continue to do that great work, and don't forget, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything like that. Win big, lose big. Ride that wave, continue to rock and roll, and then when you realize that things aren't working out how you want, you size down a little bit. But 40 contracts, I love seeing that. That's big time size. AMD 163 breakout, says my guy Pathic. I did take that hammer candle. Tesla 3 minutes, says Gorev. Bang. He's in on that one. It's starting to work out there. So you're rocking and rolling, man. What a grind, what a grind. Okay. You got to take the shots. Hey, I got to take it. I got to give it to our guy Gorev, man. He's a shooter. He'll take those shots. It doesn't even matter what it is. He's involved in it. So good luck there, my friend. Yeah, and continue. And he's in UNH as well, too.
That's crazy.
So bang. Oh, man. Who is it? Pathic raking in 5-digit days. Gorev rocking money. I'll send you guys my email. You can e-transfer me your boy a little something. No, I'm obviously playing, man. Obviously, enjoy that. And as I often say, don't spend it all in one place. All right, so what else do we got going on? This is what we were going to do here, Sharif, before I send it back to you, my brother, is... What's on, brother? The Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. Yeah, we lost 12-4 last night, so I'm just riding away. Yeah, what a butt whooping we took. Yeah, Nvidia, that was not fun, man. I was so mad. It wasn't even funny. Soundhound looking pretty good. INTC, RGTI. Ooh, okay, Rigetti. You want to stick with the strong names. IonQ is what I had my eyes on. CLSK, Clean Spark over here, continuing its move. What has Palantir been doing? Oh, okay, we got a little bit of a signal there. No volume supporting it. Maybe we'll wait for a pullback to about 50% of that wick. It feels more than 50%. then we're at a dodge there, Strafe. We're not going to be worrying about that potential long. AMD, grind, QuantumScape, what are you up to? Coming back in. Rivian, not doing too much either.
All right, guys, NXXT and double XT, let's just call it that. Did flat top break for now? We've got several prints. I know they're super convoluted. They're overlapping because they are tight. They're awfully close together. But let's keep an eye out on this one. I still have ambitions for this one to try to take out the high. The high is 239. But let's go back to GEMI over here because it seems to have found a bit of support. Double bottoming into 26. Can we get some continuation? Now, see, it hasn't respected 26 strictly, and that's what concerns me. So if I put an out at 26, I might get wigged out, but that's the cost of doing business. That is the cost of doing business over here. So we do have a lower high and a lower low on this current candle. So maybe I shouldn't be so gung-ho to jump in, all right? It looks like it is holding at 26, but the candle pattern is not exactly a glowing endorsement to go long at the moment. Guys, I know the position board is out.
My friend, anything for you. All right, Joe, can you look at NVDA options chain and see where the more upside or downside to? I have 66 calls, 35K in profit right now. Trying to find where to exit. All right, man, you guys are rolling in the dough, man. You guys, all right, you guys are looking at rolling. All right, now let's see what we got going on from the chain this week's expiration cycle. I'm curious to when they expire. I mean, if you're 35K in the money, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be against taking a little bit of profit, locking that in and enjoying the rest of your September. But there it is, 85 strike may be in the works, right? So that 182.5, 185. Let's actually kind of correlate it with the chart here as well too, so we can see. We're going to get an in-depth look because you got some cash on the table, and we want to have the best idea possible to try to paint the clearest picture. Now, where did we knock into? 184. So we slightly rejected the previous all-time high. We're starting to form an inside day here, but I wouldn't be surprised considering this engulfing print. Like, the thing is, though, so I'm taking a couple steps back here, is that the volume isn't, it's strong, it's good, it's displaying itself, but I would want to see it more isolated, considering the amount of volume that we put in via contracts yesterday and even shares during that breakout. I would like to see a little bit more there as you punch through. I was thinking that you get that open above 185 and then continue its move, but now we're sitting on an inside day. Personally, I don't know your expiration cycle, but I'm still, if it's further dated out, if it's a leap, whatever it may be, I'm holding this. I'm continuously holding. Lock a little bit of profit in. You're selling near the highs. You can't ever go wrong with that. Sell 20%, 30%, or whatever you're comfortable with. hold the rest for that for the all-time high break, which I think it's almost inevitable it's going to happen at some point. You just don't know when specifically. Sure.
All right, guys, RCAT. You guys keep yelling about RCAT, so let's take a look at RCAT. This is, it's a repeat offender. It's one that we know about, one that shows up multiple times. It had a decent day yesterday right from the open, got up into about that 1170 area, and today having an even better day, up into 1290. RCAT is the ticker I'm talking about. And this one has got a lot of strength, man, and a lot of respect for the 10 EMA, where it just made its way down now right into that 1265 area. So this could be an interesting area to pick it up. It certainly was when it picked it up, when it got into the 10 EMA at 1105. It was a great pickup there, and then right back up it went. So we'll be keeping tabs on that. I think Windows is one of the best operating systems ever. It never glitches. It's so good. So we'll keep. Hold
on.
Bro, it's. If Microsoft was only based on Windows, this thing would be like a $10 million market cap.
Yeah,
it's hot garbage.
So you're calling it a small cap, a super micro cap.
Yeah, well, obviously Azure is what it is.
Yeah,
right?
Azure is what it is.
But
you like
Windows
iOS more?
So bad.
You like iOS more?
It leaps and bounds better, bro. It doesn't glitch like this. Anyway. All right,
rant over.
Sorry.
Rant over.
Yeah, rant over. It's just so crap. If I was Katina, man, I'd be dropping S-bombs all over the place right now. But yeah, this is, it's no good. Anyway, so we're keeping tabs on that, guys. Nothing for me to report on. I got back into BKKT. I'm looking for this one to hold a VWAP. It does seem like it's putting in some lower highs, but it also has these bottoming tail candles that keep making me feel that the buyers are stepping in at this level. But it's not cooperating at the moment, so I may end up going 0 for 2 on this one, despite the fact that we had several beak wetters nicely to the upside, but it does feel like the sellers possibly are in control now. If it loses VWAP, that will be my last trade on it, though. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on at the moment. Nothing else doing on this one, so we'll continue to report to you guys. But just keeping my eye on Rappel, BKKT, and NXXT, Joey.
All right, beautiful stuff. Okay, shoot me straight, as my guy obviously likes, straight shooters only. I think SMCI is going to moon, 50 call, 10 contracts, average $1.40, October 10th expiry. What are we thinking? Darius Golden, man. I'm glad to see you back up in here. $50 call options, Let's see what we got going on this expiration cycle. Nothing substantial from a size standpoint. Now let's take a look at the actual technicals on that. What is that? All right, let's see. Boom. We're gonna go over to the daily. And if you think this thing can moon, okay. All right. So I don't hate it, but I don't love it either, right, Darius? So essentially what I'm looking at here is that you have this bottom, you have this consolidation V move to the top side. Now let me give you some other examples of this specific pattern that I'm referring to. Is it as clean as the other ones? Absolutely not. But let's just do this here quick. So you have the sorry, Sharif, bear with me a minute, my friend. No, I'm rocking and rolling here, so give me a couple minutes, course, and then boom, and then we're gonna go rock and roll here again. So this is essentially what I'm getting at, is that you get this V-shaped stuff, right? Okay, so now let's go and look at some other examples, and that's gonna be in the likes of Tesla. All right, so we went over this a long time ago. Same identical pattern, right? So let's zoom in over here. Consolidation, V bottom consolidation, leg higher. All right, want me to give you one more example? Okay, cool, I will. So there it is, another example. Consolidation, V-shaped pattern, consolidation, boom, you move higher. Is that going to be the instance in SMCI? I don't know. You have to be patient, wait and see. Where is your risk profile? Now let's go back and take a look at the actual underlying asset you're referring to. I don't know where you're in from. You have those 50s, so you're buying them out the money. I wouldn't give it very much more room. $43, I'm out of there. It's either gonna climb higher or it's gonna pull back into the middle of this range and potentially head south there, my friend.
All right, Bovin keeps yelling about ADVM, and he's accurate, man. This is looking awfully good at the moment, so let's pull it up, ADVM. Here it is. And it's right at $5, $5.19 high. The 10 EMA is at 450, VWAP's at 480. So it's one of those anomalies where the 10 EMA is below the volume weighted average price as a result of the quick price descent. But it's doing the dance with absolutely no undergarments at the moment with that $5 area. So I'm continuing to watch here above, and this is not going to be my entry. I have to wait for a technical level to come in or for it to clearly defend $5, which it kind of hasn't at the moment because it's down into the mid-90s, right? So we'll continue to watch this one as the price action develops, but I'm very interested in executing. Sorry, Grant. Yeah, I know. I have tendencies. So yeah, ADVM is the ticker. It's done about 4 1/3 million shares. There it goes, right back above 5. Don't forget, it's a 519 HOD on ADVM, but I have to digress because BKKT just popped up into 60 and I got the beak wet there. So we got back into this one. So let's see what BKKT has to offer here, showing me 64s. I'm waiting at 63. So it'd be nice if it could print, but the spread is what it is at the moment. So we'll keep tabs on that. There is the print. Now I'm waiting next at 73. So let's go ahead and put some more beak wetters on BKKT. A bit to the high side over here. Maybe I shouldn't overstay my welcome a little bit too much, but we're going to throw in that order right there, Joey. So we'll hope for the best there. Back to now, ADVM, as we have to watch the price action unfold here. I came back. I found it below 5. I watched for another second. It's back above 5. My point's been made. It has not cleared 5 by a substantial amount or for long enough to say, yeah, you know, the buyers really are stepping in at 5. I feel comfortable getting in here. So I'm going to continue to let the price action develop a little bit more. Bovin, I don't know how you feel about that on ADVM. Here comes VWAP. Here comes VWAP. We're losing 90. So VWAP on ADVM is 82 or 83. Can't quite tell. Here we are, 85. Do we find support here? We're 83s. And the buyers are stepping in now, momentarily anyway, back up into 86. So keep your eye on ADVM if this is kind of your thing. I'm talking about these small cap gappers. I got to go back to NXXT though, because this one we did quite well on, but it is coming back down. So I'm going to draw the line here at 211 because that's where the volume weighted average price is. It's back at 13s. So I will draw the line at 11 for what's it, NXXT, which we will get stopped out of if it loses. So let's go ahead. And what?
Why? What's up? Okay, what do you... Okay, your mic, you got an issue. You got mic issues. Yeah, all right, sorry. Hey, all right, let's go here. Yeah, I don't know either. So can we look at NUAI? Vaughn Clark. Absolutely. Let's take this off here because now we got that picture in the picture in the picture, and that's never a good sign. I'm posted up on Tesla here at TSLA at 2009. See if we can catch something. It's starting to bounce and move in our favor. Los Polios, hopefully you're still sitting in that pullback. There was the opportunity to get in. Now let's take a look at NUAI, New Energy Digital. Okay, so I mean, from a daily standpoint, you are bouncing off of those lows. Man, okay, this is very interesting stuff. I mean, that's a big time move here, 32 cents, all the way up to almost $1. You're almost getting that 250% return right there, a little bit more. Not too bad of a look. Is that going to continue? Maybe, possibly, but I don't love how that print is closing. You have buyers pushing price all the way up here, and then sellers step in and push it back down, almost closing it as a hammer. If sellers continuously push it lower and it closes as a tighter hammer, watch out. Maybe look to take some off there. 82 cents could be your potential out. Sharif, did you want to finish what you're going over there?
Yeah, I'm punching into Gemi over here because at the 10 EMA, I'm going to risk about 15 pennies. 25, 24 is my out on this one. So we're going to do it live on that, and we'll see what we get. What do we got there? On Gemi, we got 44s. It's showing me 50. Say less. We'll see. We'll take out some there, and then we'll layer some orders for a possible price spike into a nice area high. So we're going to give this an opportunity here on Gemi, despite the fact that it was kind of an aggressive retracement to the downside, and not going to lie.
Oh, wow.
So, let's throw in some orders there. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike back up. Keeping an eye, obviously, on ADVM. This one lost VWAP quite aggressively. It found support at 450, which is where the volume weighted average price is. And then it's got basically the red candle that just closed, this one right here, ended up closing as like a really elongated hammer candle, and it's below VWAP right now. So I'm going to continue to watch this one. It looks like 450 was the level, though. Not a bad look. Let's quickly look at our friend Gemi. Did we get any prints? We just got one. The spread on this one, like many of these small cap gappers today, is really not to my liking. So we're getting in trouble a little bit here with the spread. So we'll have to tighten things up a little bit on these trades so we don't have no problem. So we're not going to go to Adara for crypto. We'll keep it over here as the boys in production get things fixed up there on the mics. Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, so let's take a look at this contract right here. Yes, this is a options contract chart. You go back in time, obviously, now it's at 0 days to expiration, but you could just see the liquidity within some of these names here. There's a lot of open interest at that. There's a lot of open interest at that 668 strike price expiring this evening, and you can see the liquidity, and people love trading these. I mean, if you're a theta seller, then by all means, you're having a great time. So at some point yesterday, this was worth $1, now worth a measly 14 cents. So, ow, party P. Yeah, congratulations on those UNH calls. Let's pull those up for you. What expiration are you in there, my friend? I know you're absolutely, you're almost like an ATM machine over there at this point. You got something there?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
You're almost like an ATM machine at this point there, Party P. Let's find something that's really liquid. I think it's going to be this one here, volume 350 strike. Let's pull it up, boom, boom, and see what we got going on from a liquidity standpoint. It always goes to the 4 hour, so we'll zoom in on the 5 minute, and off to the races go those contracts. At one point, we're $2. This is where the power of the options come into play, Sharif. Like, you have a 145% move in the same session on those contracts. $2.61, now trading up to $6.50. That's 2 hours and 10 minutes, and you're experiencing that type of return. But don't forget, you can get the inverse of that, and that's the power of what we got going on in the options world.
All right, man. We're doing it live on BKKT, but it's just not holding trend. So I'm going to have to get out of this one. It's coming back down into the volume weighted average price. This is the level, previous price action level. I'm talking about 1720. It clearly defended that area, and it's dropping below it. So BKKT got no respect for these levels, little bugger. So we're going to get stopped out of this one. In fact, I'm just going to flatten out here. I'm not going to let it bleed anymore. Also, GEMI also coming back in, losing the 10 EMA on the 5. Not going to give this one any room either. We're going to get stopped out here as well. We're not going to let this one bleed and get into trouble like we did on Friday. So letting that one go, keeping my eye on ADVM, but there's just no continuation. So that's the way that the market is. Sometimes they just come in waves of strength, and then sometimes there's waves of weakness. Currently, we're experiencing waves of weakness, so that's the trade. And we'll just have to kind of accept that as it is. So I'm going to keep my eye on the ones that are actually doing okay. I'm talking about NEXT and REPL. Those are the two that I'm involved in right now. I see you guys talking about ATAI. Let me have a look at that. What's happening here? There's a whole lot happening today, Joey.
What's going on, brother?
Whole lot happening over there.
Text.
Yeah, not bad. ATAI, what's the volume profile on this? Nice, I don't have any volume on it. That's interesting. No worries there. It's just like everything is working. Aces today, Joey. Absolute aces. No, I'm exaggerating. Let me take off this one over here, put in ATAI, see if we can get the volume. Yeah, 11.5 million shares. There we go. This is actually not a bad looking name. Let's include the pre-market action on this.
All right.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye here on ATAI because there's not a whole lot strong. This one looks very strong and respectful of previous areas. Talking about this area 530, that was resistance, ended up being support. Here, we have a very similar area in that 540 area or mid 40s because we kind of consolidated there for maybe about 25, 30 minutes before breaking out into that 560-ish area. So ATAI, certainly going to be in focus here, and we're going to take off that hot garbage BKKT and put ATAI in its place. Is this a NASDAQ or a NYSE name? Are you going to be able to tell me that? Thank you, computer. Good job, buddy.
Hold on, give it a bang there.
Yeah, we're going to give the computer a little tap on the back there.
Yeah.
from its regular scheduled programming.
There you go.
So yeah, this is not a bad looker at all here, Joey, man. 12 million shares thereabouts. We're breaking out into high levels. So let's go ahead and set up a dip trade on this one. It's going to go down into an area it may not come out. Look, it's breaking out as we speak, man. It's taking out into 63, 64. So this dip trade here, maybe into 545, maybe ill-fated and may not get printed at all. So let's just go ahead and throw that on, see if we can get it. If not, that's just the cost of doing business. Joey, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at Capital E, man. Capital E, thank you. Sharif, $2 super, $2 Canadian. $2 Canadian. Couple snow peso right there. Thank you very much for that one there, my friend. Rich boy selling that for sure. Looking at it, it is selling that for sure on today's session. But I mean, it's been on an absolute monster run. So yeah, keep your eyes out there. We're still posted up on Tesla to see if we can get 2010s. Zero chance I'm chasing it. I like what Roger Noonan is saying. It's a little bit more of a choppy session. There goes the NASDAQ finally putting in a new low. Like, look at the consolidation that it put in before it decided to find a definitive path there. Starting to head in towards some key support levels. I would not be selling this support just yet. You obviously want to see the volume step in and then wait for that pullback. Maybe you get that continuation to the downside. With that being said, this stink bid here, I won't call it that, but this bid on Tesla 2010, I'm at 2009s actually via TSLA. Waiting for that to come in, and if it comes in aggressively, I might just remove it because there might be some more downside. I do like that hammer candle, but there it goes, right? Like, we're looking at some UNH calls, bang. From the trough to that peak right here, you're up 244%, big time. But then you just sell literally $90 just like that, bang. Gone within that specific contract. So keep that in mind, guys. Lock in those profits, but even so, big time moves from an intraday standpoint. If you guys want to go over some other options names and we'll do some more options charting, we can always construct some things as well too. What I'm essentially working on here, let's pull it up. We're going to pull on the strategy builder, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the strategies. We're going to set up a vert right here, a little Uzi vert to see what we got going on. I was gonna quiz you, see if you knew what a vertical was, Sharif, but
a vertical spread?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you said vertical. I said vertical spread. I must know, right?
Oh my God!
Hey,
let's go. You've been what have you been doing on
I haven't been reading. I've been sitting.
Yeah,
I've been sitting and listening.
I'm not gonna believe that, but
I swear to God, bro. I swear to God, I would not lie to you about that.
I know you wouldn't. I'm only messing with you, pulling your tail there.
Can I show you something that infuriates me?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Hey, man, that's
Asesino, show him this, bro. This is beautiful right here.
Yeah.
Stop out like a goofy, like an absolute goofy. By manual stop, by the way.
Manual.
And then
so you punched that
up
out
a doll. Yeah, I flattened out.
Oh, man.
I flattened out because of BKKT, and then just right up it goes. That's pure goofy trade.
They were watching you. That's why you got that there. Yeah. So
pure goofy.
As for the vert here, guys, let's just take a look. And actually, no, never mind. Get off this UNH garbage. I shouldn't say garbage. Let's go to this Bitcoin garbage over here. Is actually what I should be saying. We'll get back to our vert spread. And we're going to construct something just so you can see the risk profile on this one. We're going to give it a little bit more room here. We'll go a couple points. So essentially, that's what we're going to be locking in. Let's take a look at the profile right now and see what we got going on. So the probability of profit, your pop, that's something that we always look at here, is 40%, right? But you got to look at your max loss and then your max return. So essentially, you're at a 2-to-1 profit target, right? The profit factor right there, 1.9 to be exact. And that's the beauty of some of these vertical spreads, is that it doesn't necessarily have to be that way, right? What happens is, what you can do is that when the thesis actually starts to work out, what do? You just you buy back your short call, and then that's going to allow you to have that unlimited appreciation within the contracts. Obviously, there's time restraints as well too, but what you can do is that when it starts to work, you just pay the difference. You can roll over and pay the difference between those contracts, but you initially paid a little bit less to construct this system right here. $131 of potential profit. Your max loss is $69, $70. That's the max you can lose. You cannot lose anything more than that. That's the worst case scenario, is those options are going to expire worthless, and that's just a basic vertical spread on IBIT.
All right, bro. Sick. Young and King Road. King Road. Is that Richmond Hill?
King, that's
Richmond Hill, bro, right?
Young and King. That's
Young and
like
King,
that's,
that's
I feel
gotta
like
be
that's like Stouffville. That's up north, man.
It's up north.
Yeah,
I remember King is like
Young
obviously
King.
not downtown King.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's where I'm going tonight then, Joey. We'll,
right.
we'll have to see what the situation is.
I feel like that's like
there.
in that. It's not really quite Innisfil yet, but like in that Holland Landing, maybe.
No, Innisfil is a bit more west because you got to take the 400 for that.
Yeah, you gotta take that. Yeah.
You would know about that because that's your stomping grounds. Bradford's right around those parts.
Yeah.
All right. If you're not from Toronto, sorry for that little sidetrack there. But guys, I'm keeping an eye on ATAI. Where are we going tonight, Ozan? I'm coming to your place in Dallas, brother. And I want to go to the Ford Center. Neil, it's called the Ford Center, right? The Cowboys training ground. It's called Ford Center. What do they call it? Ford Place? Ford Center? Pretty sure it's called the Ford Center.
Shout out Dallas.
Yeah. I want to come there, Ozan. I heard they got a 5-star restaurant up in that place.
Oh.
And you know what they say, right? The host greets. So you'll be the host, Ozan. And then you can come stay at Joe's place. That'll be my payback to you.
I thought you were picking him up. I thought you were getting him from the.
Oh man, that's great.
man,
Shout out to OG Ozan, man. Gotta go beat up someone or alpha. Nah, man, that's how you find yourself catching charges. And trust me, you'll catch them pretty quick around here. I will pay 100% for the food. That's pure cap, Ozan. It's a 5-star restaurant. God knows what the bill is. But thank you. You're a kind soul, brother. Make sure to if you're ever in the Toronto-ish area, and by that I mean, you're in the Buffalo area. I don't know what you'd be doing in Buffalo, but anywhere near Toronto, man, make sure to reach out, Ozan. And we'd love to have you, obviously, come and visit the office, take a look at things and stuff. You've been a viewer for a long time. Shout out to the OG.
Yeah.
All right, Joey.
Yeah.
REPL is doing okay, but it seems to be bull flagging here south of 4, so I went to beat quickly at 95s. I have a sneaking suspicion this one might lose trend, so we'll keep tabs on that. Same kind of look with NXXT. I was very biased. This one had a flat top breakout through 2.25. It did break out, but didn't have that continuation. So if it loses VWAP in the 212 area, that's going to be the end of the trade. But I've been waiting for a long time here for a dip trade on ATAI, and at least for the moment, it seems to have maybe found a bit of a local top. 563 high, coming dip back down into the mid 550s. I'm waiting in the mid 540s for a dip trade on this one. I'd like to see how this one sets up. It's got respect for prior areas of resistance or support, holding them as a new level. So if that's the case, then I want to use this 545 area as a base in order to get in. So we'll keep tabs on that as well. The OG Bovin bringing to my attention another small cap gapper that's got a good move on it at the moment. Hopefully this one holds up a little bit better than ADVM. And obviously I'm not holding anybody to anything because nobody knows how these ones are going to act. But ZSPC. Breaking out, it's got a topping tail candle in the pre-market. It looks like an institutional level print at 805, but it has about 170,000 shares for that candle. Just to give you by a comparison, this current candle has about 2.5 million shares. So I would put a lot more stock into the price action of this current candle than the 8 a.m. candle. Alas, we are still below that prior or that pre-market high. That pre-market high is 232 with the official high of day being 231. That can't be by accident, as shorts or profit takers are probably looking at wetting the beak there. We're talking about ZSPC. It's up about 44%. I'm going to keep my eye on this one as it comes back into local area highs. We're going to Adair.
And keep an eye on VRT, Vertiv Holdings. This one dropping. Microsoft announcing new cooling system for their AI chips, reportedly. This came out again about 5 minutes ago, but VRT's been dropping more or less since the open, so lots of weakness in Vertiv, near day's lows. And to be fair, though, still well above yesterday's lows. It looks like we gapped up on this. Back to you.
Wow, look at that rocket up.
Rocket. Mike P, what's up, brother? Yeah, ram it on. I love. Okay. So you're over there surfing. Glad Mike P, the riders in the house, man. I don't know what it would be without that guy here, Mike P, big rider, big rider. Yeah, that guy,
get it, Mike.
I would love to meet that guy in person, man.
He's got good vibes.
Yeah, he's a character.
I like
him.
him.
There's no questioning that. All right, let's see what else we got going on. I removed my bid on Tesla. That thing's gone. I was just below this support level range in case there was a wick, and then you get that 20 cents to move to the top side. So Let's see what we got going on. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a grind. Look at what the Nas is up to here. Grinding. So yeah, just pure eastbound, and I can't even say eastbound and down at this point there, Neil. But one thing to note. Kenny, like Kenny Powers? Yeah, I know you're a big Kenny Powers guy. So over there, TQs, sideways movement. Top end of the range you're selling, bottom end of the range you're buying into. Let's see how long this consolidation is going to go on throughout the session. I'm looking at Amazon still. I have my eyes on that one. You got the pop above the volume weighted average price, and then you're heading back down. So keep an eye out on that one. Natalia, what's going on, Natalia? Can you look at NVDA? Do you think it struggles at 180 level due to OI? Yeah, so we were going over this. I forget who it was, posted a super chat. We're going over that. I think it's only a matter of time until you hit that the all-time highs. It's just when. So what you want to keep an eye out for, and I like that you pointed out the open interest, is where is that going to roll over? If and when it does, or if they're going to just allow those to expire worthless, and then you can kind of see them lift or decrease on the following expiration cycle, and that can tell you a lot. The size is reduced, then maybe you have a little bit more free roaming to the top side. Size increases, then you can look at it as a potential call wall. When you run into those levels, look for the hedgies to step in, sellers to step in, and push price below those specific levels so that those contracts can expire worthless there, Shri.
All right, Joey, good luck, good luck. Just working my way into ZSPC over here. We got 17s on. We've wet the beak all the way up into 33s, but it is coming down a little bit over here. So let's see if we can take some profits at these levels as we pop back into the 20s. Again, we've got 17s on at the moment, but it's not exactly rocketing back up. So let's see if we can get some more out over here. Oh God, I love this software. Boom. Right up into the level again. Nice, nice, nice. Going right back into area highs. 27 showing up. Not a bad look right now on Z or ZSPC. Sorry to my American friends out there. There we go. Popping into 27s. Let's go ahead and wait at 28s for a beak wet, and then we're going to wait above the high of the day. I'm going to wait at 34s. There we go. So we'll see if we can get that showing the quarter dollar. I'm trying to focus on this one now, as this one is a lot closer to the day high and a lot more new of a trade, right? The volume really just started coming in at 1140, so it wasn't doing the majority of the volume prior to that. So, you know, you feel like maybe the best part of the trade is not behind it quite yet. So at the moment, we've got 17 zigging and zagging with that quarter dollar, though, at the moment. REPL is coming down a little bit, so I'm going to have to take care of that. Let's see where the volume weighted average price is. It's at 78. How many shares do we have left on Repel? No, we're good to go. We can definitely let this one come down a little bit. So I'm going to wait here at 77s for a possible add. That's my look on Repel, but NXXT got stopped out of that. So we did give back a little bit. I was out of the majority of it, but we will give back a little bit on this one, as it did lose VWAP. So yeah, that's kind of the play today. Let's focus on this one though. ZSPC still hanging out in the high to mid 20s, looking for continuation into the 30s. We've got a candle of indecision right now. So it's got basically no body, and basically, the candle is dominated by upper and lower wicks and almost no body. So there's currently, at least in the current candle, an equilibrium between buyers and sellers. Where do we get out, though? Well, I'm going to get out if it loses the volume-weighted average price, which is showing me 213 or 212, in and around that area. So let's just wait here. I mean, there's nothing for me to do other than to wait to see which way the price action manifests into. Did we get anything over here on ATAI? We did not. But we're still putting in 2 red candles. If we make a first 5-minute candle, we'll make a new high on ATAI. I'm going to punch into this one. But ZSPC coming back down into the 20s, so I have to manage this one. I'll let ATAI automatically fill if it comes back into my level, but I won't give anything back here on ZSPC, so I'm moving my stop to above the volume weighted average price, Joey.
All right, good luck there. Yeah, thank Rivian for pointing this one out. Google, yeah, this one's definitely off to the races here, guys, starting to climb higher. Right, okay, so now we're north of OP opening price. That is 5-minute opening drive. Look at this candle. Boom, you get that move for those orb traders, but right off the bottom, you get that indecision at that low through some key support level. You see this, and then bam, 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 you're off to the races there. So really, really good look. Yeah, we'll take a look at STRL for you right now. STRL, not very liquid. Sterling Infrastructure, let's go to the daily. Oh, who are these guys? Do you know this company? Sharif? Sorry, I know if you're busy there anyways. So 274% from those April lows. I don't even know anything about this name from the technical standpoint. It speaks enough for itself. Wait for those pullbacks to look to get involved. Thomas Kondo, Sharif, is Katina Man long BBAI?
I have no idea, brother. He's not here.
Level scary? No, he doesn't know. I think he's long from like $3 or $4 or something along those lines. 350. So there you go. Not at $8. I think he was talking about his friend who had that there. So not him specifically. SPY is putting in a hammer candle around these lows, but you're not getting that bounce. You have now closed in on more than 50 to 60% of this wick. So I'm going to suspect some more downside, Sharif.
All right, man. Continue to watch ZSPC over here. Nothing doing. It's continuing to be a candle of indecision. I did get a print up into the high 28s, but there's no continuation. So I'm going to have to pack my patience on this one. I've got 14s on, nothing doing at the moment. So we'll just continue to hang out on that. Let's go to ATAI. This one did show me a green candle momentarily. Now it's red and a doji candle, but it did breach prior bar high. But if you got in here, you're already out of the money. So this is a 2-candle red pullback right now on ATAI. What I can do is I can place it at prior bar low, which is 53s. That'll be risking about 5 pennies. Let's go ahead and do just that. So I'm going to get in here, and I'm going to give it to about 52s. All right, here we go. 552, and then we'll have to give it a little bit of room here to the high side. There we go. So we'll just do that, and then we'll layer some orders into the 60s. So that's what I'm looking at there. We'll see if we can get continuation on this one. Yeah, nothing else. Nothing else for me I've got over here, guys. If there are any new small cap gappers, tag myself, Joseph.
All right, I'll take. Hey, send it over here. We'll take it.
Myself or Joseph, and let us know exactly what you guys are looking at, and then we'll cover it for you. But right now, got a few trades on ATAI, REPL, and ZSPC. ZSPC is sort of the most indeterminate, I would say, of the bunch because it's just got a candle of indecision that I can't seem to make out. Chart hustle, T-Doc is not a small cap gapper, brother. Oza and Reddit, I'll take a look at that for you as soon as things calm down. But brother, I got to focus on these small cap gappers. So if you guys have small cap gappers, just throw them my way. Otherwise, wait until everything slows down a bit, and then Joey and I will cover exactly what you guys want us to look at, Joey.
Absolutely. So who was it? Oh, our guy, City Boy 305. No, I don't see a call wall at that $9, right? So we can even go over to the puts. Oh, nothing really there. Open interest, 38 contracts. So like essentially no one is short here. No volume there. All the open interest lays at that $7 and $7.50. So that's your breakout zone. And then this is nothing, right? Like I guess if you want to look at it relative to what these other strikes are, it's about a third, a little bit less than that. So I wouldn't be overly too worried about it. One thing to note is that when names are on big time runs, just don't expect them to continue. You want to be patient and wait for those pullbacks, and that's BBAI. There's a key support level over there, so you want to keep an eye out on this one here. If it does reject that 863, that's where you're going to look for a pullback, and then you get that momentum movement as you punch through some of those key resistance levels there, all right? So keep that in mind. Tesla not doing much, NASDAQ either. Let's go over some volume scans here, see if we see anything that we like. What's BM&R up to? All right, so 55, 59, nothing there. BM&R coming in, still holding up relatively well. But guys, guess what? It's time for Neil's lesson of the day.
That could not have come any sooner.
Thank you, everybody. Well, want to make sure we got the lesson of the day in, but I was locked outside, so I was knocking on the door, and no one was letting me in there. I don't know if you heard that, but wanted to make sure we got this one in here. Next time someone just come and you won't have to worry about it. But I don't knock like this little tappity tap tap nonsense. Like you pound on that door when you're trying to get in. But if you're trying to get into trades, sometimes you want to have a bit of a setup. Like UNH today, and we'll get to Big Bear AI. And I said this last week. I know I said this last week. We care about more closing prices than anything else. But when it comes to a continuation trade, there might not be a catalyst on a stock. But when you look at something that you perceive to have maybe made a bottom, like say UNH, or is turned and you're just favoring the long, it was down a couple of days, and you're favoring the long because of this reversal day. There's something about the prior day high that to me, it's not just where it closes, it's also where the sellers won on an up day. Like the sellers didn't win until, or at least take control until 342.5. There's a couple of things you can do with this. Now, the easy one, the obvious one, is to just play the breakout. Oh, so, you know, you wait for it to break out that prior high, you just simply take the long. But there's another nuance, and I'll get to it with BBAI, where it's almost as if it's two trades in one. Because you've got what you think is a bullish reversion play, or like reversal play, let's just call it, where it was down for a couple of days in a row, initiates an update, and you're just looking for a continuation of that. Well, the other side of it is when it tries to go down, and think of the other side of that coin. Well, if the sellers finally won at 42.50, or that's the argument that you can make about the afternoon, well, what happened? It also consolidated off the bottom. Which one had more pressure? Was there more pressure on the top or the bottom? Obvious answer, there was more pressure on the top. This bottom never really got tested at 340, except of a couple of really small dips. The top certainly got tested. So you now have an opportunity knowing, hey, well, we don't know what to make of this $340 level because it didn't put any real tests in. But you should have it eyeballed for what we call the old dip and rip. And when you get that initial move right at 930, breaking the low, and then right away, it regains that bid. Now, it's typically the prior bar is where your entry you want to be in, because it's hard to say, like you're just going to sit in front of a level that you're not sure about, but it's that prior bar in here, about 34.20. It happens to be VWAP as well, and you get that nice continuation play where you're not necessarily waiting for it to break, 340, that $half level, that 342.5, or the pre-market high. You can maybe jump in here, get a good price, be able to get in a little bit earlier. It's also around VWAP, and that's your signal. You're wetting the beak, you're allowing yourself to build into position. Now, UNH might not have been the cleanest example of this, but I would venture to say BBAI gave you a pretty good example of something along these lines. Because BBAI was much, much stronger into that prior high. Like it showed you, if you look at the afternoon levels, you've got your high, you've got your dip into $7. So came in today thinking, hey, long above the $7 level. But the dip and rip, in this particular case, did not even care about that low. If you got it pre-market off 7, fantastic. But as usual, when the move happens early, and the move off 7 was certainly early, there's that profit takers. Maybe some people paid profit taking from the dip buy yesterday. They got themselves 10, 15%. Maybe it's the old, hey, they're going to sell it off a little bit to rinse some people out before it's going to go. But it's that simple, you've got your support level, you've got your prior high. The second it dips in there, you're looking for one thing and one thing alone. Once I see this same area hold, and you can be looking at the tape, maybe you got a 1 minute bar up, maybe like 5 second, something that gives you an entry point to just hammer the long back through, and then you get your big time continuation play. I can't tell you how many times you are going to see upward trends that have this pattern. As a day trader, if it's a continuation from a trending stock the day before, oftentimes that initial push, either right off the open or an initial break at the open, then then an early fade, where it's not going to go until it dips people out a little bit. And if you're not watching for it, and you're just focused on that one stock with a dip and a particular level in mind where you like it to hold, you miss out on that trade. Like you had to be eyeballing BBAI at either, 7 would have been ideal, but when it came right into that prior day high, if you weren't really eyeballing it, it's hard to get that dip buy into the long. And likewise with UNH, in this particular case, if you weren't looking at that dip level, it's great. If you take the breakout, you're absolutely fine. I get that. The breakout trade could speak for itself. But if you're not looking for that dip into that prior support where it at least tests lower, you might miss out on an early trade where you can jump into that thing sooner. Now, it just comes down to, do you have the bias to a continuation long in this case? If the answer is yes, and this is the stock that's a priority for yourself, and BBAI was, then you have a chance to look for that rinse to come in. As long as it holds your level, great, and then you can sniper yourself in. Because those are the types of entries that you can hold all morning. Sometimes you get to hold them all day long. When they've trapped some shorts, when they've gotten some weak hands out, you can see that great continuation. And I say they, Obviously, we know market makers and some big whale traders are doing that shakeout play oftentimes because they also believe the stock's going to run. And what can they do? If they have a ton of inventory and are long lots of shares, well, they can create enough sell pressure by, say, selling for profits and driving it down and trapping some people, knowing it'll help it explode up. If they have 1 million shares, they can sell 50, 60,000 shares, something like that off the open when there's not a lot of liquidity, make it look like it's falling apart, and then next thing you know, it's going to ramp even further because it's got some weaker hands out. It's a patented play. That's why people talk about the open being dirty. But if you're confident in the reversal and the continuation from the day before, then you can spot those levels, see when the selling stock, and sniper right in. But you got to be looking at the level when it happens, be laser focused on that stock right at the open. There's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody, for the rest of the day trading. As always, be safe out there.
Whoa, thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate that. Great lesson of the day. All right, continuing to watch these. I'm in only a couple of trades now. ATAI looking like it's consolidating here a little bit near the highs into 62s. We've got one quick profit taker there, but still above the 10 EMA. Nothing doing on this one. I was trying to also look at ZSPC as this one did pop up into local area highs, but it is putting in what I see as more important lower highs than higher lows. As it continues to try to defend that volume-weighted average price area at 215. Seems to be dropping off aggressively, though. GEMI also with a bit of a bull pennant look over here. I also had a couple of ill-fated trades over here on this one as I tried to get in on a move back up to possibly about 26 bucks, but I got stopped out again on this one as it did wick below 25.40. But it does seem to be like a bit of a compression pattern happening with higher lows and lower highs, so it's going to be basically how this one ends up resolving. The textbooks say in the direction of the trend. We'll have to see how this one goes, Joe.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it's looking like there. We got that inverted hammer there, City Boy 305. We're going to keep an eye out on that one, just in case it is a false break. You can see that the market is starting to come back in as well, too. So the SPY is significantly weaker than the NASDAQ, so watch out for that catch-up trade there. What was I going to do? I was looking at something specifically, just to double check and make sure. So yeah, we got Powell at 12:35. So in approximately 20-something minutes, we're going to see what JP has to. Maybe what's going on here, he's going to add a little bit of influence into this market, considering it's just sideways here. Boom. And then we'll also take a look at the SPY to see what we've got cooking up on those ends and see how significantly weaker it is. One thing that we haven't done yet today is Sharif. Gone over the top performing sectors of the session to see what we got cooking up over there. Chef Joe, shout out to Chef Joe as well. So, all right, we're getting a little bit defensive here, my friend. The energy sector, yes, the energy sector up 2.25%. Real estate up about 0.5%. Then we have the healthcare sector, 0.5% as well, too. We may as well go over the communications. We're up 0.4, and then we have the utilities holding on by a thread, up just a little bit less than 0.1%. Now for the bottom three, we have the industrials down 0.25, technologia down about 0.4, and then consumer discretionary down 0.6. Now as for the major averages this week, leading the way after the rate cut, yes, you've got it correct, is the IWM. Up 2.8%. Now the NASDAQ only up about 1.25, and then we have the Dow 0.8, and then the SPY, the weaker of the four, only up about 0.4, closer to 0.5% there. Ooh, market really starting to bleed here, guys. Let's wait, be patient, wait till Jerome comes in, he says something, we get the volume to step in that we're looking for, and then maybe we can get a little bit of a rebound play, keeping our eyes sitting on our hands, waiting for JP.
All right, there it goes again. I'm talking about GEMI right back into that highs, really showing that compression pattern that we're speaking about. It's a bit spready. It's about 8 pennies at currently. I've seen it as wide as 22, at least just from my observations. It's coming back into that $26 area again. So decisions to be made here. Now, I tried to pick this up where I thought support would be, and I completely got it wrong. So I really need to take my time to make sure my entries are sound on this. And I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we need to be more around that 40 to 50 penny area, not in the 80s. So that's just how I see that. But RCAT is coming into the volume weighted average price. RCAT's been basically good all day and was good yesterday as well, coming into that VWAP area, which is right around 12 and a quarter. Here we go, 12 and a third. But we were basically on an unabated downtrend from 12.90 all the way down to the current 12.30, 12.28. We really haven't caught any bids. So this could be a bit of a problem here, VWAP or not. And here we are, moments away from touching the volume weighted average price. Now we're actually at it. So be careful with RCAT if you guys are looking at getting in, because it really hasn't caught a bid. Now I think going on maybe 50 minutes, almost an hour's worth of bleeding to the downside. Continuing to watch here ATAI. I don't know how I just got stopped out of that with a nice little order there. So we'll keep tabs on ATAI as well as this one comes into the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's my invitation to step into this one. And I'd be looking at DCA into 545 just based on the price action resistance initially. So that's throwing that order there. Wait at 546, looking to front run that. One I didn't really speak about at all, and it's been on my side chart the entire day, is ASTX. And this has been bleeding up in the same way that some of the stocks have been trading today are bleeding to the downside. This has been very strong at the day's high as we speak, 34.70, it's up 27 and 2/3%. And it's really slowed down. I mean, it had outsized moves earlier on at 9:30 at that, opening hour trade, but since that time it's been stair-stepping up in a much more orderly fashion, as I said, with a 34 3/4 area high. So I wouldn't be punching in at the highs, but one to note as well. So keep your eye out on that one. I'll keep my eye on GEMI as it's continuing to kind of do that compression pattern that we were speaking about. Let's see if we can get the beak wet here at 55s, and then we'll put in some higher prints on ATAI. I'm still interested in getting in a little bit lower on this one.
All right.
What else are you guys looking at there? I'm just looking for any new small cap gappers. Sharif, did you check out BTQFF right away? I probably wouldn't trade that because I can tell you it's on the OTC by the ticker. Sorry, I had to get it off the stream for a bit. Let's check it, but I probably won't trade it. Here it is. It's BTQQF. 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 Okay. So because it doesn't trade in the pre-market, obviously, because OTC. Good looking last couple of days. In fact, I would say good looking month, at least from mid-September onwards, right? This thing was trading in the 3s, now it's trading in the 7s. This is not a bad looker at all. I don't know if it's an intraday trade though. What's the volume on this? 2.19 million in a $7 name. It's not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. This is really not for me, to be quite honest with you, just given the exchange, given the volume, given the price action. Not my fave, but a good looking stock on a wider time frame. Let's look at the 30. Looks like a nice rounded bottom here into that 2 3/4. We're still below local area highs, and by local, I'm talking about early July. We got up into 8 1/3. Seems like today we're topping out at 7 1/4. I would expect some resistance likely at 8, given all the interactions we had with 8. I want to say mid-July as well as early July as well. So not a bad look. I just don't think it's for me on the day, Joey.
Okay, yeah, look, I don't see anything that Miki's doing there. Just let me know.
What happened?
I don't know, someone's saying they got to go, but
Mickey?
Yeah, Mickey. Mickey, whatever you want to call it, M-I-K.
My dog farted again. Gold will be crashing today. Fa, 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 fa. All right, Mickey.
All right,
what's going on, Mickey? You drinking already, bro?
Yeah.
Take it easy over there,
Is it
Mickey.
5 o'clock somewhere? Sure, where would it be 5 o'clock?
No,
anyway, don't start too earlier.
Safe, I see Sava. Sorry, Joey, let me
Okay, go ahead, brother.
SAVA, I saw it on my scanner, and I was debating whether or not to take out a different one for this. So Cassava Sciences has had a great afternoon move. I'm assuming, let me just double check what the reason was. Cassava Sciences buys 500. I got it here, there, it's fine.
Yeah, the reason, they just bought shares, the CEO.
Yeah, thanks. President and CEO Richard Berry has disclosed purchase of 237, almost 238,000 shares of the company's common stock in a transaction valued at around 534,743. So it looks like some insider buying. It was made between the 18th and the 19th of September. and they rose over 25% as we saw there in the aftermarket, giving back a little bit today, below $3, topped out yesterday at around $3.40. That's the topping tails. The closing prints all got around to $3.20. Talking about Cassava Sciences, certainly off the lows today. Got as low as, I want to say, 2.5, 254 technically. It's back above 3. It's not a bad look, but I'd be concerned about the bag holders from the aftermarket yesterday. I look at the aftermarket price action in the same way I look at pre-market price action. So take a shot at it if you want. I mean, I'm trying to decide which stock to remove here from the side chart. I think ZSPC's lost its steam, so we'll put Cassava Sciences over here and see if we can execute at that level. I want to mention that 1040 price spike as well. We're right there. That's at 306 high. I'm talking about this price spike as well. This over here is an institutional level print at 8 a.m. That popped up into about 311. So Cassava Sciences certainly in focus, Joey.
All right, good look. I like this candle that we're experiencing on NVDA for a potential bounce. Wait for that pullback into 27. Do we have NVDL up here? Yep, so the 87 is what we want to wait for this move back into, so that way our risk profile is slightly more defined. We only have to give it about 10 or 15 cents. Sorry, Ken Charles, I can't go back. I'll keep my eye on that. I'll continuously monitor it. If I see anything along those lines, then you know what's going to happen. But as of right now, we got to focus on what we have going on in the trend. Absolutely, it's intolerable. There's no question about that. So Tesla starting to bounce. It's holding the support level really, really well. See, the thing is, though, we only have about 16 minutes, a little bit more than that, 20 minutes until JP hops on. Oh. And I want to be patient, but I am seeing some things that I'm starting to like, which is a positive sign. We have now closed in about 30% of that candle's wick, so keep an eye out on that. A little bit more downside to NVDA. We're going to avoid it at all costs. IBIT, not too bad of a look here. Boom, boom, boom. So nice hammer candle. You had this indecision print that was beautiful, volume supporting it, move higher, we didn't take it, and now you have another hammer right around those lows. I think this is my green light to go here on NVDL. Let's start relatively small here, Sharif. This is going to be our first position of the day, and let's see if we can start cooking up on NVDL. We're only going quarter risk here. There goes Tesla. What? Bang, you're getting the pop higher. There goes BBAI, pop higher. Fantastic stuff. What is INTC up to? Not much. Okay. So there it is. INTC was forming that bull flag. City Boy, it's still holding up well. You didn't get that break through the volume weighted average price. We like this one. Let's go NVDL. Let's see if we can get that move back into VWAP. That's going to be the primary goal. TQ's bounce, SPY hammer, TQ's hammer, hammers everywhere. Now we're going to Adara. Oh, sorry, no, we're not. We're going to Sharif.
Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. If you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping the management fees down to just 65 basis points, all up until New Year's Eve, baby, December 31st of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging, so you can seek to neutralize the U.S. dollar exposure, providing you performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities that you're involved in. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to them. All right, here we go. We're doing okay here finally on ATAIs. We're taking out some levels, but I'm actually looking at getting involved in a different name right now, adding to my REPL because I see multiple hammer candles off the volume weighted average price. So we'll get in here and we'll give this one to $0.75, so we will not, bleed anymore below that level. So let's go ahead and throw out our stops and enter the requisite share size into that level. So we'll see what this one gives us. Also, RCAT rocketing, Joseph. Rocketing.
Which way is it going?
Off the volume weighted average price. No, I would have used something more ominous if it was going down like I don't know, like it's something bad, Joey.
Yeah, something bad.
But this one is all freaking gas, touches, glances, skins the volume weighted average price, and that's all it needed. Rocketing up 25 pennies super quick right off that 1220 area. Now we're knocking the door of 1250. We've gotten above the moving averages again. So my concern is when you lose the 10 EMA on the 5, sometimes, well, a lot of the times you start using it as resistance. You didn't get that this time here. And RCAT's taking out the $0.50, and it's being bought up quite aggressively now, clearing that 54 penny area, looking possibly at getting into 60s. There does seem to be a little bit of resistance here at the $0.0025, with the high of the day being $12.90. So RCAT back in focus as well. So we'll keep tabs on all of those, but I'm going to really look to be doing but most of my attention, I really want to focus on ATAI and now REPL as we add it into the volume weighted average price, looking for this bad boy to hold up off that level. That's what I'm looking at. Joey, show them what you're looking at, baby.
Yeah, I'm looking at some things here, and I'm also looking at removing Mickey here from the chat.
No, he's still drinking, eh?
Well, I don't know.
Mickey, take it easy, brother.
First of all, someone in the chat told me one of the comments that they made. I personally can't say. I can't, nor am I going to repeat it on here. So if I do personally see it, this is your last warning from me personally, because there's zero tolerance for that whatsoever around these neck of the woods.
Mustache guy will receive a forehead kiss today.
No, but it was something else. No,
who are you, the Godfather, bro? Get your ass out of here, man.
You got to read what Ken Charles said earlier. Ken Charles said above of what they said. So I don't know if it's
oh, he was talking about the OG.
No,
is he talking about the OG over here?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Because if he did, then he's losing his voice.
It doesn't even matter.
You can talk to me about me. You're not talking about the OG, though.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter who you are.
Why do we give this guy so much? Just
yeah, he's getting a lot of credit right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there goes. CoreWeave, just not enough size, man. Not enough size on this one. It's not enough size. More. You're getting that bounce there in NVDL, but that's all right. At least we got some skin in the game. You're long NVDL as well too. Nice bounce in Bitcoin. Nice bounce. Oh my! I gotta pull up the whole 8-seater right here, Sharif.
Crazy.
Look at this one.
Bang. What's happening?
Hammer. What is that? Bang. Hammer. Guess what? Another one. Oh. Another one.
Oh, no.
I don't even have another one. So shout out to Katina, man. He's still is he at the gym still? Another one, bang. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling today, brother. You gotta have some fun with it. Man, why is this one the deepest pullback out of all of them? That's all right, we're gonna look to add. What happened? What? Who said what?
It's just funny.
Who it is?
It's nothing to do with you.
Oh, all right.
No.
Who, Mickey?
Yeah, he's funny, bro.
Mickey Rourke?
He's crazy.
What's he doing? What do you mean? Down. It's not here. Oh,
I think he's funny.
Yeah, you think so? All right. Yeah. Where are you from, by the way? Anyways, I don't care. It's irrelevant to me.
Sorry.
But there it goes. IBIT, nice move off of that hammer low. Oh my days, why is this one the deepest pullback out of all of them? Oh well, that's just gonna give us an opportunity to add, I hope, here. Hopefully it doesn't drag the overall market down, Sharif. Are you all right? Do you need a couple seconds? All right, I give you a couple seconds.
I'm good.
All right.
Man, RCAT, your friend RCAT, Joey, man, is continuing to go here. Oh, baby, look at this greenery.
Yeah, they're gone.
No, come on, he's entertaining.
No,
he's making me laugh. Leave him, Joey.
See his last
Sorry,
comment?
Angry Life, man. I'm having a good time.
You're lucky, Sharif. Is one more though, Sharif. I'm getting to say one last chance. That's it, and then it's right away. It's straight away. Like,
so RCAT's continuing to go, guys. Every time. Excuse me, I look at RCAT, it's like at the top of the range of the current candle. And this is kind of what I'm speaking about right here. Closed out at the top of the prior candle, currently hanging out at the top of the current candle. So RCAT looking real good over here, but I perceive possibly some resistance at the $0.0025, just given how much time we spent over here before we popped up, obviously, and made that area crest into 1290. So RCAT's very strong, very directional, traded carefully as always. But you guys are bringing ARAB. We got that ARAB money to my attention over here. AREB to the high side, trying to take out $1, up 27%. What happened now?
No, nothing. I'm talking Assassino.
105 is the high, dropping below $1 right now. Double top at 105, Joey. He's trying to reclaim the dollar, but I'm going to keep my eye on this one. EMA and VWAP both pointing towards 90 pennies right now. But you know how I feel about these sub $1 names, especially the ones that are actually hanging out at $1 that haven't decided whether or not they're going to trade above or below the dollar at the moment. So let's let this one reconcile and then maybe we'll get back in. But a nice rocket up off that 77 penny closing print yesterday, up nicely 27%. I'm watching RCAT. Every time I look at RCAT, it's making higher highs, Joey. We don't even have it up on a trading screen, so let's go ahead and do that, man. We're going to move the calendar over here. It's getting in the way. So let's go ahead and load up RCAT. NXXT has been taken off the side chart. So RCAT, we're going to load that on the NQ. Here's the look. Here's the look. Topping tail right now into 27. I got it, Joey, because I already got it up. All right, guys, trade the pool, baby. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon. And you can actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. First, you join Trade the Pool. Second, hit the profit goal. And third, you keep 70% of your profits. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code now for 10% off. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah,
there he is, baby. Shout out to my man, Big Spile Burdette. I heard, can I read this?
Yeah, you can read this.
I heard Arab money is oil doing something. Mickey, you so fine. No, man, we're talking about AREB, Big Spile. It's trying to clear that dollar area. And yeah, well, it sounds like Arab.
There's a new one in Sharif's Gardner.
Oh, my God. Why?
That's crazy.
Shout out to my guy, man. That would be the goal. But you got to get the house before you can get the gardener, Joey. Right? Like you can't do that.
You can't go gardener then house.
That's crazy time right there.
You can't go gardener then house.
No, you can't do that, Joey. You got to have the house before the gardener. I was telling Brendo off camera today.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm not ready to buy a house, but you got to keep your eye on the market to know what's up.
See what's
you know
going on.
where all the different different prices for different locations. Dude, I'm saving these 4 or 5 days later, they're sold.
Yeah.
Try saving a condo. You can be like 3-4 months later, it's still not sold.
Still.
The houses are flying off the market.
Yeah.
Number one, a certain price point and higher, certain buyers are not having trouble in this market. They're just not. They got a lot of cash. And number two, it shows you the insane demand for homes over condos, at least in the city.
Yeah, right now.
And you're seeing that consistently.
Well, I think that's kind of been the narrative. Like, there's not enough single-family homes. They're building too many of these micro units. No one
400 square feet. What am I going to do with 400 square feet,
wants
Joey?
that, brother, you can't.
Right?
You need one of those beds that fold up. And I mean, yeah, it's honestly bad, man. It kind of sucks here, the real estate game. I'm not going to beat around that bush. So yeah, I was in it. When did I buy my condo? 2019. My friend and I purchased one, and then we sold it in 23 23, I think it was. Yeah, so 19 to 23. That's
good.
Yeah, it was a nice run, right? We got in before COVID, and then we got out
Best thing
right
is
at the
too,
peak.
you got your foot in the door, because once they see that in your credit profile, it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, big time. But the thing is, though, I don't get the first-time home buyers credit anymore.
You didn't.
So
there's ways around that, right?
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Enlighten me. Obviously.
Companies. That's just basically.
Yeah.
Multiple people have done that.
Okay. So register as a something. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes definitely sense. Wisp away. Wow. There goes BBAI. $8.24. Bull flag breakout. Bang. You're getting that. Nice look there. Shadow Katina Man. Do. Hit the light bulb, Katina Man. I like that one's my new favorite. Do. Yeah. There it goes. Man, what the helly? Okay, so there goes the NVDA starting to break through. Once it snaps through this low, we're going to get out of that trade. You just can't buy a winner today.
Yeah, well, welcome to my club, baby.
Yeah,
can't buy anything, winner or otherwise. Okay, well, finally, we're getting something over here on ATAI. Let's see if it can take out 64s, this is the one that we wanted to get more in, but it didn't dip down far enough. So I'm going to have to add a little bit more here on ATAI if it takes out this level. This has been quite strong and quite good and hasn't been giving up the ghost like many of these others. Case in point, NUVI, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know the drill. 2 New York cents in Manhattan, an apartment for 400 square feet was about $1,200 a month in the early 2000s. I can't imagine what it is now. 400 square feet in Toronto, if you want to live alone, is probably going to run you now $2,200 to $2,300. And in COVID, I think at least in 2023, you would have been probably paying 25, 26. Rents have come down a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're still at historical
And that's
highs.
probably without a parking spot too. So there's another
Exactly.
there's another 250, 300 just for the parking spot. So well, when we owned ours, we had one parking spot and then we had to rent another one out. But the girl gave me a good deal, $150. You honestly have to lock that in at that point.
And dude, a lot of people they're opting not to get a 400 square foot condo, but to get 1,000, but to share. That way you get a bigger room in general. You got to share the kitchen.
You know what's
Maybe
funny?
you don't even have to share the bathroom, Joey, if it's two bed.
So
two bath, I mean.
My grandmother inquired when we bought ours, my friend and I, she was like, yeah, okay, well, maybe we'll look into buying another parking spot. And she went to the building next door and buddy's like, yeah, funny. Is that a joke or something? Try like 60 grand.
Oh, yeah.
For the
Can I
parking
say
spot
something to you?
across the street.
I see them listed
Yeah,
on
they're listed
Realtor.
all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
you
listed.
get
And
them.
storage units are listed as well. They go for like 25, 30K.
Bro,
yeah.
people are renting their storage units out for $200. That's so insane.
It's intense, bro. It's intense.
It's insane. It's a competitive market here in Toronto, man. Competitive.
Don't listen to these people about buying. They are in TO. Drive until you can buy. Drive until you can buy. What do you mean, drive until you can buy?
Who said this?
Drive. Oh, yeah. But we got to get to work, brother. I mean, we work downtown, right?
Yeah.
It's a B getting in every day if you're outside. Like, Atina, man, you don't think I want to buy a house in Innisfil, brother? You know what I mean? Like, for the kind of money that I'm looking at spending, I can get like a 3,000 square foot home up in that, you know what? Right? And like, who exactly? Like,
Innisfil not bad though.
huh?
Innisfil not bad.
Innisfil's far, bro. That's an hour and a half GO train. That's an hour and a half both ways.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
3 hours in
It is.
traffic.
No,
Are
it
you
is.
willing to
It
give up
is.
3 hours of your day every day?
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
man.
it's crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
that's what you gotta give up. I don't know.
All right, Joey, let's get back to trading.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to the washroom.
Yeah.
You good?
The AI just took out the high of the day again, 565. We got the big.
Bro.
What,
Kyle,
man?
Kyle.
Like, leave me alone, Big Spile. What the hell does a girlfriend have to do with the house, bro? I need somewhere to live, baby. Leave me alone, Big Spile. Bully Joey, all right? I liked it a lot better when you were bullying little Joey Smalls, okay? And then you left me alone for a little bit. Shout out to Big Spile. I love that guy, brother. Here's the deal, though. So we just took out a little bit there at ATAI on the day. REPL, we did add into this one at the volume weighted average price we added here. Let's see if it holds up at VWAP. Let's see if it can kind of curl back up into the mid 80s. Ideally, this one tries to work back into that $4 area. I won't hold my breath, though, given the way that these small caps have traded on the day. Let's keep an eye on Cassava Sciences as well, because Sava, S-A-V-A, has been quite respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, and here it is again, right at that 10 EMA, despite the fact, you know, that it's still below the or aftermarket highs yesterday. This $3 area could also be an area of support, which is kind of overlapping with the 10 EMA. So I could be interested in getting into Cassava Sciences at this level. I just need some green candles to kind of prove to me that we are working our way back up. But look at this, man. It is the RCAT show. It feels like RCAT is destined to take out that 1290 area. What a buy it was off the volume weighted average price. I just didn't have the compunction to get into that today because, well, we hadn't been doing that good. But there is RCAT right back into the $0.75 area. So how could I? Yeah, well, we're gonna try our hand here at RCAT. Let's see if it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. So here's my deal. I'm going to put my out on prior bar low. So if it loses 1260, we're out of that. So we'll go ahead and throw that in right now. And we'll give this one the old college try on. Oh, we didn't even get the fill. There we go. Now we got the fill on RCAT. So let's go ahead and throw that stop in and see what we get there. We got 69s. Okay, so let's layer some orders into the low 70s, mid 70s, excuse me, and then see if we can get something in and around that level. Ideally, obviously, we trend into the 80s. So RCAT strong on the day. but by no means, at the day's high quite yet. We're still about 20 pennies off said day's high. John Del Segno, RCAT destined for 14, 14 and a half. That's what I want to hear, John. Shout out to my man, Big Spile. Joseph Sharif. Just had to read that first. Yeah,
just make sure.
Market feels so depressed, and the SPY is only down 0.2. What these folks going to do when the selling starts again? Panic. Big Spile, I got one question, brother. I've known you for some time now. We're going on a few years, right? I still don't understand why you like the market to go down as opposed to go up. What is behind it, Big Spot?
Well, yeah, tell us.
I need answers.
We need answers.
I need answers. It just got to reconcile it in my mind. Let everybody know.
Oh, man, no. Okay, so JP speaking. Who was it? Rivian or Lowe said, do you want to be in? No, it was Rivian. Or Jag was like, hey, Joe, do you want to be involved in this right now as Jerome Powell is about to speak? So there he goes. It's starting now. We get a little bit of a flush to the downside, but immediately rebound. Boom. What do you got, Katina, man?
What's going on over there, Katina, man?
He's still short the TQs. So shout out to Katina, man. We'll hold on. There it is. Bang. We haven't hit that one in quite some time. So yeah, let's be patient, see what we got going on. We cracked that 86.90 level, then we'll just hop out, get out of dodge on that one, and unfortunately take the L. But the market does look like it wants to continue that southeast trajectory, so keep an eye out on that. Or we get that bounce, which would be absolutely phenomenal, back into the volume-weighted average price. A bear with that flag. All right, James Dell, we see what's going on over there. BBI is on fire. We're holding key support levels right here on NVDA. Hopefully that doesn't snap. If it snaps, then we got to get out of dodge, find something else to trade. Now, move back to view up is the game plan. Add in the middle of this range if the momentum starts to pick up. I can't wait to hear from Adara to say, oh, she's not here. Okay, so we got to figure out what JP is up to and what he's saying, either coming in hawkish or dovish. Obviously, dual mandate still in full effect there, Sharif.
Okay, Joey, we're still watching here. RCAT, after getting in, got in at 69, show me 66, is looking for continuation on the cat, but it does look like we put in a candle of indecision and just like, I can't believe it. It's been that kind of day. Stopped out of this one. So we get into RCAT too late, and there's a stop out there. So we'll let that one go. Let's continue to watch. That's RCAT again. Let's continue to watch over here. REPL still waiting for this one to bounce off the volume-weighted average price. Nothing doing with that. But we are still in ATAI as well. So we'll continue to watch that one as well. Chicago, the show used to have a line where viewers could call in. Is that accurate? No. I've been watching since 2020, and I'm pretty sure that that never happened.
You should set that up, man. That would be sick.
I know, right? I've been watching since 2020, so it would have been hard to fool me.
We should set that line up. We should say, actually, you guys can call me personally, and I'll have comments. Actually, no, that's not a good idea.
That'd be crazy. That'd be
but that would be, I think that's a good idea because
Big Spile calling in and saying all sorts of words.
But then we could do like a lightning round, Katina, man. You know, we could all.
Really?
The lightning round? That'd be sick. Do you hit? Oh, the stock blitz. All right. I see what you got going on. Bang! There goes NVDL to the top side. We'll hit the sirens there. INTC, bull flag breaking out there. Not a horrible look there. City Boy 305. This is what we wanted. We want to see this volume step into this market. Give us some indecision prints around the lows. Look what's going on with the SPY. Look what's going on with the Qs. Big time volume, and you're starting to form some indecision prints. Let's look for a bounce to continue to hold. There goes NVDA back to the top side, Sharif.
All right, good luck, brother. Good luck.
Big flush to the downside now.
Okay, so we'll start the news in about like maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so. It's been an interesting day in the news. I want to get to that Nvidia story as well. It's been. You okay?
I feel like you right now, man.
What's wrong, brother?
I don't know, my God. I got this sharp pain in my lower rib right there.
You want to take a minute?
Yeah, I thought you were up there anyways, man. I didn't pull any. Dude, I woke up, my elbow was hurting. I'm like, what did I do? And now I got.
What do you mean?
Weird. Yeah, I don't know, man.
All right, brother. Take a second. Take a second. All right. What's it called? Is making another new high. There is ATAI at another day's high, 5-66. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Good trend and good strength on ATAI. No beak wetters for me on this one, though, until it gets into 575. So let's put that profit taker there. Yeah, it's been that kind of day, brother. All right, continuing to watch over here as RCAT continues to dilly-dally at these levels. Let's see what you guys are saying there in the chat. Any new small cap gappers? I think Bovin, ZSPC curled up. Let's look at ZSPC. You know, sorry if sometimes we call these out and then we don't look at them again, guys, because sometimes what happens is they just give up the ghost really quick, and that's the nature of these small cap gappers. That's kind of what they do. And yeah, so it's below VWAP, Bovin, trading at 202. VWAP's 212 on ZSPC, so I'll have to wait until it clears that level. Otherwise, no go for me. I'm just continuing to watch RCAT here because I've got a nice position in the RCAT, and I'm looking for it to clear 69. We got 63s. Seller at 69. There we go. We take out that level. Now we're showing 70s. There's the print. Can we continue on a little bit higher on RCAT? Showing me 72s now on, or 73s, excuse me, on the level 2. We'll let the beak over here on that one. Let's let this one run though, because if RCAT can take out that level, and I got decent share size on this one, so maybe we can make some money back. Let's throw an order at 82s now, showing me 74s. All right, good look here on RCAT. So prior candle was a bottoming tail candle that ended up closing green, and the subsequent candle is actually making a new high. So let's see if we can continue more here. 75s now showing up on the catted one. Back and forth, 74, 75. There it is, 76, Joey. So now we're moving on. We're moving on a little bit here. We just got another price spike. 77 showing up, no print yet. Let's take out some more over here as we continue to watch that. So good recovery trade here on the catted one. We'll look to do some damage to the high side if this one continues to go. How's my other friend over here? ATAI looking real good. Let's wet the beak over here on ATAI at the highs, and we're going to let that 575 level go as well. So ATAI and RCAT looking awfully good. Everything else, hot garbage, at least in small cap gapper world. ARAB money's trying to get back to the high side, and you know, obviously I'm joking when I say that. AREB is a ticker trying to take out that dollar area, holds the 10 EMA like a dang glove. Do you hold a glove? No, I don't think you really hold a glove. You wear a glove. Anyway, it's defending that 93 penny area where the 10 EMA is. It's still putting in generally lower highs. We change that though if we close and hold above that dollar. It's up 26 some odd %. Good look here, Joey. Let's go back to my friend RCAT. All of a sudden, it's my friend again, eh? You know how that works, huh? I always talk about you flipping the switch, but I can flip the switch too.
Hey, brother, we're flip switchers, man.
I like it. I like it. Right now, I'm okay with flipping the switch because
I'll flip it anytime at any given moment.
No, Joey, we're taking out levels here.
Let's go.
Finally,
All right, so you caught something?
Oh
I still
my
haven't.
God! Today has been like pulling teeth. I haven't been able to trade for the life of me. But hey, we'll continue to trade. Yeah. Unless we get shut down. And hopefully we won't get shut down today. So anyway, local area high there, 1284. I've got a beak wetter here at 86 that's still gone unprinted on RCAT. Letting this one run. Let's see what it gives us. See what everybody else is talking about over here before we send it back to you. Yeah. The OG Yannick saying UAMY. Let's check UAMY for the OG. UAMY, show yourself. Okay, not bad. Not bad immediately. I can tell you I don't like the volume probably on it. I lied. 19.5 million shares is quite respectable. It's up 22.75%. And look at the respect for the 10 EMA. Oh, baby.
Baby.
Oh, baby. You had me at VWAP, okay? Just like she had me at PAL. Oh, no. Yeah, I wonder if she even knows what that means. I can't wait to find out.
Can I tell you?
Well, holding that weapon, she got to know what the PAL is.
Maybe not, though.
Maybe she was in Vegas.
You go to the range, though, right?
Or Vegas, because I don't think you're going to have that gun here.
No.
Right? Like, that didn't look like a Canadian gun to me, to be honest with you, right? And your friend Trudeau was all over banning those.
Oh, brother. Literally, I got mine, and then this guy banned all the good stuff. Otherwise, I was going to get like...
Talking about firearms.
Yeah. I was going to get the Kel-Tex, everything like that, man. Everything. You can still get...
Joey Options loves it.
I love that stuff. Yeah, so that's me, man. I told you. Everybody
We got no
knows
Second Amendment in this country.
No,
by the way.
not yet. Hopefully, anyways. Man, I was thinking that would be the dream. Imagine open carry and concealed carry.
This guy, all right, it's going to be super controversial.
Sick.
I'm letting you deal with that, baby.
That's fine.
I know you don't give a what, but like that's your life right there, my boy.
Yeah, exactly.
UAMY is looking real good here, man. It's already earned its way onto the side chart. I'm taking off that hot garbage. What's it called? POET. So UAMY, I will look to execute on this if it sets up in the right way. I really like it. But we're doing well over here on RCAT. Let's see if there's only one beak wetter left unfilled. It's at 86. In fact, we did pop up into 85. So almost got the print there. Here we go. We're moving right back up again. Oh, I see. Okay. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Okay, now I understand what she was talking about. I had no idea
you get it, right?
But she doesn't explain anything, bro. She just went into the middle of the conversation. I had no idea, right? Like everyone else listening to us right now has no idea what we're talking about.
Not a clue.
Right? But okay.
Idea, no idea.
84s, Joey. Let's go, RCAT, you hot garbage. Let's go. 84s. We're looking for 86s, baby. RCAT, go RCAT. It's looking real good over here. Coming into the day's high, I want to let you know 1290 day high on RCAT. Joey, tell them what you're looking at over there.
All right, guys, we got 14 years, zero hacks, zero excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europa. Trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description. Box for a 15% deposit, btcc.com, where the pros trade, and now so can
I like it, Joey.
All right, you got anything cooking up there?
Yeah, we're cooking on RCAT, man. Finally, bro. Here we go. We're showing 90s, Joey. That is the day high. We are at the day high right now on RCAT. Let's see if we can cross. I'm waiting at 92s. It probably behooves me to throw in some more beak wetters in the high 90s. I'm going to wait at 97s to front run what I perceive possible size at the whole dollar level. I'm talking obviously about 13. So we'll see. Now we're showing 90s here. It does look like there's a hidden seller at 90s. Not surprising, given that it is the high of the day. And I also want to bring your attention to this area over here. We double topped at 1290. So, it's not exactly, to say that we can't shake that level, but the fact that we did double top means we had two attempts at 1290, with the current one being the third, neither of which could get shaken. And neither of which, that 90 level is not getting shaken right now either on a wick close or otherwise. We're continuing to show 90s and 89s. Let's watch as the price action develops. It looks like we're taking off some size. And there it goes, Joey. We take out 90. It's a new high a day, baby. 92s. Now we're waiting at 97s on RCAT. Let's let this one run. Let's see if we can get up into 13. Shout out to John Del Segno. His bias was 14 to 14.5. Shout out to the OG, John. Let's see if we can get something a little bit higher on this one. Here we go. 95s now showing up, Joey options. That means we're about 2 pennies away from another little beak wetter. 95s again. Let's let that one cook. Let's go back over here to REPL. This one did pop up into my exit over here at 84s, alas. We didn't cross, so we didn't get printed. Showing me 83s. We've got 82s on right now. We have good share size here on our EPL. Let's see if we can get that print. Back to, what's it called? RCAT again. And there we go. We popped up. Oh no, into 96s. Here come 97s, Joey. That's where we're waiting. We're waiting at 97s. Let's see how many shares we have over here. I don't want to take out too much. Go ahead. You have something to say?
Yeah. Cash now. Stop, please. Cash now, please. Thank you.
Catch me outside?
Yeah.
He's going to catch you outside,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he keeps up those antics. Cash now. No, obviously being sarcastic. All right, let's go on. Let's go over what you have. Joe, can you please look into MSCR? I have 342 calls for 10K. Is it worth holding? You didn't tell me much about the calls, right? When you come in here and we talk about your options, I need more details. What is your expiration cycle? That is so key. That is everything. That is time. So tell me, when you guys are telling me your contracts, please put in the expiration cycle because I need to know. All right. Otherwise, that's it. Used to get the hockey stick in the mug too. Just pop, Joe, smarten up. Okay. What was the strike price again? 342. 342. I don't know when they expire. Can that be in the works? Yes, but look what Bitcoin's been up to, right? Boom. We don't know. It didn't move. It's not popping how we would like it to. Look at the NAS and the SPY go, and freaking NVDA is doing nothing. Wow, what a joke, man. But in all seriousness, I need to know the expiration. I can't tell you, because if it expires this week, good luck. You're probably not going to hit that unless some positive catalyst steps in tomorrow or before Friday evening that just sends the underlying assets ripping. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. The overall space is extremely weak. We were looking for more of a pop during that 25-bit cut. We didn't get that. So what is that telling us? It needs more of a catalyst in order for it to get rolling, okay? So I don't know when those expire. I can't help you aside from that. Will it get to 342 eventually? Yeah, probably. But if you don't have any time and time is not in your favor, then you're in trouble and you're just holding on to contracts that are going to expire worthless. So tell me the times. Tell me the expiration cycles, please. Thank you.
All right, guys.
There we go. Hold on here.
Yeah,
one
go
sec,
ahead,
one second.
Joey. Go ahead.
Yeah. There it goes. Finally,
Like
look
when
at
you
the
get
pop.
lit up like that, bro.
Pardon? Well,
When you get lit
yeah,
up.
well,
It's
man,
not just
I'm
me
calm,
yelling at
cool.
everybody
But no,
all the time,
listen,
bro.
I lost it yesterday, bro. I told everybody I'm sick of losing on my hockey team. I'm like, I'm so sick of getting blown out 12-4.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would annoy me
I'm
as well.
so sick
Yeah, that
of it,
would annoy
dude.
me.
So for me personally, it's just like, all right, I'm going to start being stern, Joseph, and that's not a good individual. All right, so anyways, so as for the Pro Shares TQs, you're getting the pop off of that hammer. Yes, Katina, man, we lost 12-4 last night. So anyways, 103.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah, well,
He was just chilling, bro. The Katina man got dragged in. He didn't do anything.
Well, I had to let him know just in case he didn't know. So now he knows. But anyways,
now you know.
Yeah, exactly. But in all seriousness, you're getting the pop.
feel your anger on that one. I like it. I
brother,
like it.
it's so frustrating, dude.
I don't
I
mean to
come
make
off
light
the
of
ice.
it,
The
yeah.
game was tight. I come off the ice. Buddy scores a natural hat trick on us. I was
What does a
losing.
natural hat trick
He's
mean?
got 3 goals in a row. Bang, boom, boom, boom. On the
what
other
that
team.
is? Like
yeah,
in a row?
Yeah,
Okay,
boom,
okay.
boom.
I didn't
Natural
know
hat
that,
trick,
yeah.
just like that, within a span of 60 seconds. And then the line didn't want to
Hold on,
change
what?
after that. Yeah.
60 seconds?
It was literally like a minute and a half. The same shift, Buddy scored 3 goals.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm like, yo, I can't. I told him, I'm like, I can't do this anymore. It's either try
I'd send a
or
goon
quit.
after him. Like,
Yeah, well, man,
of course, I'm exaggerating.
No,
but
no, it gets to that point, right? And you got to think it's just beer league hockey. But why am I paying all this money to get blown out every single week? Like I trade, so I lose money there. I don't need to continuously lose there. But anyways, so as for the overall market TQs, you're getting that bounce off that hammer candle. The support levels are coming into effect on NVDA, but we have to take into consideration that this downtrend is still fully intact. Until we sit on the backside of this, we're in trouble, and I'm going to suspect that this chip space will be relatively weak, and then we crack through this low here. I thought we would see some more continuation. Okay, Ed Miller, relax.
What happened?
No, I know what he's referring to. Yeah. Anyways.
yes, big smile.
What do you say?
Yeah, a little you read that. It's fine. Hey, it's natural.
Yeah, all right,
natural.
there you go. We're not going to repeat that there. But no, as for NVDA, we thought that we would get a little bit of continuation and strength considering yesterday's session, but we're not seeing that right now.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. Let's look at RCAT. 1307 high. That's exactly actually where I'm waiting at 07s, but we didn't get printed because it didn't cross. It's coming back down now into the high 90s. We got 63s on. Let's see what we can get here from RCAT. Don't want to take out too much too quickly, especially if we decidedly take out 13. But as we see, the whole dollar, at least for the moment, is acting as a level of psychological resistance because the level prior to that was 1290, and we cleared 1290 by some distance. So let's let that one cook. Let's keep an eye as well on REPL. I kind of see this one curling a little bit. We're not getting that rocket up, so that means the longs are not participating in the way that I had hoped, but it just takes one larger buyer on a name like this to kind of get everything rocketing to the upside. So in fact, I'm going to put in some more sell orders over here. I'm going to go ahead and place it there. There we go. It's actually not where I want it, so maybe I'll adjust that. And then last but not least, guys, we're also keeping an eye on this one. That's RCAT, excuse me. It is, yes, this one, ATAI. It's been really good. This one's been very calm, very steady, stair step up. You don't have too much in the way of bamboozlement, so you're not getting key area technical support breaches and then, moving back up. Maybe I shouldn't jinx it. but this one has been a little bit more calm than some others. But let me bring in the side chart because there's a bunch of stuff happening right now on UAMY, okay? This is looking real good. I was concerned with this one having a bit of an area crest here at $8. It looks like we were going to take out that area because that was on a wick, Joey, but now we're actually stair-stepping through 8. In addition to that, you have higher lows that are kind of supporting the this upward channel, if I can kind of put it that way, on UMAY. Let me throw in that ticker, by the way, so you guys can follow along. I do apologize. UAMY, that's the ticker, UAMY. So this one's looking real good with an 817 high, but you feel if we squeeze decidedly above that 18, it could even be stronger. So it's up 24%, and then a critical area of technical resistance right now at that $8. Not technical, excuse me, psychological area of resistance. $8, I'm sorry. I'm losing it. I keep saying technical when I mean psychological. All right, quickly back. Finally, REPL. We're taking prints on this one, so let's see if we can split. We got shares on this one as well, so let's see if we can take out some of these levels. It does look like it's curling back up. It's a 396 high. We're showing 86, so we got at least 10 pennies into the high. Maybe we even breach 4. Last but not least, RCAT right back above now. 13 a little bit, but dropping back down below this current the prior candle that just closed as a doji candle, a red doji candle. That could be basically a reversal candle. How many times have we seen in the technical analysis books them describe doji candles either as a candle of indecision or as a reversal candle? So this is a reversal candle showing up at a key area of psychological support, 13. It's also a lower high than the prior bar. And now this current candle has a newer low than the doji candle. So now we have lower high and lower low. So at least on the micro time frame, we are selling off. Thankfully, I have 63s on, and the 10 EMA on RCAT is showing me basically 80s. A little bit lower than 80s, let's say 77s. So I will allow this to come back into the 10 EMA, and guess what? If it holds up at the 10 EMA, I'm adding into RCAT. So let's see what we get here on RCAT, coming down into 85s. If it comes down into the 77-ish, I'm going to add, if it holds, obviously. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Joey, show them what you're looking at.
Yeah, there you go. So, sorry, Chicago.
What's going on, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short the TQs.
Yeah, he's short TQs over there. Diamond hands, Deontay Wilder over there. So there it is. We tried that long up there. We didn't get that pop there.
There you go,
there
bro.
You go. So we get out of that one.
He was knocking plenty of people out, Katina Man, before he started sucking.
Who, Deontay? Yeah, he was never a good boxer, though.
No, but he had
the diamond in his hands. So, yeah, what else did we trade? IonQ, we'll take the loss on that one. So,
that's okay.
yeah, there it goes. A nice little move lower. We'll be patient just in case anything does pop up that NVDA does want to find a bottom and you get a little bit of a bounce. I like what you're up to there, Butter Biscuit Head. So you're selling some 165 puts that expire in a couple of weeks. I really like that there, to be honest with you. And then also Amazon, you're putting in the dates. I love that. October 3rd, 215 puts. 215 puts. And then also, yeah, I like that. I like selling that premium. I like those bottom grabbers. I like Amazon. I was telling Chicago 1807 right now. Amazon was relatively weak on the morning, and I like that for a potential dip buy. So keep your eyes out on Amazon and with the NVDA. Maybe tomorrow we get a little bit of a continuation. Other than that, Shreve, I'm sitting on my hands. We could fire up the news at any given moment.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna be looking at this stuff here to see what we got going on. Yeah.
Micron's reporting tonight, Katina Man.
Yeah.
Katina Man, I'm just gonna throw it out there, my man. I know you're gonna know it anyway, but what's Micron up year to date? It's the best performing microchip. 100%.
Probably 60 or 70.
Katina, man, it's up 100% Micron, and it's all really driven by this re-emergence of demand for high bandwidth memory, man.
How was the lunch, bro? What'd you get for lunch?
It's the beef.
You got the beef.
All right.
Should we show them the daily on Micron, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
100%.
Yeah.
Look at this in the tariff tantrum. Let's not even go back to January, Joe. Let's just go to the tariff tantrum, okay?
Yeah.
From that level to the previous area high, 193%. since the April lows to the high that we put in, I believe, on the 18th. So about like 5 days ago. We're not quite there yet, but we're looking like we're going to take that level out. What a recovery. And we remember we were talking about, oh, there's a glut of inventory. There's too much HBM, too much DDR5 or 4, whatever they're using these days. No.
Not the case. Yeah, I mean, I was in Micron, man, and I got stopped out, and then I decided to go on this absolute monster run. Let's pull it up here. I'll even show you guys the evidence come the end of the year. I'll show you my whole trade book, every single trade. That's what I'm going to do at the end of the year. I told these guys every single year, every single trade that I put on throughout the year, swing trade, whatever. So yeah, Micron. This is where I was long, right here. Gaps down, I get stopped out down there, and I just never got back in, and then off to the races goes MU. So from that low of around 104, you're up 62%. So a really good look there. I got to get back to my eyes on NVDA. We're going to take one more stab at this bad boy here. If this closes as a 5-minute hammer candle, considering we are in. Okay. We are we're experiencing an inside day, right? So you have this move, you pull back about 40% of it, maybe a little bit more, and then maybe we're gonna get that bounce. But this is it, guys. It's gonna be my last trade because we have taken it's death by paper cuts this morning. So yeah, we're involved there. Off of those lows, we gotta risk 30 cents. That's not too good, but yeah, let's see if we can get a little bit of a pop here in NVDA. Last attempt, folks.
Joey, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States. Yet sadly, there's no FDA-approved treatment still. New York Stock Exchange, NYSE listed Orgenex under ticker OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenex is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to OGen. All right, good look there. Adira, you good to go? Or you still need time, or are you good to go? She's good to go. We're ready to go. Here we go, baby. We're starting the news. Let me just bring in from the side. A light bunch today, guys. Not too much in the way of headlines, so we won't be that long. Probably get done before the normal time, but important stuff today. All right, before we go and start the news, Adira does have breaking news at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly is going to be investing $6.5 billion in its new Texas facility to manufacture active pharmaceutical ingredients. Previously, they announced a Virginia facility. They were teasing out other facilities. So Eli Lilly, this is the second facility they've announced. We also have some commentary apparently coming with regards to the White House as well. It doesn't seem market related. 2-year note auction on watch. If there's anything of note there, I'll let you guys know. Powell is also still speaking. So much is happening right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. All right, let's get to work. Let's talk about this Nvidia OpenAI deal that's worth $100 billion. It's not going to be $100 billion all at one time. Let's talk about what the hell is going on, and then we'll all give our take. So Nvidia and OpenAI finalized a $100 billion partnership unveiled just before Altman's trip to Texas to promote the Stargate build-out that's happening over there. Nvidia now valued at around $4.5 trillion. OpenAI in the private market anyway, valued in July at $500 billion. They will jointly build the next-gen AI supercomputing facility. So NVIDIA said it will invest $10 billion tranches, equaling, of course, $100 billion, starting with the first block of $10 billion at a $500 billion OpenAI valuation. So a lot of what NVIDIA is doing is they're basing their investment on OpenAI's current valuation. The current valuation, as I mentioned, the latest anyway, is $500 billion, so that's what they'll be basing the math on. Subsequent rounds will adjust to OpenAI's at then valuation as the new infrastructure comes online. OpenAI named NVIDIA as a preferred partner, but confirmed it's not exclusive. Not exclusive when it comes to cloud use, but exclusive when it comes to GPU purchases. They will not be using any AMD graphic processing units, but they will be looking to diversify cloud. So they're going to be using Azure, they're going to be using Oracle, as well as getting some money from SoftBank. NVIDIA, as I mentioned, will supply exclusively the GPUs to OpenAI to build up that massive 10 gigawatt data center. So just before I stop, continue, I want to stop for a second. 10 gigawatts, Joey.
Yeah.
How many GPUs do you think make up 10 gigawatts of AI compute? I'll just tell you,
Yeah,
4 to 5
please.
million,
Oh,
give or take.
I was going to say like 500,000 or something.
Which,
like that.
4 to 5 million, that's what it is. And Joey, guess how many GPUs NVIDIA has delivered year to date or will by the end of the year? I'll just let you, I'll just
You can tell me, you can tell me,
4 to
yeah.
5 million.
All right, so
So
there you
they're
go.
basically looking at selling to them the entire year's worth.
production.
Obviously, they're not going to be doing it in a year because,
Yeah.
again, it's going to be $10 billion
Yeah,
tranches.
yeah.
It's a lot of money, Assassino. Let's continue. A lot of money. The companies have reviewed 700 to 800 global locations, narrowing down locations based on energy, the permits, the financing they can get. Initial sites are expected to go online late this year, pushing OpenAI closer to becoming a first-party cloud provider. So I have to stop here again because we know that OpenAI, they use other people's cloud. Azure, Google Cloud, I think they're buying from. They even buy from CoreWeave. Well, they're looking at just not being an LLM anymore. They want to also have their own cloud compute that they can actually sell to other people. I know this doesn't matter for us because they're a private company, but this is something we need to know because they're going to compete with public companies. So actually, OpenAI looking at doing cloud as well. Last but not least here, with respect to the long-term vision, OpenAI is considering launching its own cloud service, as I mentioned, potentially rivaling AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. To reduce equity dilution, though, they're actually going to finance the push into cloud through debt, not through the issuance of new equities. Therefore, if you're a shareholder, at least in the private market on OpenAI, you needn't worry about dilutions. Joey, are you worried at all about the circularity of NVIDIA's business model?
No, me personally, I'm not. Right? I know you have some worries about it. I'm not. I think these guys are an absolute giant and are going to continue to be. You have the hyperscalers with their CapEx spend, obviously, still continuously through the roof. And I like that OpenAI is starting to have their own infrastructure. So they're not as reliant on some of the other big names. I think that's a fantastic play. Are they going to go public? Hopefully. I think that would be the hottest IPO probably of all time if OpenAI decided to go public. And I mean, some of the big names, we got SpaceX, we have OpenAI, and some of other Elon's companies that have valuations of over $1.something trillion. So the private market is extremely hot. Get OpenAI's IPO out there. It's going to take some time. Do you ever think they IPO Sharif or what?
Yeah. But like, think about it though. There is a private market premium, right? So there's a premium for not having to open the books, not having to be responsible to the
to report 4 times a year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so when they say 500 billion in July, would that have been 500 billion in the public markets? Maybe not, right? So we'll see what they end up coming to.
I like what you have. I like what you have to. Yeah, I was just about to lead to that, right? Like 500 billion. I think at this pace, OpenAI, considering what they've done from LLM standpoint, obviously starting to their own infrastructure build outs as well too. $1 trillion at some point. $1 trillion? Yeah.
Well, that's what I said to Brendo.
Yeah,
I'm like, it's a $500 billion in July. Now they get into cloud and they expand from 700 million monthly active users to 1.4 billion.
It's over.
I mean, we know Meta has 3 billion, I think, monthly active users, right?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, not daily, but monthly.
Monthly active users. I mean, like GPT was the fastest growing app of all time.
By far.
But like, it's not even close to the weekly active users. It's not even close. I was talking to one of the younger kids on my team yesterday. I was telling him a story, and I'm like, yeah, ChatGPT, and he's like, yeah, that's all I use. I don't use anything else. I don't even think for myself. Essentially, I just ChatGPT it. He was telling me. Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Okay, Katina Man wants to chime in for a second over here, so we're gonna take it to Katina Man.
My 13-year-old wanted the iPhone, the protection screen, so you could not. The only way you could look at it is if you were straight down, because he was telling me, he's like, "Oh, Dad, don't worry, I'm just going to use ChatGPT in class, and that way, like, no one can see what I'm doing on the sides." Yeah. So needless to say, he did not.
Get it, Baron.
Exactly, Baron. Yeah. So he did not. Needless to say, he did not get that privacy screen, but he got a normal one there. So. Anyways, they're loving everyone. Even my daughter, 11 years old, yesterday. I forget what the question was, but we asked her, and she used Gemini to find the answer. So She was looking to see what rides were open for Halloween Haunt at Wonderland. And she asked Gemini that question.
fun,
so
Yeah, are you going? I was
anyways,
just
there you
thinking,
go.
when does that
All right, I'm
fire
outta
up?
here.
Halloween Haunt. It's a good time, man.
It's
Is it going?
legit
Is it up
at
in
Halloween? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was already up and running.
I'd be so down to hit that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sick, man. It's a good time. I haven't been in probably about a decade.
And
but
can I
it's a
say
good time.
something? October is much more of a usable month than it was when we were growing up.
Yeah, yeah. It was rainy.
It
and
depends on
cold.
whether you're
Yeah.
looking at climate change is good or bad, but I don't remember October being that usable.
No, absolutely. Now, anyways, back to the conversation, Sharif. Do you think that the mass adoption of some of these LLMs, ChatGPT, can be slightly worrisome for, I guess, the younger generation leading into school and stuff?
Yeah, it does. But like, I think some people could make the same arguments with respect to calculators and other things.
Yeah.
I don't think, obviously, calculators had the wide a net that LLM has.
It was
like literally
use.
everything.
You can use one thing. The calculator's for one thing.
I don't know, Joey. We'll see. Let's I don't profess to know exactly what's going to happen. Maybe it makes them even more like it's a superpower.
Yeah. I guess it's just kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Just kind of the growth within maybe human society is that, hey, you're taking these next steps. As you just mentioned, you didn't have the calculator before. Now, remember when your teachers used to tell you in school you would never have a calculator on hand? Now you have one. And then now you just have ChatGPT and all these large language models at your disposal. So maybe it's just the evolution of modern society.
I agree. All right, Dara, give us your take on this $100 billion partnership.
I mean, I think the antitrust concerns make a lot of sense. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to be really real. Regardless of the business model, we know that we had quite a few people coming out here, some antitrust scholars saying, and they weren't personally like, oh, lock them up, but they were like, hey, from an antitrust perspective, from their professional perspective, with their experience, from their standpoint, this could be a little bit problematic. And I think that's certainly one thing for the companies to be aware of. Now we are in an environment that's a little bit more friendly from a regulatory standpoint. I'm sure if we were still under the wrath of Lina Khan, as Sharif often puts it, I think you probably have more of a concern here. But yeah, in terms of the actual deal itself, it's massive. And I've said last week, it seems like Nvidia is really transitioning into being a bit of a playmaker or a deal maker, if you will. We know they had the Intel deal, they had the Infabrica deal. So this just seems like, honestly, if anything, I'm thinking less about this as the ChatGPT and more, what do we see next for NVIDIA? Because they very clearly seem to be in a space where they're trying to make these deals. So I think any AI company right now or chip company should be on watch and maybe on notice, because who knows what they're going to announce next.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with that 100% because I worry about the circularity. As I mentioned, I made my case very open about CoreWeave. I don't see as much circularity with OpenAI as I do with CoreWeave, and let me make my case for CoreWeave. They're vendor, customer, and investor all in one. They sell exclusively GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs to CoreWeave. CoreWeave takes those GPUs, builds out data centers, and makes cloud compute available for customers. Part of their customers are NVIDIA. They buy back the same cloud compute that they sold the GPUs for from CoreWeave. In addition, they'll buy any excess capacity that CoreWeave can't sell, all while being an investor in CoreWeave. So whether or not you feel like maybe NVIDIA is creating the runway for its business model, or whether you think this is a circular business model in and of itself, I mean, I respect both views. Obviously, the market doesn't give a you-know-what about the circularity argument, because it wouldn't be a $4.5 trillion company if the market did care. So at the moment, it's moot. Let's go on to the next topic. Mizuho and many others boosted Tesla and other automakers' price targets today on a brighter 2026 outlook. Let's get right to it. So Mizuho raised Tesla's price target from $375 up to $450, keeping that same outperform rating. They did trim slightly the 2026 delivery forecast down to about 1.91 million units from the previous guide that they had issued. Mizuho had issued 1.95, even though that 1.91 is still above what the street consensus is. We're going to pause for a second. Adara's got news.
Yeah, just keep an eye here, guys. Powell has been asked just now about tariffs. He's just responding to this now. How will Fed's, policies be impacted by tariffs? I'll let you guys know if I have anything new on that. But yeah, for people wondering what Powell's saying, as you guys know, I would definitely be bringing it to you if there is anything of note. There really hasn't been much said here that either we haven't heard from Powell before or we haven't heard from the Fed over the last week since the most recent FOMC meeting. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm just responding to Las Polias Hermanos. All right, let's keep going over here. Some of the catalysts that Mizuho cited for the price target upgrade were a cheaper Model 2 and the potential launch of Tesla's robo-taxi platform. We'll have to see that. Elon Musk's $1 billion share repurchase, as well as his new pay package, were also seen as a strong alignment with the long-term vision for Tesla, and that pleases Mizuho. They did kind of hash the tariff costs, the possible headwinds that Tesla would face. Initially, Mizuho was projecting between $3,400 to $3,600 additional per car as a result of tariffs. They've now revamped that to about $1,200 per car, so almost 3 times less at the higher end of the range, which looks a lot better. They also did come up with an interesting data point here. They said U.S. EV sales for August grew 18% year over year to about 146,000 units. Tesla delivered 55,000 of those units. GM, this was a surprise to me, delivered 21,000 of those units. I personally just remember GM's EV deliveries on a per month basis being in the single digit thousands, not double digit, well into the double digits now. So good luck for GM. I know this is not a GM story, but this data point really stood out to me as well. China was in focus with Mizuho here. They said new energy vehicles sales were flat with 1.1 million units in the month of October, with Tesla sales down 4% year over year in China for August, while BYD retained its market leadership. So Joey?
Yeah.
What are you thinking here about Mizuho's comment on Tesla? Are you as bullish as they seem to be?
I think, like, again, we can. It doesn't really matter. Well, I guess it obviously does, but I mean, a lot of these analysts are extremely bullish, right? You have the extremes of both parties. Some are still in the camp that Tesla's just an EV company. That's not the case. Me personally, I don't think that. I'm bullish this name. Am I bullish on it right this second? Not necessarily. Just because Elon's buying back stock, that's a good vote of confidence. But you have to be forward-looking. I want him to start becoming more active on his widespread kind of growth of the autonomy. Get those FSD out there. Expand your, obviously, geographical grid and fence, and start getting some things. Start pumping things out. We want to see the Model 2. We talk about this quite often. But we don't see anything. We're not hearing anything. And that's exactly what I'm waiting for. I don't mind being bullish on something and being forward-looking, but to what extent are you going to remain with that outlook to the point where we say, hey, it may not come, and we're maybe a little bit too forward-looking and too bullish on the name? I don't know if that's the case. I don't think it's going to be the case. But at some point, if things don't come out and he doesn't live up to his promises, you have to look at the latter half.
Oh, God, I think it'll be an absolute disaster.
Absolutely, an absolute disaster. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but he needs to start taking more action, in my opinion.
All right.
Yeah.
Adira, they're bullish on a Model 2 and the potential of the robo-taxi launch. Are they a little too optimistic here, man?
With the Model 2, I think so. I mean, I've continued to say, until I see a Model 2, I don't even need Elon to show it to me until I see a drone showing a Model 2. I want to see some proof of life. If I don't see that, we know seeing is believing. In that case, that's when I'll start believing in the Model 2, because, guys, it's been almost 18 months since this was first teased out, and we don't have any evidence of it. But yeah, I think, like, I do definitely. I think one thing that's going to be interesting going forward, I want to mention as well, we had these China delivery numbers coming out for China, sorry, not deliveries, registrations. They were pretty solid, right? They're not perfect, but they're one of the best weeks of the year we just had. And I think, like, certainly we do have Q3 deliveries coming up, right? The month's almost over. Q4 begins at the start of October, so we're going to get these Q3 deliveries within the next couple of weeks. I think for TSLA, that's going to be a huge make it or break it point. In my opinion, Sharif, it might be a little too early for Mizuho to get so excited here about Tesla. I would maybe like to see a proof of life on the Model 2. But before that, I actually want to see what do they deliver in terms of these quarterly deliveries. I also really quickly want to mention Sharif as well. There are some comments coming from Powell about tariffs. He said that most forecasts are seeing tariff pass through well through 2026. But he also said that it's going to be a difficult policy path as of right now, and the Fed will have to make a compromise, but they'll manage through. So lots of cautious comments coming from Powell, but again, nothing super out of the blue here.
Thank you, Adira. Keep us up to date about that. I know how important, obviously, anything that Jerome Powell says is to the market. So thank you for that, Adira. Let's go on to the next uncontroversial topic over here, Joey. No controversy on this one at all. Trump administration links Tylenol to autism, FDA to change label. Let's get into it. So the Trump administration, as we know, yesterday in the press conference announced new guidance, warnings against the use of acetaminophen, aka Tylenol, during pregnancy unless medically necessary. The FDA now, for their part, will require updated safety labels, and they will also issue a new physician's notice advising use for only high fevers. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said clinicians should prescribe the lowest effective dose for the shortest duration medically necessary. This, there's conflicting reports, so let's just get to Kenvue's response before we get to the conflicting reports. Kenvue, the maker of Tylenol, obviously strongly disagrees with the move, saying sound science supports its safety. Medical groups as well argue that untreated fever or pain in pregnancy or during pregnancy actually poses greater risk to the mother than possibly the use of acetaminophen does to the fetus. I'm not taking a position either way. Either way, there's two studies here. One by Harvard and Mount Sinai, which reviewed 46 studies, suggested prolonged use of 4 weeks or more. That's what prolonged use, I guess, in their definition means. May increase the risk of autism and ADHD. Other studies, including JAMA, which studied 2.5 million Swedish children, found no link when comparing siblings. And Joey, I should mention on the same day, the FDA approved folic acid for autism treatment in cases tied to cerebral folate deficiency. Medicaid programs will now cover folinic acid for the treatment as such. They were not directly linked, but obviously it has to do with autism.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. We know that there's obviously been an uptick in cases of autism. Saying a lot of things are related here, whether it be vaccinations, now Tylenol. I don't know. I think it's a sensitive space. It's really tough to talk about, considering for those who have kids and people who have children with autism. Definitely a sensitive subject, but they're starting to link a lot of different things to this. I don't know if that's the case. You got to do a little bit more research on it. But yeah, I mean, don't take those drugs at the end of the day if you're not supposed to. And there is the link to autism. That's all I really have to say about it, because I think it's pretty sensitive.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't really want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
Adira, what is your perspective on this, aside from the press conference yesterday when Donald Trump was giving directions to others everywhere?
Sharif, this might be a bit controversial, but if you're a Kenvue long right now, I'm going to have to say it. I guess you're going to have to tough it out. Because the words tough it out were said so many times during the press conference. I had to make that reference. But all jokes aside, I am very sorry to anyone who is long Kenvue. Yeah, that was a really... Yeah, I don't want to get too much into this because I do think it's charged and a lot of it's not going to be market related. But I think for Kenvue, unfortunately, even with like the gap up that we had today, we already gave a lot of it back. This thing is at all-time lows. So it is a really rough look. Kenvue, for the record, has come out here and they were like, yeah, I mean, there's sometimes actually taking Tylenol or not taking Tylenol. If you've got a headache and like suffering through that fever, that's actually worse. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But one thing too, Sharif, that you mentioned with regards to like the 4 weeks, that seems like such an excessive time period to be taking Tylenol that you wonder like how much that's actually happening, right? So I think in those cases, like it makes sense. But I wonder if there's like a study showing if they take it like shorter periods of time.
But here's the thing, Adira, how do you convince pregnant mothers to want to take this and to create a controlled study? You know what I mean? Who is going to want to participate in this?
Maybe they can do like pregnant, like mice. I don't want to hurt animals or anything. I'm trying to find a way because I think you're right. It's hard because you want to study this to find out more information, but it's also hard to study. I think this whole story is very much a catch-22, and it's a tough one. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. All right. I think we've said all we needed to say about this. Should we go on? All right, Amazon faces FTC in Prime trial. What's going on here? It's nothing we haven't heard. They make Prime hard to cancel. The FTC's pissed. So Amazon is on trial in federal court in Seattle over allegations from the Federal Trade Commission that it tricked millions of users into signing up for Prime and made it deliberately hard to cancel. The trial will test the claims that Amazon's tactics violated competition and consumer protection laws. Jury selection began yesterday. Opening arguments begin today. So we're on our way. Amazon is the worst performing between it and Nvidia. Mag 7 name on the day down 2.46, Nvidia down 2.48, basically the same. Prime, if you don't remember, was launched back in 2005 and has grown to about 200 million users worldwide. Membership, I think it differs geographically, but in the States it costs about $139 annually. Jeff Bezos said everybody should have it and you'd be irresponsible not to be a member. Shout out to Jeff. Here's what the FTC is claiming, Joey. Here are the allegations of deception. The FTC claims Amazon used dark patterns, I don't know what that means, deceptive design practices to trick customers into enrolling into Prime. Examples include buttons that appeared to complete a purchase, but also signed users up for Prime without clear disclosure. Cancellation as well required navigating to 4 web pages and 15 options. Those are some of the allegations of deception. We're going to pause. We're going to Adira.
Yeah, Powell stepping off the podium. He was asked about his schedule later today. The rest of it was, I guess, a pretty casual fireside chat type affair. Market is bouncing a little bit again. Powell steps off the podium. As I mentioned, there wasn't really anything here that we weren't expecting. Just to do a quick summary, there was a lot of caution. And as we've heard basically every Fed member say, the reason for the rate cut was primarily the fact that employment has been a bit of a concern, but the Fed's also still worried about inflation. So that dual mandate continues to be in conflict. Back to you.
You, Dara. Let's keep going here, Joey. Almost got. Amazon defends itself. Obviously, they're not admitting liability. Amazon argues its sign-up and cancellation process is very clear, very simple, and that transparency has always been provided for their end. FTC did catch an early win, right? The U.S. District Court Judge John Choon actually ruled that Amazon and 2 senior executives violated the Restore Online Shoppers Confidence Act by collecting billing information before disclosing terms. Senior executive Jamil Ghani and Neil Lindsay, who's a former Prime leader, now he's a senior vice president, could face individual liability if the jury rules for the FTC in this case. Very few times, Joey, we see execs take personal liability for actions that they did under the company umbrella. Piercing the corporate veil is what they call it.
All right, you ready for this?
I'm ready, Joe.
All right, your submission for expense reimbursement for accommodations, meals, and alternative transportation under special labor disruption policy is currently under review. We apologize that this is taking longer than expected. Okay? The FTC is probing into Amazon Prime because they're making it difficult to
was that Air Canada?
Yes. To make it difficult to eliminate Prime subscription, to cancel them. Well, meanwhile, we have our largest airline over here. You can't even, there's no phone number, there's anything, there's nothing. Air Canada is, I don't even want to speak any more about it and give it any more light. I can't stand it. Now, if they're getting a probe, I think it's very interesting because I don't think it's that hard to cancel your Amazon Prime subscription. You can do it on your TV, whatever it may be. So at the end of the day, I think this is all smoke and mirrors. It's not going to be much a nothing burger. I'm going to be looking to buy the dip on Amazon. Let's take a look at the actual technicals of the chart as well, too.
Let's do it.
And you can see here, look. We're still lagging the rest of, oh, that's iBit. That's iTrash. Sorry. That's what it is. Anyways, off of that previous all-time high, you're still down 8 1/4 there.
Crazy.
So for me personally, I like these big names at the low. Mitch Hoke was talking about it this morning. He's like, with these big names, these hyperscalers, which is extreme amounts of cash flow on the books, you want to buy these dips, and I think that Amazon, regardless of what the FTC is looking into today, I think in the long run, it's an absolute nothing burger, and that this thing is going to rip at some point. So, yeah, I like Amazon. Buy the dips, slowly start allocating some, because eventually it will put in that new all-time high.
All right, Adira, are you a Prime subscriber? Let me just start there.
Yeah, I recently got Prime because I was like, this is actually easier and it's worth it. I also use Prime for little dumb Prime video because that's fun as well. I don't use it for, honestly, I don't really use it for either purpose that much, but I will say with regards to Prime, I've never tried to cancel it. I can't comment on how easy it is to cancel or not cancel, so I'm going to avoid that. Yeah, honestly, like I'm not going to say this is a nothing burger. I think it's obvious that the stock cared about it today, which is interesting too. I mean, you could also say, hey, but Adira, the market's down anyway. But like, let's look at actually how they moved. Amazon dropped pretty much right off the open. the NASDAQ is still making new day's lows, well into new day's lows, and Amazon really hasn't moved the same way, right? So I will say right out and about, even if this ends up being a nothing burger, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily one for today. I think it does matter for traders today. But, you know, as Joe said, I think we're really going to have to wait and see how all of this unfolds, right? I want to see how the decision goes. These court cases take forever and a day to get sorted out. We know that's what happened with Alphabet, to the point where, honestly, a lot of people kind of even forgot this was something holding Alphabet stock down, and then it blasts. So then, I guess to wrap this up, I think one thing that could work for Amazon, should this end up being something that actually weighs on analysts and investors, if this gets resolved for Amazon's favor, maybe we get it pop like what we saw with Google. That's all I have to say.
You know, Dara, essentially what I'm getting at there with the nothing burgers is I'm thinking more or less long term.
I agree, yeah.
You go 4 or 5 months down the road. Are you going to be looking back at the stock and be like, oh damn, it's being held back because people can't cancel their subscription to Amazon? No, that for me, no, that's nothing, right? Like, these guys are spending ridiculous amounts of cash on cloud spend, etc. So for me personally, I'm not saying that it's a nothing burger. I am saying it's a nothing burger in the long run. Maybe right now there is some selling, but if you look back, it's going to be a blip on the radar, and people are going to totally forget that, hey, yeah, I couldn't, the one day that I wanted to save a couple bucks a month, I couldn't cancel my subscription.
All right, go ahead, Adara.
There's no Disney on the move, actually getting a noticeable pop here. It is worth noting, DIS will be raising the price of its Disney Plus subscriptions again as of October 21st. Disney Plus with ads will end up being increased by $2. It'll be $11.99 a month. Disney Plus with no ads will increase by $3. It'll be $19 a month. And the annual subscription for Disney Plus with ads, with no ads, will be going up by $30 for the year. So again, $2 monthly increase for Disney Plus with ads, $3 monthly increase for Disney Plus no ads, and then $30 increase for Disney Plus annual subscription, no ads. Back to you.
I swear I keep hearing something different there, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stan in the chat. I had Prime for free for 30 days, was easy to cancel, high vibrations. I never had a problem with Prime, can cancel on the phone or desktop. They also refund the month you didn't use if you paid annually. So, you know, I'm obviously, this is not a scientific sample size from people in the chat, but these are important. These are anecdotal reports of actual people canceling Prime and not having a problem. I wonder if these people will be called to testify. People who had problems as well as people who don't have problems, so we can have a fair lawsuit. We'll see how this one ends up going.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Didn't another company just run through an issue where they were having troubles canceling the subscriptions?
Remind me.
I'm trying to think. I thought maybe Adara will call it, but I'm sure someone else was just going through the same issue.
Do you recall, Adara, any other company having this issue where people were complaining about canceling?
Not off the top of my head. If
Neither
I had off the top of my head, I would say it. But honestly, I'll think about it. I can't think of any right now.
We were talking about it a while ago. It might come.
It'll come back.
Yeah,
It'll come back to you.
if it would come back to me, yeah.
All right, Ichiro says, LOL, good luck trying to cancel Adobe. I've heard that same thing, Ichiro. Actually, it's funny, I was talking to the production team, and some of them have very similar things to say. Let's go on to IonQ with a major quantum computing milestone. This is not actually for quantum computing, but for networking quantum compute. So let's get right to it. This is really interesting. So IonQ, with the backing of the Air Force Research Lab, has achieved a critical advancement in quantum networking. The company successfully converted photons from visible wavelengths used with trapped barium ions into telecom wavelengths on a prototype system. This breakthrough enables the potential interconnection of quantum computers over existing long-haul fiber optic infrastructure. Good luck, because I figured the data wasn't easily transferable between one location and another. It looks like maybe they're making strides in that regard. Here's the vision for the quantum internet. IonQ emphasized that the ability to shift visible light into telecom wavelengths is essential for scaling quantum information transfer. The company called this milestone a foundation for linking quantum systems globally. If scalable, if this science experiment ends up becoming commercially scalable, the technology could significantly lower barriers to commercial quantum networks by leveraging the current infrastructure that we have for fiber optics. And Joey Options was building that bad boy up there, so this is right down your alley.
Yeah.
They're actually talking about linking quantum vis-a-vis fiber ops.
Fiber ops. Yeah, I mean, hey, Again, man, once these guys really start to find the law of physics, then I think it's going to be a whole new space. Even though it is currently emerging, it's probably, if they ever happen to do so, I think it's going to be stuff that we've never personally ever seen before in the stock market. Valuations absolutely through the roof. It's been a pretty good look so far in the space overall. Rigetti, QB, TS, QuantumScape, QS, QUBT, and all of these names. So the space is strong and is growing. And I mean, if we talk about a couple of months ago, you look at RGTI, this thing was only a couple dollars. Like, and the moves that we've been experiencing, pardon me?
Ridiculous.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane. And to be honest with you, I think that could possibly just be the start of things. Yeah, I mean, you go back to November of 24, this thing was $1.43. And like, boom, there you go.
I don't even want to know. Don't tell me 2100%.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it is.
I don't want to hear that.
So
man.
essentially, if you were involved in this name RGTI in November of 2024 and you put in a couple $1,000, chances are you're chilling on a yacht somewhere. So, hey, man, good to you. And I think this space is going to continue to grow. The thing is,
2100%, Katina, man. You know.
I mean.
Bad, right?
It's good money.
Man, it says yachts are millions of dollars.
Well, it depends what kind of yacht you're using, and we're not going to get too technical here on the aspect. I'm more or less being sarcastic on that fact. Exactly. It's a pretty good look. Are you going to see that type of growth within this space? I don't know, considering when you get it at those prices, at those lows, in order for it to do that, it needs to climb substantially harder. But I think the forward outlook in quantum is pretty bullish.
Oh, it's got to be, Joey. Yeah. I mean, like, you hear some of the processing times for some of the most complicated mathematical problems ever, and then you're immediately sold if it's scalable again. Yeah. Adara, this is a big jump up here for the quantum technology. We're not talking about quantum computers themselves, but we're talking about the networking side, equally as important, sharing information.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to be really honest here. I feel like I don't have much to add to this conversation. I don't want to take away from any knowledge of quantum. I will say, good look for the stock. A lot of these quantum names have had good moves lately. I think IONQ and Rigetti, especially with positive catalysts. And congrats to anyone holding this long. I'm just going to be honest here. I don't want to get too involved. It is a technology, admittedly, I should know more about. But as of right now, I will just say congrats to the longs.
Technologia. Thank you, Adara. And no, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Let's go on. CoreWeave. Oh, God. The stock again. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man wants everyone to know the market's. It's in the bathroom right now. It's in the bathroom, Katina Man. It's down 0.6. The NQ taking it on the chin today, below 25,000. We're defending 6,700 barely on the ES. We'll see if we can hold that. The NQ is leading the way down, though, 0.6. The ES not far behind, 0.57. The only major average that's positive on the day is the Russell, barely 0.04 in green. Even the Dow is down 0.25%. Let's go on to the next topic. CoreWeave upgraded on cloud demand tailwinds. So I've made my feelings very clear about CoreWeave and the circularity with Nvidia. Putting that aside, let's talk about why Melius upgraded them today from a hold to buy and boosting the price target from 128 to 165. They're citing accelerating cloud demand both right now and well into the future. Those are quotes, that's not my words. As the primary driver for the upgrade, CoreWeave is seen by Melius as a key early adopter of NVIDIA's next-gen AI systems. And what I mean by next-gen, I'm talking about that Vera Rubin or whatever. We're moving beyond Blackwell. But for the moment, we're going to pause and send it to Joey.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free, that's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning-fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now.
Yeah, don't miss out. Don't be
that guy.
Let's talk about the positioning in AI infrastructure for CoreWeave. So, as AI inferencing, as opposed to training, of course, demand accelerates, Melius expects CoreWeave to be one of the massive beneficiaries of that from scaling their cloud workloads. CoreWeave's close ties with NVIDIA position it to be among the first to integrate cutting-edge GPU technology. And I just want to pause here for a second because we always talked about Hopper, the H100 of NVIDIA's chips, being fantastic for training, but used very seldomly for inference. That's not the case with Blackwell. Blackwell's for both training and inference, and that's what CoreWeave's getting their hands on. And they're going to be one of the first to get them en masse, obviously aside from the hyperscalers. So that's what we're talking about here when we're saying they're really going to have an advantage in inference, because everybody who's got the Hopper, the H100, is going to be great for training, but not necessarily for inference. CoreWeave looking to differentiate themselves. Wells Fargo also, Joey, it wasn't just Melius. Wells Fargo also gave the nod to CoreWeave today, reinforcing, that bullish sentiment.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to sit on the same stance until we start seeing capex from these hyperscalers start to cool off.
Okay.
Then I like these cloud plays, right? Like again, you have the Snowflakes, the CoreWeaves, Azure's, Google Cloud, Amazon Web Service, and with this AI build out, I think for the foreseeable future, until you start to see those things cool down, the cloud demand is going to be there, and then you have the likes of CoreWeave also acquiring a lot of the backlog. No, that was Oracle, sorry. Oracle getting Google's backlog and everything along those lines. But if there's all this spillover, I think that some of these bigger cloud names are going to benefit from this. So I really like what's going on in the cloud space and with obviously all this AI spend.
Let's send it to Adair. She's got news, and then Adair, feel free, obviously, to comment.
For sure, SLNO is dropping. Now a short seller, or I guess either way, they have a short position in this stock by the name of Scorpion Capital. They said that they're seeing the FDA database, apparently either yesterday or today, another hospitalization for heart failure related to this company's treatment has been added to the database. So some concerns here, I guess, about heart failure related to a treatment from SLNO. Of course, it is worth noting this is coming from a group that's already short SLNO, but again, they are citing the FDA database. So keep an eye on this stock. This is dropping to the downside. Now, in terms of CoreWeave, guys, I will talk here about CRV or CRWV. I mean, this is also dropping, but so is the whole market. One thing I do like about CoreWeave, regardless of the business model, I think from a stock perspective, it's pretty cool. You get positive news in Microsoft. CoreWeave pumps. If you guys remember what it did on Microsoft earnings day one, you get good news about Nvidia. CoreWeave pops. Like, there's very rare that we'll get a stock that reacts so positively to basically every company's good news in their sector. So I think in that way, CoreWeave's a pretty interesting stock. I don't have too much else on this. I think this is one that people seem really bullish on. So I think for now, I mean, obviously we did end up giving some of this gap up today, but we're still well above yesterday's lows. I think right now, analysts are bullish on CoreWeave. For my part, I guess I'll follow the trend. It's not something I'd get involved with on any kind of longer term basis, but I think it's, right now at least, it seems like short term, people are getting interested in this to the upside.
I know you have the same concerns as me about the circularity issue.
I just don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Okay. That's
my biggest issue.
I get that. Thanks, Adair. Let's go on to Boeing. This is a good look here for Boeing. I don't know what the stock's looking like on the day, but there's a whole bunch of countries interested in Boeing's planes. Where are they, man? I think they're down. They're actually up.
Quick,
absolutely. Because the market's tanking right now, but we don't really know why.
So I mean,
go ahead.
We know why it's tanking. I mean, we're not even down 1% yet. We're only down 3/4. But you can see the aggressive selling here coming in. September in full effect. Noted. Don't buy names and don't buy stocks in September. I'm obviously being slightly sarcastic on that front. Just considering, right? I mean, usually a typically bearish month, August and September, right?
And then bottoms in October.
So there you go. So wait till October to start buying things. But in the grand scheme of things, if you look at this from a daily, nothing too bad, but it does feel slightly frothy there, Adara.
Yeah, there's some geopolitical stuff to potentially be aware of. We did have Donald Trump. Apparently, he was speaking, I guess, at another UN event. I couldn't find a stream to that worked, but I've been following the comments. One comment that was made a while ago, I think it's circulating pretty heavily right now. I guess he did say that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter NATO airspace, then said that it depends. So either way, there are some geopolitical things here being brought up with Russia from U.S. President Donald Trump. That's the only thing I'm seeing. Sometimes, these geopolitical uncertainties can and will move the market. That's all I'm seeing. Back to you.
Yeah, as the market continues to bleed down. Yeah, you got to see some of the incursions. We saw Lithuania have their airspace breached not long ago. We know Poland's airspace was breached by some drones which were actually shot down. But we were talking about a MiG-25. I believe it was a MiG-25 that penetrated Lithuanian airspace and then kind of came back out.
Oh, yeah?
You feel he's testing NATO defenses or NATO response times. That's my guess. He's a KGB guy, bro. Well, of course he's going to be doing this stuff, man. That's his modus operandi. Let's go on to Boeing, though. Interesting look here for Boeing. They're still positive on the day despite dropping down off the highs. Uzbekistan Airways signed a deal with Boeing for up to 22 787 Dreamliners, marking the largest commercial aircraft order ever for Central Asian countries. The order is valued about $8.5 billion, including firm purchases as well as options. Deliveries are expected to expand Uzbekistan's long-haul fleet. Good for them. Turkey also interested in doing business with the states for a variety of different reasons. President Tayyip Erdogan met with Trump in Washington to discuss purchasing F-16s as well as F-35s, along with Boeing aircraft. The talks focused on expanding Turkey's defense portfolio, with Trump pushing for U.S. defense exports as a strategic tool for alliances. Obviously, Turkey part of NATO. Erdogan hinted, though, Turkey could walk away from the F-35s, but remains open to Boeing for commercial purposes. So we'll have to see. Canada also, I don't know if Canada went ahead with the F-35 purchase. I have to check. I think the decision day was yesterday. China as well in focus here for Boeing. There's a group of bipartisan lawmakers out in Beijing right now, and they're pressing for a Boeing China aircraft purchase deal, potentially reopening a critical market for Boeing. We know that that is part of the ongoing discussions right now between President Donald Trump and President Xi. Where Boeing is kind of being used as a bargaining chip. The Chinese are looking to make a big purchase from Boeing, as well as maintenance parts as well for their aging fleet, which they haven't been getting access to. Negotiations apparently with this bipartisan lawmaker group, Joey, are nearing the completion stages, but you got to assume here that this deal must form some sort of part of the trade negotiations between China and
the United States. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pieces to the trade deals puzzle. I mean, we were talking about the TikTok deal not too long ago. Obviously, you have the precious metals. And then now with Boeing, the thing is, what I don't understand with Boeing is that their backlog is absolutely insane. And they essentially run a monopoly, and they can't get out of their own way. I think that this stock should be extremely less turbulent from a technical standpoint than what it already is. So for me personally, Boeing, the more deals, the better. But they also have to start pumping out a little bit more planes because their backlog is through the roof. They struck a deal with China not too long ago as well, too. So, I mean, be patient on that one. You got countries ordering planes left, right, and center, and they just can't meet the demands. So whatever. What's the union called, the FCCA or something like that?
The regulatory body?
Yeah.
The FTC.
FTC. No.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking
coming
about.
to me.
The FAA. Yeah. So and apparently, like, there was some form of talks a long time ago of them hiring an FAA division. Thank you for that. So they can get this right. So they can start producing more planes and stop using duct tape and dish soap and doing all these things. So at the end of the day, you run a monopoly. Your only other competition really for commercial airplanes is Airbus. And you can't get it right, so I don't know. Hopefully they do eventually, because I think this is a stock that should be performing significantly better.
All right, I just want to look at this real quick. So apparently the deadline came yesterday, and there was no report, no actual decision made by the Canadian government on whether they're going to go ahead with the F-35. So Defense Minister David McGuinty hasn't spoken about that. Anyway, I just want to double check. Adara, 3 deals possibly on the table here for Boeing, China, Uzbekistan, and Turkey.
Yeah, I have to praise Kelly Ortberg here. I know people are probably thinking, wow, Adara making another Boeing headline about Kelly Ortberg. But here's the thing, Sharif, like, we've all talked about this on this show quite frequently. The way that Boeing is being kind of positioned as a bit of a bargaining chip with regards to these trade deals, it's a really good opportunity for a certain CEO, Kelly Ortberg, to really show they've got their stuff. Now, as Joe says, they have to get the production up. They have to, throw away the Dawn dish soap unless it's in the company kitchen, that type of thing. They still have steps to make. But I think what's been, excellent, and I think a really good test for Kelly is, hey, you've been put in a position where deals are more or less on your doorstep. What will you do with them, and how will you execute? I think so far, Kelly Ortberg has done an excellent job of proving himself. As of right now, so far, he is the only CEO of the company who was not an interim CEO who hasn't either resigned in disgrace or had some kind of situation afterwards that he was called the worst CEO in American history. And that title belongs to our boy, W. James McNerney, who didn't resign in disgrace, but has since been called the worst CEO in American history. Now, Kelly Wertberg, Sharif, has the opportunity to be the only permanent Boeing CEO since the 90s to not have this happen. I really want to see him pull it off, and I honestly think he can. And as I said, he's been really put in a position. He's been gifted this situation where he can really make that happen thanks to these deals. I hope he pulls it off for the sake of the company, for the sake of Boeing. And yeah, I mean, get it, Kelly. If people are going to think I'm in love with the man, I better rep him.
There you go. And your infographic showed him up 40%. So he's doing his job so far.
That was, I think, as of August, but still he's
So is it up more or less since then?
Probably roughly the same, I think.
Roughly the same.
Yeah, I'll have to look at it. I'll have to update it.
All right, guys, a couple more over here. Let's talk about Google. Jeez Louise, I can't catch a break, Joey. Another possible antitrust lawsuit by, yes, you guessed it, the Department of Justice. This time, not around Chrome and some of the other products, but this time around their ad business. So the U.S. Department of Justice and a coalition of states are pressing Google to sell its ad exchange business known as AdX, which charges publishers a 20% fee on the instant ad auctions. The government argues Google illegally tied AdX to its publisher ad server, creating an unlawful monopoly in web advertising technology. Department of Justice Attorney Julia Tarver Wood said the risk of Google recreating ties is just too great without a forced divestiture by the government. Google's defense goes as follows. Their lawyer, Karen Dunn, called the Department of Justice proposals radical and reckless, claiming they would harm competition by removing Google from the ad market. The company argues that the Department of Justice would gain excessive control over a major U.S. tech platform, which is undesirable, according to the company. Google has instead proposed policy changes that would make it easier for publishers to use rival programs. But the Department of Justice said that's not far enough to restore fair competition, so they're not going for it. Here's the broader antitrust crackdown that I mentioned at the top. Judge Leonie Brinkema, presiding over the trial, previously ruled that Google holds unlawful monopolies in advertising technology. The Department of Justice, as we know, lost its recent attempt to force Google to sell Chrome, but officials argue this case, not the Chrome case, but this case is fundamentally different given AdX's central role in the ad market. So this advanced local executive, Grant Whitmore, he testified that Google's vertical ownership of ad tools lets it put their thumb on the scale, undermining fair auctions. Google's denied that. This is interesting, Joey. I mean, they're 1 for 1, right?
Yeah.
They're 1 for 2.
Yeah.
They're 1 for 2 so far. Do they go 2 for 2? Like, one is still outstanding.
Yeah.
Do you feel this is different than the Chrome business, given that they're on this side of the ad and this side of the ad?
No, I don't think there's much difference, to be honest with you.
Okay.
You know what? This is the route that I'm going with this. The judge ruled in the previous antitrust case that, hey, for the current market environment, and like obviously the AI race, that they're going to rule in Google's favor. Why? Because you want your best players to become your best players. Now, are they going to steal digital ad? No, someone else is just going to come in and take it. But you want them to remain as strong as they possibly can, considering that your number one frenemy, yes, China, is really starting to gain ground in the AI race. Next thing you know, you want them to start grabbing digital ad revenue from you? No, I don't think that's going to be the case whatsoever, regards to Temu, Shein, whatever it may be. I think this is just another punch towards Google that is essentially going to turn into nothing. They're going to end up paying a little bit of cash, and the next thing you know, considering this, the stock's going to climb another 34% as soon as the judge rules in their favor. So I think this isn't very much. I think they'll be able to blow past this without any form of questioning, because you want your best players to remain your best players, and they need to stop picking on Google, to be honest with you. Because at the end of the day, it's like, why are you trying to bring down your strongest companies? It just doesn't make sense to me. Because you want a fair playing field. Is everything fair in life? Absolutely not. Especially when you're in this race against China.
Okay, so I just wanted to explain because I know people are asking questions. Sorry, Adair, give me 1 second. So this is Perplexity's explanation of what the AdX issue is. So ADX, The ADX antitrust issue with Google centers on how Google allegedly created and maintained a monopoly in the digital ads ecosystem by tightly linking its ad exchange with its dominant publisher ad server, DFP, okay? Google required publishers to use its ad server named DFP to access highly valued demand from the AdX advertisers and vice versa, effectively locking publishers and advertisers into its system and making it nearly impossible for rivals to compete at scale. This tying meant competitors' exchanges and server products were disadvantaged because they could not match the scale, data, or privileged access of Google's stack. Google could also give AdX special advantages in the ad auctions like first look or last look privileges, enabling it to extract higher fees and reinforce its market power. The U.S. Department of Justice argued these practices harm publishers, so now we were looking at the allegations, but that's the explanation of the actual mechanics of how it works. My buddy's in digital ad sales. He explained this to me 100 times. I can't really wrap my mind around it so easily. Adira, you probably have a grasp on this. What's your making of this latest DOJ probe into Google?
Yeah, I mean, they want to get Google, as you said. I think one thing, too, I honestly don't think that the Amit Mehta ruling, that was his ruling initially in DOJ, I think that was completely fair, right? So I think if we can come up with some kind of AdSense ruling that is as fair as that other previous DOJ-related Google ruling where the judge said, hey, you know what, you do have to share information with your competitors in search, but we're not going to separate the business. I think if they can come to some sort of similar consensus with the ad issue, then I think it's fine. One thing I will say, too, and I'm not sure if this is what the investigation is related to specifically. It doesn't seem like it seems to, but it is related to Google and ads. They do also have their fingers in other ad-related pies, like YouTube, right? They have YouTube AdSense, Google AdSense. So that alone, you think that'd be enough, ad-related action for them? We're gonna have to wait and find out what happens here. I think the Google lawyer calling the policies radical and reckless, or the proposals there from the DOJ, is extreme, but we get it. They're trying to fight for their life here in tech. And I think, we're gonna have to wait and see how it turns out. I don't have too much on this, truthfully, but I think it's very clear that these big tech companies, we thought this was going to be a bit more friendly from a regulatory standpoint. So right now, we're not really sure if that is, in fact, the case, but I think that I really want to know if we break more into this case, if they bring up the AdSense thing with YouTube, because that's another aspect of Google's ads that I probably know the most about that I'm kind of shocked wasn't brought up here yet. Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's go on to the last story as we wind down the show. Kind of, I don't want to say a nothing burger, but a light story. CleanSpark, CLSK. Where is it? It's up 1.13, but dropping with the overall market. 15.19 high, low a day 1378. Here's the reason we're up. Increased its Bitcoin-backed credit facility with Coinbase Prime by $100 million, enhancing its ability to fund expansion as well as the company's strategic initiatives. The company plans to use the capital to grow its energy portfolio, obviously important for mining, scaling their mining operations, so buying more Nvidia GPUs, probably, or maybe others, who knows, and invest in high-performance computing capabilities. Not shocked by that. CEO Matt Schultz highlighted opportunities to accelerate mining growth while optimizing their assets near metro centers and key infrastructure pipelines. CleanSpark sees potential, Joey, in high-performance compute campuses, which could support broader digital infrastructures needed beyond Bitcoin mining. So they were up nicely in the pre-market, 5.4%, down now to about 1.13. This is obviously something that you know very well in the crypto field. Yeah. Do you like the expansion of these miners, or has mining kind of lost its luster, with Mara, CleanSpark, Riot, Hut, all of them kind of lagging lately?
It's such a weird space, too, because we know, obviously, the costs of mining are extremely high. Obviously, you have the energy and everything along those lines. And the mining rigs are only getting better and better, Sharif, so you got to continuously update your systems. I don't know if it will ever become a space where it's lagging to the point where it's like, okay, the appreciation in Bitcoin has just gone through the roof, and you have the likes of Mara, who is actually one of the largest holders of Bitcoin. I think it's definitely top 5 in America. I believe Adara knows the fact of that, but they have a couple hundred, like over 250,000 Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure, at that point. So when is that going to come into play? Because if these Bitcoin treasuries are going through the roof, and you have these miners who are already holding a substantial amount of the coin, at what point is that flip going to switch? And you kind of get the appreciation in the miners, but you just got to take into consideration how expensive it is to run these Bitcoin mining rigs. So I don't know, until they show otherwise, Sharif, I don't love with the expansion of the Bitcoin mining, considering we have a couple more years until the halving cycle, right? So the next cycle, isn't it that the next
April, right?
Yeah,
Last April.
Of April of 28. Right,
okay.
So is the next halving cycle anywhere around there? So you still have some time in order to do so, and then obviously the reward is cut in half. And with that being said, with the reward being cut in half, once again, you drastically need Bitcoin to have appreciated. Otherwise, it's just there's no bang for your buck there.
Adara, any thoughts on this latest CleanSpark headline?
Yeah, I mean, for one, Sharif, I have to ask: has mining lost its luster? Was that a pun? You know, mining, luster.
I didn't actually. I told you my mind doesn't work that way.
I figured it wasn't, but I had to address it either way because it was awesome. Now, Joe, with regards to your point, I just looked this up. I knew Marathon Digital had at least a tenth of the Bitcoin of MSTR, and significantly less Bitcoin than MSTR. Yeah, it's got just over 52,000, so not a huge amount of Bitcoin.
Mara?
Yeah, Mara.
Oh, I thought they had at least a quarter million. Yeah, I thought they had about 50
MSTR is the most, and then anyone else who's second or third is going to have way less. I have an infographic on this, but I haven't updated it in months, so I'm not going to bother showing it. I want to mention as well that with CLSK, I actually think, to comment on what you guys are saying, I think it makes sense for these to try to broaden their horizons a bit. I know IREN, I don't know a ton about the company's business model, truthfully, but they were initially a pure Bitcoin kind of mining type play, and they've made their way in energy space as well, right? It makes sense you're trying to get these data center uses because, as Sharif implied there, maybe mining has lost its luster, or you want to do something else at the same time. I think that's completely fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I think good on CleanSpark for trying to spark a new aspect of the business, especially if you're worried that hey, with all of these, I guess, crypto treasury asset plays, maybe there's a new name in the game in town when it comes to crypto trades. And I'm not saying by any means that the mining trade is done, but I think it makes sense given that climate, given again some concerns about is mining the best use for energy when you've got data centers. I think it makes a lot of sense to diversify.
And we see a lot of these miners, at least initially, Adara, I remember they were looking for very cheap energy jurisdictions. So wherever they could get the cheapest energy, they were going to China, then China banned them, and they were going to Russia, and then they were going to Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. So they're very fluid. They just set up where the costs make the most sense. And obviously, high performance computing keeps increasing, so they'll have to eat into margins. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you for that. I want to point out one thing though. I was talking about some of these miners. I want to show Hut 8 because an individual in the chat pointed this out to me. I didn't actually see this, but look at this, Joey. You're still well off all-time highs. So that's the chart on Hut 8. So if you look at the COVID highs back in November of 2021, we are still down 53%. But we're breaking out here above technical levels above 32. But when you look at the same weekly, on that hard garbage Mara, you're not even close.
What's Riot?
Let's look at Riot as well. See how it's performing relative to its recent highs in COVID. Oh, now it looks like it switched from Mara to Riot, eh? Embarrassing.
Damn.
No, these are absolutely not the same whatsoever. Hut 8 looks a lot better, but it seems as if it's an industry-wide thing where they were super overvalued during COVID and things came back to earth, so to speak, and some of them have recovered more than others. Let's take a quick look just at CLSK on the weekly. Seems as if all of these ones, they want to take a really long time to open up. There we go. Yeah, no, I would say Hut 8 is definitely the best looking of the bunch there. That's just my opinion, but there you go. You can take one last quick look at the COVID highs versus where we are right now.
Yeah, I just think the margins aren't there, right? It's super CapEx heavy, just running the energy, and I mean it could be one of the greatest buys of all time if Bitcoin goes to $1 million or whatever it may be, if you get it off of these lows. But it can also be nothing because they're just spending more money than what they're actually bringing in, and Bitcoin hasn't appreciated that much. So.
Yeah, and that will definitely be an issue. It'll have to make sense financially. All right, guys. Been a good day. A good day in general, not a good day trading for me, but we'll close out this position last here on REPL that we were holding out for the Beak Weather into the mid-90s. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, so we'll flatten out that. And with that, we're going to send you to the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, who are over there. Joseph and I will see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Peace, boys.
Sharif. Welcome back, everybody. Look, the market is trying to bounce off some of those lows, and there was an Oracle story. I don't know if it. I don't know how big of a deal it's going to be. OpenAI and Oracle to announce the data expansion in Texas. We didn't actually mention. Yeah, so it's Oracle bounced off the lows, and the market bounced off the lows. So I don't know, like the timing of it. The market was bouncing off the bottom, and it kind of bounced with it. Helped it get into the up. Worth watching. And Oracle down 5% on its own. So I want to make sure at least we got to that story. I don't know. I caught the tail end of that the miners conversation. Really, the best we can say at 8. Earth must not look good at all. What? Is Unity not working? I don't think my Unity is working. So anyways, guys.
Were you muted again?
It must have been muted.
Oh my God.
So anyway.
Still on vacay mode.
No, we're going to talk about, it happens to everybody around here.
Yeah,
it is what it is. Yeah. But let's talk about just a quick second. I was talking about that Oracle story. It's just a data center deal with OpenAI. So the market was bouncing off the lows when Oracle bounced off the lows at this point. But I think it was, maybe it helped it a little bit. Oracle, one of the weaker names here, selling off pretty much all day when the market wasn't going, and obviously selling it off when the market was going to the downside. But this could be an interesting one if it's going to finally hold on to that $300 level. I want to keep an eye on this if it can get through the volume weighted average price. I'm only in one position, it's Virgin Galactic, and that was that $4 we mentioned earlier today. If it can't break $4, I think you look to short it. And I'm looking to get back into the Intel short, because that lost that $30 level for sure. Let me know if, can you guys test my Unity? Because I want to make sure that's up and running.
Yeah, all right. We're just in the same old stuff over here, short, of course, so we'll just continue to watch out for that trade. Yeah, this is the same trade that we had all morning long, and it just started printing lower. We just started taking a couple outs here. Andre, show my screen over there, my guy. There it goes. So, you know, nice move all the way down. We pick some up in this area. And we'll just wait to see what is going on. I mean, yeah, September generally is a low month for stocks. It's the worst month out of the 12 for returns on the S&P 500. But there it goes, all the way to the downside. And we were talking about this early, man. I mean, our stop was the 60s. So here we go again, man. Here's another 20-cent worth of a stop to give us 185 cents. So 9 to 1. Right now, we had a decent piece on as well. This AMD trade, I don't have. It shows I have some on, but it's like one share basically. That went all the way down to 159 and change. Oh boy, right there for AMD. We'll see if there's some sort of a to do here with it. You know what? I might as well just get out of it. We'll put some money in our pocket, get out of the AMD trade right here. But yeah, no, that's what's been going on over here. It's really just the print factory happening on the TQQs. As Sharif said, man, I really appreciate Sharif like telling you guys when it's a little bit of a rougher day or whatever. I think that that's important. You know, we just be honest with some of the trades that we have on board. We had Nvidia early. This is what happens when you have risk management. You get out, and now Nvidia's bleeding. I thought buying yesterday at 175 was a gift, but apparently that gift is coming right back in right now pretty decently. So there goes Nvidia to the downside again right there. Tesla we tried early and thankfully got out of that one and was able to be fine with this. And then the only other trade we have is this AMD one right here that I didn't even realize I have. So we're going to punch out of that one. And then now we have the TQs, which is the banger of the day, of course, for me here being down now $2. So yeah, it's going to be a good one here coming in. Bitcoin struggling a little bit down into 111 again. I like Bitcoin, but not until 100,000. I think it looks like we're going to get into the, I don't know, we could get to 108 again. We'll talk more about this as it continues to fall here with the broader market. So yeah, man, so far so good here today trading. We're going to go 2 for 4. So, you know, the winners in AMD and the TQs and the losers in Nvidia and Tesla. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. And we're going to find some opportunities for you. The Big Bear AI army is strong today. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to get to Big Bear AI, but Mayank in the chat, I hope I'm saying that right, because I know I have a buddy whose friend is Mayank, and I met him a couple times. So that's how I'm going to pronounce it. You just bought some Burke B. Time to hold. Yeah, I bought 2 things over lunch. One of them was Amazon. I think I said that one. At least I think I said it this morning. But like once we get in the midday of the show, I'm going to pick up some Amazon because it was flushing on that Prime stuff, which we'll talk about it. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal, but you know, we have some opinions on what they do to some of these big cap tech companies to extract some taxes. I just think it's tax. But Burke B, 200 period hold. Like, we've been talking about accumulation a lot when a stock goes into like an accumulation phase where it just sits there. And this has just sat there for 2 weeks. And I was looking across the board, like what to buy in this dip. Like, what do I like? And this was at the 200 period, and I like that. So, you know, Burke B, I'm with you on this one. And then Amazon, yuck. I mean, Amazon was bleeding before the market was bleeding. Like when we sat down this morning, right off the bat, Amazon was tanking, and it was because of that Prime story. I'm sure we'll get to that at some point, right in there at the lows. It also happened to be around that 222, which, I don't know, I just kind of like the number, but that's nothing to do with it. I just think when you get one of these names, you know, on one of those panic sell-off days, like if I was going to buy in front of the 200 period anyways, might as well pull the trigger on a little bit here today. So we'll get into the reason why this looks bad, but I think it's a bit of I think it's a bit of a, I don't know. I think every single time we look at the regulators, and whether it's antitrust this or Google breakup that, or you're making it too hard for people to cancel, you're just looking to get a few $1 billion out of them in a settlement, which usually ends up happening. It's a slap on the wrist. They generate a ton of cash, and then you end up moving on. So I always treat these as buying opportunities, and we'll see. When you're not going to sell it forever, does it really matter? But you still got to pick it up.
All right, if we're ready, we can go over to Sharif and figure out what's going on. There he goes. I like all this stuff. Look at the news on the inside. There we've got one position on, and it is your TQQ, the market short. So let's see what winds up happening here. Yeah, Oracle's going to be a good one. We had Boxlight yesterday, BBAI, Open Door. Let's go find out which names you guys chose for us to talk about.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as cited by you. But the only way to get those tickers, hold on, hey, that away, is to get into the chat every day and vote for your favorite. Oh, Andre, you're killing me, brother. That way is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. You got to throw in that $sign before whatever ticker your heart so desires. You can vote up until 2 o'clock, guys. Let's look at all 4 major averages, and all 4 major averages are negative on the day as the selling started coming in here in the afternoon. The ES down 0.6%, with the NQ also down 0.75%, and the Dow down about 0.3. The best performing major average on the day is the Russell 2000, barely negative, down only 0.1%. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, Big Bear AI, and what a move up here, trying to take out $8, up 12.5%. Here's a headline: Big Bear AI and SMX collaborate to enhance maritime awareness for the U.S. Navy. Yet another U.S. government contract. First, we heard about airports in Chicago, then it was Nashville. This time, it's the U.S. Navy, boys.
The Navy, in the Navy. BBAI pulled back into the prior high of the day. And I think as long as this shows its relative strength, we talked about where the target might be last week, and it seems like it got there. But like the play was pull back into prior high. When it stair steps to the upside, your resistance turns into support. But the trend break it's fully complete. Like it broke the trend down here at the 200. That was at $5 we were talking about just like a week and a half ago. Gets to the 50, barely slows down, and it goes all the way into that 850 on the daily chart. So you pretty much got all of it. I think today the next stop would be breaking out above 850. Maybe you dip into 7 first. I don't know. Like it would seem like it would make some sense that it would have a consolidation or would slow down a little bit before we made that move for the actual breakout at 850. I'd look this afternoon. Can it hold 8? And then maybe there's a long off 8 to play inside the 8 to 850 range, and then look for that 850 break a little bit later on. So BBAI, it was just play into the prior high. And when the market's weak like this, you got to find a runner if you like the long trade. A lot of times, those are the things that will be going. Like whether it was Rocket Lab, which I know was pretty strong, Plug Power, which I guess we'll talk. Yeah, Plug Power on the list. That was pretty strong earlier today. Those are the kind of things they were able to hold up when the market can't, because when it's a growth play and it's explosive and short selling and short sellers get burnt, then it's going to have its own juice. I just feel like that 850 level was going to be too much when you're talking about a 20% move, right? It's got to slow down a little bit somewhere.
All right, amazing trade over there by Neil. We have Big Bear AI in the long-term account, or the swing account. We've been really nailing this, and it's been another proud moment because we went, we're long 4 out 650, 750, 850. We did our exact plan, and we got hit at 850. Or I don't know if we did get hit at 850 today. No, 848. I'm at 850, so we missed that trade right there. But yeah, so far so good with everything with Big Bear AI. I'm telling people to watch out for it because of the levels, right? And I think I'm going to stay with that. You got to be careful. That top wick of 10.50 is what we got to be careful with. So for me, Big Bear AI continues to be an absolute monster holding, and let's just wait to see where it goes from here. I'm still holding 35%. Once we get this 850, which we didn't get yet, I guess I should check my account. But we're going to wait for that to blow higher, man. I love Big Bear AI. We've been talking about it for months. Congratulations to everybody who has this, man. You're in my good books right there. So there it goes. Big Bear AI, nice move higher. Let's go back over and find out the next stock you guys want to talk about. I have a feeling it's going to be Opendoor.
It is, Sean, absolutely. Opendoor really rocketing up here. Oh, down. 11 1/3%. After one of their top shareholders sold about $95 million worth of shares. Access Holding, one of the top shareholders of Opendoor, losing a key technical level, guys, at 8.5.
Thank you. And I don't know, how many times are we supposed to say the pun about the door being shut on Opendoor today?
Hopefully no more.
Nah, we'll leave it at that one. But it has. I mean, ultimately, this thing, for it to be back down, like a 30% retracement from the highs, you have to remember where this thing has come from. Like, it was a $1 stock when this whole thing started. So, like, even if you bought it then, like, there's some longs which are absolutely working. We talked about how the short flow was increasing, even as it was going into $1. There were people shorting it for let alone like $5, $6, and obviously at $11, some people have won pretty nicely. So it's not that it can't have a second salvo, but when it's on the back end of the trade, you want to see it find a bid. Like, you saw it find a bid when it lost 5, right? Like, it found the bid at $2. You can see that there. When it failed to break out at 5 here, it found a bid at $4. So it's in the Opendoor just happens to be in the let's find a bid mode, and today has shown you nothing. Like, there's been no sign yet. Maybe we have a double bottom, but we haven't retested the low of the day to be able to know that. So I think you're waiting. I think you're basically in short mode until it shows some kind of consolidation on the daily. And then when everyone forgets about it a bit, you can go back over and start to look for some squeeze plays. Throw in the fact that obviously you've had a lot of talk this morning. Jamie Dimon, some others were mentioning how hard it would be for the Fed to continue to cut rates in this environment. That doesn't necessarily bode well for them if we start having lower expectations in terms of rate cuts for 2026. I don't think that helps whatsoever. But what can help everybody out there is BTCC, because in 14 years they've had 0 hacks and 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you can also trade like them. Regulated in the US, China, or Canada, and Europe, and trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live also has an exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you.
Like, yesterday we got the quote that Eric Jackson was looking at, that better stock, and the minute that was the news, it was game over for Opendoor. So yeah, I mean, here's where the pump is going to be now. We saw it yesterday. It's been pumping forever. And if you guys have been watching this show anytime, I've been talking about this market being rigged, and I mean, this is another example of that. Just, talking it up, there it goes, ripping to the upside. So this one will eventually fall as well, but right now Better is getting going. And I just think that a lot of the focus now of EMJ Capital and his pump crew is over on BETR. So if you were part of that yesterday, feel like there was a great opportunity to short it, Obi and I were talking about there back in. And then that $50 level looks like a pretty good one to be able to hold. And look where we held today, right at past and prior support and resistance level here of $59.60. So we'll wait to see if that winds up holding it. But yeah, for Open Door, I still like the stock. It's coming. I said yesterday $7 would be an area. So right into there, we talked about the room that the NASDAQ had to the low side if and when it ever failed. You're seeing that kind of move happen right now. So I just worry that if you don't hold in and around, I guess it's more like 650 to 7, then yeah, the next move down is probably back into this 4 where the 50 period moving average is. So I'm just going to wait to see if that winds up happening. But I've never been in Open Door. Like I said, I'm in BBAI, I'm in Oscar, I'm in Weeble. So that, for me, that's like enough experimental names for me. So I'm going to hold off on Open Door, but congratulations to anybody that has those shorts. We've been talking about it. We had Mitch on, he was talking about it last week and mentioned some stuff today about it as well. So yeah, I would say just stay prudent with your trade thesis. And if Open Door works for you, go for it. But I would watch out. 650 breaking, and I think it's a much bigger problem than what you're looking at right now.
All right, guys. Mizuho maintaining the outperform rating on Tesla, but boosting that price target up nicely from 375 to 440. Analyst Vijay Rakesh maintaining that level, basically saying they like the Model 2, they like the robo-taxi, and they also like Elon Musk buying about $1 billion worth of his stock, as well as the pay package. They say it aligns closely with Tesla's current goals, guys. So Tesla down 2% on the day, but trying to hold some key levels here at 420.
Yeah, like there was a moment this morning when Tesla was holding decently, and it basically just hold a prior close price like 434 here. Like I like the level, so I went in and did the dip buy off that level, but I did not anticipate it would fall apart like this on Tesla. So like that 434, great, but when it broke for good, that was absolutely nasty. What I don't love about this, okay, well, if I start with what's not that bad about Tesla, what's not that bad is at least you're holding on to this consolidation above $400, right? So like since we've broken the 400 level, there was one pullback into 400 and then higher lows all the way through. So at least we've got that consolidation, but that's what's kind of okay. What isn't all that great is sort of the heaviness of these sell-offs, and like the last time it's had a couple of red days, it's like, okay, small up days after breaking 400, but hammer down. Small up day, reversal candle, hammer down. So I think this 420 level could be pretty important for the next couple of, at least if it doesn't break today, certainly tomorrow as well. I think if you lose that, like the stock pulling back, like you could see 400 pretty quickly if we lose 420 is a simple way to put it. Do not like the way that it's selling up here. Like small up days and then big hammer down days for Tesla. Still technically consolidating, but it's starting to give me a little bit of concern. I mean, it's been such a great rally for Tesla. Like if you bought this one either in the low 2s or in like this 280s and you didn't ring any register, well, today's the kind of day that would make me sell some. You got to take some profit. You got to move like that.
All right, talking about taking some profit here. We're now $2 in on this TQ trade, and it's near the lows again. I just put a stop for half of what we have left right here at 60. If we break the 50 period moving average, which we haven't done since time, so hopefully that will continue to move down. All right, we had Tesla written down on here, so we always talk about our sticky note trading, and there it is. Just follow me at Trader TV, Sean, if you want to get the trades. But right into here, Tesla this morning was written on here, 438 long. We got to see if it holds 436. Does not, right? We got some good China news. The area to hold is 436. I mean, it's exactly what we wrote down more clearly and concisely in here. And then, just for Tesla, the trade right there was that 436 area. So we bought 438s. That turned out to be okay. Should have just took $1.50 on the whole thing and called it what it was, but that's okay. And then we bought again and just kind of lost a little bit here back and forth. Then bought this dip into 436, ran it to 439 again. So like, at that point, we were far enough. We're at the Maple Leafs game tonight. Anybody going, I'll see you guys there. But like that hot dog cannon that they have. And then even though it's t-shirts. And then once it broke 436, we got out. That just should have been, I guess, the shortable area. So Tesla downside. I really like the stock. I just, today we're short the NASDAQ. We're short the NASDAQ when the NASDAQ was green or something, and now we're down almost 1%. So we had our spidey sense open for the short today. Just did not see this happening. Dramatic move right there for Tesla at about 130. Just whoops, all the way to the downside, like aggressively. So they're selling it off, man. They're taking some profits here today, and no doubt. Tesla's going to be back, and I would say that you do have some dip zone areas. I think tomorrow maybe around 415 or so is where we could stop and think about going long, but I'm just going to continue to hold this trade that we've got on board right now, and we'll deal with it as we go. But for me, Tesla, we took a shot. Yesterday was a huge move higher. Today it's a decent move lower. I'd say a huge move lower from 440 down to 424. It's $15 straight to the downside, but we got the short, so we're doing okay. Oh, space. Yeah, that's a funny one because I never know the price of Virgin Galactic. Now $4, so I see that.
There was Rocket Labs and Astis.
It's a name I haven't seen in a while. That's good. AST, what was it? AST Holdings? ASTS?
Whatever. ASTS, Astis, which I like to call it. I always forget the exact name of that company. Both of those were rallying and space was going up in sympathy. And when it went exactly to $4. And you look at the daily, it was a 200 period. So I think that was a bit of a sell. Before we get into UNH, I was going to answer, CompuCare team, I was going to answer here, but I'll just answer you right now. Because I did mention that I bought some Amazon in the personal account. Bro, be honest, is Amazon a good swing long? Good long and swing maybe 1 week. Oh, good long and swing maybe 1 week. Okay, so when I say I'm buying it for my long term, it's a company that I want to own some more of that I don't feel like I have enough of it. So for myself, I'm just buying the dip to hold it forever. So I'm not trying to tell anybody that I'm not swinging Amazon. Like I didn't buy Amazon in my retirement account today so that I could sell it next week. Not at all. And I actually, usually if I was going to swing on a dip, like after earnings, there's dip, there's hold, like along like that here on like the second or third day when you're catching it holding a low, like that's more of a trade. Like buying it because it's down and I want to buy some dips in the stock in the long term is very different from trading it. Like I usually, if I'm trading it on a dip, then I want something like what we saw after earnings, where it settled for a couple of days and bounced. So I don't really like to catch the falling knife in a trade basis, but in the long term, it's fine because I just feel like, oh, well, market's coming off. Like, what is the thing I wanted to own more of? So hopefully that answers. Didn't really mean to. Yeah, again, you always just ask us. Like, if we're talking about, I bought this stock or whatever, like, time frame matters, obviously. Like, I have swing trades. Like, I have shot plays. Like, Webull, I think, is more of a shot play than a long-term play to me. If that doesn't start working again, I might consider trimming some. But let's talk some UNH, because that is a swing for me.
Yeah, guys, a couple of good days here for UNH. Yesterday, coming off the schneid at that 332 level, was making lower lows. Nice move up yesterday, nice move up today. Same thing on both days, guys. No headlines to account for the move up 1.84.
Yeah, I think this one's technical for UNH. And, when tech goes down, maybe sometimes you have some strength and it goes to other spaces. But UNH, look at the accumulation at 300 was real. It happened twice and worked once, right? So when it accumulated at 300 before, it wasn't worth anything. I mean, you could have had like 7-8% if you took it, or you could have gotten out flat when it failed it. And then we accumulated 300 again. You take another shot at it, and this time it just happens to be going. But what I liked about UNH is simply it pulled back, and the resistance that was there when it held 300 before has now turned into support. So it just looked like a day two, like breakaway bounce play. I trimmed some because it failed 350, so I think that makes some obvious sense. Like if you didn't like selling some profit at 300 in this range, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense not to, in my opinion, because at some point, if we do end up with like a leg down in the market, and this is like a pullback off the highs, well, eventually that'll bleed to everything else, even if it's been a good growth name. So I think the new support is the prior resistance on UNH. As long as it holds that, I think it's intact for a run at that 200 period moving average. But I think it makes some sense to take some profit on this one. It's been bled so badly. Ultimately, healthcare hasn't exactly been the best sector either. So, trimming some profit on a day like today, or at least in the last couple of weeks, in that 350 area has been pretty good. And hopefully it can hold that 330. If it doesn't, then I think you're in trouble again.
Okay, I was just actually looking at Oscar because, thinking now it's down 2%. This is a play that we're long $13. I traded along on the show with you guys just before earnings, and I wanted to actually double check to see when their earnings were again, and it's November the 6th. Oscar right here, again, similar there, a health name. You could see it lost money last quarter, so we got to be very, very careful with what we're doing with this name, right? So Oscar Health, good run so far on OSCR, and thinking right now about trimming some out there for Oscar. So especially if we lose this $18 or so area right there coming back out. Next time this thing gets to 20, I think that's definitely an area to think about getting out of OSCR. But, November 6th, like that's still so far away. Like I was hoping, I wanted.
It's actually not that far. It's only a month and a half.
Well, trading wise, it's an eternity. But right here, $20. I don't know. I don't want to wait. Like if I wait to November 6th, this thing could be at $24. It could be down here at $13. So we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening here on OSCR. Want to try to give it one more quarter, because although it wasn't a great quarter, we still were able to have a nice move up there. So, I had a little bit of a problem at 20. This is not a healthcare name or anything like that, but Eli Lilly is a name that I like in this space. We saw yesterday Pfizer with Minestra getting involved now with the oral GLP-1, or at least trying to buy someone to get that all figured out. So their investment there at Minestra, I believe it was yesterday, creating a nice upside move there for Pfizer today. So tonight, though, it's not on the board. Tonight we have Micron. So we're going to talk about that as we get ready for the earnings release tonight. So that should be a fun one there. But okay, let's go back over. We'll talk quickly about Plug Power, and we'll see what's powering that thing today.
All right, guys, Plug Power had 10 straight consecutive days of green. Today, it looks like we're going to end that trend, at least for now, down 4.5%, despite making local highs here in the pre-market all the way up to 316. Here's the headline. Plug Power is hosting an investor tour of its Georgia green hydrogen production plant with institutional investors and Oppenheimer. The Georgia facility closed its strongest month on record in August of this year, delivering 324 metric tons of green hydrogen with a 97% uptime and a 99.7% availability. The market did like that until it didn't, down now 4.5.
Yeah, this one was really popular in the morning. And what's weird is for about the first 20 minutes, it looked like it was doing exactly what, as a runner play, it was doing what BBAI was able to do, or like, who was the other? There was another stock I was talking about at lunchtime. That doesn't really matter. Like the pullback, either pullback in a prior high, maybe it was Palantir, or pullback in the pre-market low, and then breakout. And that setup for a smaller cap name is usually really good, right? Like you dip, maybe trap some people short underneath VWAP here, and then you break out that $3. But that's, now all of a sudden it's the complete opposite. Now it's a failed breakout. When you're up that many days in a row, you're due for something like this. It felt to me, and again, I didn't trade, so obviously I didn't like it enough to trade it. It felt like it had some more room on the daily chart. Because you have multiple levels on this daily here at about 3. Oh, there we go. Now it went too far back instead of like one load, but 3/4 to 340. And it just felt like, you'd have a decent chance to make it into that range. Unfortunately, no. So this is going to be in a settle zone. The $2 level looks about as good as any for a pullback. That's the prior high on the daily. It's also a round number, which is, that never hurts. It failed 3, bounce off 2 kind of deal. And then it's a prior high on the daily. So I think you sit this one out after that big reversal, wait for it to retest $2 and see if it can hold that level. because that's a big reversal candle. And when that happens, usually you're thinking short at least a couple of days after being up like 9 in a row.
All right, we know everybody enjoys, obviously health. And right here, OGen is trying to figure that all out with over 3.8 million concussions reported each year in the United States alone. There is still no FDA-approved treatment. So NYSE Oragenics, symbol OGEN, is trying to change that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. There is a huge market available. If you'd like to find out more about Oragenics and what they have available, scan that QR code to learn and schedule a meeting today. We want to thank OGen for their continued sponsorship of the show.
It's not directly related, but it was a former Cincinnati Bengals running back, Rudy Johnson, unfortunately passed away. Apparently, I don't know, I read that it might have been a suicide, and every time the mind goes to, it's obviously tragic for his family, the mind goes to brain trauma and head injuries, and it's a fantastic thing if he can get an actual treatment for that, because obviously that's just, it's really sad. And if you're a fan of any sport, specifically certain ones that obviously have a little bit more, just a little bit more violence in them, like football. Like, I still love football, but it's something that's definitely needed. I'll get to Palantir Fox Gaming, because I know Palantir was, I alluded to it, and I do want to mention that stock, because that had a crazy reversal as well when it was so strong this morning. But I'm going to get out of this. I have a trailing stop now at 390 on Space, which, oddly enough, like if it breaks 4, this seems like it could be a bit of a squeeze breakout. As I said, Astis and Rocket Labs were really strong today. Virgin Galactic essentially failed $4. The 200-period moving average on the daily as well had already been resistance on the stock. But we'll be out of that one if it ends up breaking through 390 on the way back through. But Palantir just went green again. So from breakout early to, hey, dip into VWAP, then absolutely fell apart when the rest of the market fell apart. Now you're back into green. So 179.33 is where it closed. That's not really the level I'm looking at. I'm looking at the 179. Like, the initial bounce held 179. Like, if we can hold this, the stock can hold 179. Like, I'm looking at this for a potential retracement, not to VWAP, just to the prior low. Like, if this is a 10 bottom in the market, this was a tech name that was actually strong this morning, like really strong, at least early on, Palantir. And then throw in the fact that Palantir, it's still got a little bit of room to that high. Like, you felt like this move from the 50 period was going to get you to the all-time high in Palantir, so it's got a little bit of room to that. A little bit of a recovery play here for Palantir. Just want to see it hold that 179 on what might be a little bit of a dip coming in here. So that's one stock that I'm looking at least for a trade right now. I'm going to probably get into Intel short going into VWAP as well.
Yeah, yesterday's Intel trade was crazy to the short side, man. We had $30 short or something, and it absolutely tanked for us there yesterday. So here's the play for us on Intel yesterday. Just straight, 30 all the way down to 28.70. Man, we had ourselves a day yesterday. All right, I have a scanner up. It's hitting right now. Microsoft, Robinhood, Micron, Oracle. So let's have a quick little look. We know about Micron with the world's leaders in DRAM here. Micron is such a bellwether, right? So their Q4 is going to come today. We're just going to figure out, if the CapEx spend is still there, what does Micron have, available here to trade? I was just going to look at, Adara wrote down the expected move for me here, Microns, and join myself, Brian, and Adara here tonight. We didn't have Michael yesterday, but I think we'll keep Brian for tonight. The EPS here on Micron, $2.85, so a big one there. Revenue over $11 billion, and the implied move 9%. So we'll wait to see if there's going to be any sort of pulled down for Micron. The way this has been positioned, I feel like it's positioned for perfection. So we got to be careful where we go here on Micron, and maybe even zoom out a little bit. We've already taken out this 155 level right there, and that's where I think we could trade back down to, especially if you get a 9% move on 16. That's $16, which puts us back into 150 if we miss, and we don't want to lose 150. And with this market heading to the downside, part of it might be in anticipation that what if Micron, Sanjay Malhotra, I believe, is the CEO, very, very honest. If Micron misses, they're going to tell you about it, and the guide's going to be bad. So we'll wait to see. I think he made a comment recently that he thought the stock price was a little bit jumpy there or something like that. But there goes Nvidia down at 3% again. So, I worry about Nvidia and AMD and all that as we go. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think you might be right. Save woman, man, peace, whatever. That Micron does have a good little downside trajectory behind it there tonight. But
what did you say the move was?
EPS 9.
9?
9.6. Prior move 4.1. Right there, but their EPS for Micron, they're looking at 285. So let me just type in Micron right here, and let's go find out, what they reported last quarter. So, all right, 191. So you're still looking for quite a bit.
Sorry, there's actually like an infographic with all that. I'll send it to you, Sean. I just posted yesterday. It has all of the last quarters as well.
Yeah, perfect. So go TTV Research, you'll be able to find that. But there it is right there. The estimated EPS right there, 286, right? 304, 317, 340. So you're looking here, maybe if I zoom in a little bit. So you're looking for these are all the EPSs here, right? 286 is what we're looking for today. Then 304, these are the next 4 quarters. So it's quite a nice beat year over year. Well, that's their last quarter. But if you go into their same quarter last year, you're down here 118. So what a movement there in the space. So if CapEx misses or they wind up falling down a little bit here, I could see quite a nice move for Micron to the sell side. But that's coming today at 4:30. I think it'll be earlier than that. So join us at 4 o'clock and we'll talk all about Micron and hopefully be able to see it around before 4:30, because as soon as 4:30 hits, I'm out of here. Yeah, man. Yeah, we have Maple Leafs game, so I'm taking Ottawa. Nice. We are playing the Ottawa. It's the first game.
Yeah, it's
the first
beginning of the
game. So excited for that. We've got great seats. So my daughter and I are going to go to that and hopefully she's missing video review with her team. So that's okay. She'll review her
always
video
watch that tape. You can always watch that tape.
Yeah, they watch tape 3 or 4 times a week, that team, as an 11-year-old. So it's pretty intense.
Very quickly, only because you were talking about Micron.
Yeah.
So the historical PE on Micron,
she's a beast, dude.
This is one where it has one outlier, but it's actually a little bit high. I know it's, oh my God, but it was up at 137. Yeah, you got to throw that out. And if you look at Micron, it's actually drifting toward what has been the top of range. This is 15 years. Underneath 50 has been a hard stop and spends so much time with a low PE. It'll hang around there with, really 10 sometimes single digits. And then you have these little spikes up, above 30 into 50. And it's, at the 30 range right now. It makes sense that you could see a bit of a pullback here from Micron, at least when you look at that chart. It has a tendency to spend a lot of time being a value play. And then that's an accumulation spot for you down there. So it's worth a watch. The chip space is on the top of everyone's minds pretty much every earnings season. I think that's not going to change in here for sure. What else we got here? Oh, UUUU is going crazy. Energy Fuels, is it?
Is it?
Are we? Oh, high of the day. UUUU. Triple top, 5% today. Oh, this stock is, it's been on one. But a lot of these growthy names have been on one for sure. How do we like this break? Volume's pretty good. You're into the triple. Actually, nice little pullback, so you have a chance to accumulate going into an actual break of 1650. This one should be on watch. I just had to. I'm when you were I'm putting on my scanners. I realized when we restarted, I didn't restart my e-signal.
Oh, okay.
It didn't open up automatically. It opens up automatically sometimes, but when we had the power issue this morning, I didn't restart my e-signal, so I wasn't seeing any of those scanners up there. But good look. Maybe a 1650 break can happen. This is another blue sky setup. So be careful. When you're breaking out 52-week or all-time high where there's no levels out above, you have to be very careful for false breaks. Have yourself an out. To me, you take a break out of 16.5, give it to, for me, I give it to prior highs, 1638 to this prior high in here. So you can risk 15 pennies when you throw in a couple cents for slippage.
Yeah, so I was, you guys, we talked about this TQQ trade previously, right? And I mean, I was going to get out if it broke 60. That turned out to be a pretty good level because it didn't break. So, and then now we're going to take some out at 30s and wait to see if we can get a little bit of a lower take. I'm bidding 22s right now on this one too. This is a $2 winner. So this is going to hold the fort for me today on this one. So yeah, making some back there, what we lost earlier on Nvidia and whatnot. Oracle, all right, what other names you guys want to talk about right now? Oracle, let's go. It's a New York stock. Gotta let this load. There it is. It has to be .NY on our system, so down 5% there right now. Let me just double check to see what you guys want us to talk about right here. We do have our stock visualizer up and running right now again. So the number one stock that everyone wants to know about is, of course, Big Bear AI, but our Big Bear AI army around here is strong. You guys have been on Big Bear AI hopefully for a little bit, so it's nice to finally see it popping up. So that's really nice. Intel, you know, I sold this at $30.70, only a quarter. I didn't get back into it, so we sold some Palantir as well. Better, we sort of talked about there. Amazon down to $220. I'm a buyer at $215-ish on Amazon. I'll buy that tomorrow. Tesla, $426 or so. Okay, we sort of had looked at that. UNH 350, that was part of the rundown. Micron, we just did a little bit of a talk there as well. SoundHound coming up to, you know, again, a great play. Like, I like SoundHound. I like Big Bear AI better, but I mean, SoundHound's been a big call out for many traders as well. So shout out there. And we recently bought Nvidia yesterday in the account as well at 175. Again, just holding. I already have tons of exposure in it, but I just want to get more. So with that being said, fresh start. All right, now get your votes in there, like whatever you guys want to see now. Put them in, and it will start to populate brand new because, you know, some of those symbols are a bit stale. So let's go back and wait to see what you guys want to talk about. Put your votes in there. Yeah, I like Weeble's a good one. You got to go $sign right into here. You got to go $sign and then whatever stock you'd like. So that's the best way of doing it. Let us know, and then here it goes, gets bumped up again. So, all right, I'll go to Weeble. Nvidia. I mean, we talked about Weeble again a while ago. I'll have to double check the price. It's 11 and change that I'm in for Weeble, and I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again, and maybe I even said it this morning. Like, we had that huge run up, obviously, in SoFi, and then we had the big run up in Robinhood as well. So when I, you know, without knowing enough about all the different platforms and whatnot, you know, very, very similar. Like, if you're going to look at SoFi here on a longer period chart, you know, you have it right here where basically base down it did absolutely nothing for a very, very long time. So, and to the point where it was like, you know, why am I even in this name, right? So that was a problem. For a while. There's the move higher. Here's the move lower. There's the break. There's the break of the IPO price, and then just a hangout. And then eventually we broke it, came back. This is just a weekly. I'm just trying to show you the extension that we got on SoFi after doing this, right? Here's Robinhood as well. So you're going to see that pretty much the same type of thing. Move higher there, break lower, do nothing, do nothing. Robinhood did. It did lots of things, but nothing that you'd be too proud of. Like Robinhood, you know, sat pretty much sitting sideways since March of 2022 all the way to March of 24. So that was 2 years of sideways on Robinhood and then blast off, right? So let's now call forward Weeble. Now, this is on a weekly chart. I'm just going to keep it here just so you guys can see. Obviously, the weekly chart's not going to give us any kind of juice because we just opened up on Weeble. But if we go over to a daily...
It's a great-looking weekly chart.
That's a great-looking weekly chart, of course. But if you go over to the daily chart, then you're going to see something like what I was talking about. So there it is. It's like the Robinhood bounce there, right off. I mean, sorry for anybody that got caught at $75 long on IPO day, but we try to tell you. And then there's the move all the way back in, and here's the base. So right now, I showed you, Weeble was basing for 2 years. This one is 24 months, right? This has been May to September. So the 5th month to the 9th month. So 4 or 5 months right here basing. So I think Weeble has a big time opportunity here. We're pretty much underneath. I mean, it IPO'd right there. We're way underneath on that one. Or did we IPO here? I'm not even sure because this, maybe we IPO'd at 1350. But either way, the next day was 28. Okay, I can believe that actually. So there it goes. Nice move up anyways on Weeble, but more to come. So my call on Webull is, wait for this 18 to break, and when it does, then oh boy, you're going to find yourself pretty happy that you're long this name. And hey, if it's too much, you can get out if it breaks 10. That 10's been holding out there pretty good. I wouldn't do that. I'm going to be buying more on dips for Webull, but that's what it looks like. So I don't want anybody to kind of panic there. And if you're looking a little bit closer on the chart, there's the great base. So we got a super chat from somebody earlier that said they had bought some 13s long and made a couple grand or whatever. So there it is, man. Big time move right there for Webull if you're trading options or whatever. And I think we still have a little bit of room to break even higher. Stocks like BLSH surprised everybody with a profitable quarter. So, maybe Webull can turn around as well. I do not believe that Webull is EPS positive. So I'm just going to double check that before I tell everybody that. And,
maybe on it. If they are, it's adjusted.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So there it is. On their August number, they had an adjusted of 4 cents and before. So they could turn a positive number next quarter. And if they do, then I think this stock starts going to the upside. I mean, look at the year-over-year revenue growth from 32% up to 46%. I think there's runway here for Webull. EPS growth better be 99%. But so we'll just wait right here for Webull. A stock I like, a stock I'm still long, and no plans of selling any Webull. I talked about Oscar. I'm trying to sell, and you already know the plan for BBAI, and we're almost holding our last 40% or so of that for the Dream there. So I mean, the accounts are, pretty much at all-time highs, like the PA and the swing account. I mean, thanks to JP Morgan. I know it fell back in here a little bit, but that's been such an epic run. We talked about one of the stocks that Neil reviewed before. I think it was, it was one on the rundown that had like 6 or 7 or 20 straight up days. This is, for a major bank, this is cruising right now. So we're definitely liking some JPM right now, but also Netflix could be something, so there's something there.
That was Plug.
Plug. Yeah, it was on
the only time you will ever hear Plug Power compared to JP Morgan. Let's go to Adara. Well, maybe not. You never know.
Let's take a moment to thank our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. We have exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara, for that, always. And look, if you're looking to take a spin, I see a lot of people talking about Oklo and Rigetti, so the quantum names, the energy names, certainly in play. Remember, there was a headline, OpenAI and Oracle as well. Not that I'm necessarily, like that. We get a lot of these headlines that could be at least partially attributable to why, like Oklo was bouncing off of the lows so well, right? Like any data center deal, and some of the energy plays seem to like that really well here. That could be an Oklo. I don't know if it has the juice to break out. Volume's not that great. Unfortunately, it's not helping SMR at all. This is another day. I feel like this was this was happening. It happened a couple of weeks ago where Oklo was good and SMR not so much. It just didn't want to seem to go. Like this is down 6 points. The good news is holding the 50-period moving average. Some of these growthier names, like this is another stock. Like personally, I sold some in front of 50. But it's like if you don't ring the register, these companies aren't making money. And if we enter into one of these pockets in the market where valuations start to matter again, these things can. I chuckle, but you could lose 20-30% like in a heartbeat. That's how these things will go to the downside. And that's a big rejection yesterday. I didn't get a chance to be able to see what it looked like when it rejected 47. but that was pretty clean, like double top rejection continuation today. I'd at least be semi-concerned about this name. Oklow's doing much better, but even that one could be in some trouble. Rigetti is up 110% in 15 days. I don't know if that is true, but it certainly feels like it. 110%, yeah, it's doubled. I'm not going to count how many bars that is, but 15 into 30. Rigetti is just flat out in pure squeeze mode. You have to remember, I think that contract that they got might have been last week or maybe it was 2 weeks ago that was for like $15 million over 3 years when the market cap of this thing is in the billions. It puts a little perspective. You did have IonQ with its, they had a headline today, IonQ, with a quantum networking deal. Just know what it is that you're getting into. This is a great vehicle for trade right now. It's got great momentum, no question about that. I could never wrap my head. If you're trying to think about it fundamentally up here and buying these tops, then you're just going to rack your brain. It's not going to make any sense because the valuations are just nonsensical here. Like you're buying it for momentum, I think, especially at these levels. I think when you accumulate here, there's some sense to accumulation breakouts. Like when it's accumulating at the 50-period moving average, and you traded here, to get out there. Like that's why I like Webull at 10. There was accumulation on the stock at $10. So whether you liked it fundamentally or not, if you did, helps. If you didn't matter. With Rigetti, I couldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole up at these levels. But yeah, let's be real. This stock is absolutely on one. Congratulations if you happen to have it. I'm in QU. I'm in D-Wave, so D-Wave hasn't been doing a Rigetti lately. I'll tell you that much.
No, I went from Rigetti. I got $6 to $9 in one day, like almost a year ago.
When it goes, it's silly.
We just stopped it at that point. So, yeah, I don't know. What's up to John here in the chat goes, there was a reduction in Tesla Model 3 prices in Canada, so that would be nice. I was going to say, I'm either going to wait for that Rivian or a Model X or something like that. For the wife, we need a little bit more cargo space, obviously. Although the Model 3 is fine. It fits my golf clubs in the trunk and the hockey gear and even more stuff. I mean, it's actually quite big, but just the roominess inside. Sometimes we travel with the 2 kids, so it would be bigger to be just better than just a little small sedan.
Nice.
Right there, yeah. But, okay, but right there's the TQs. We just got, again, another one, so hopefully there's not too many red lights ringing behind the Maple Leafs goaltender tonight, but there it is right there. Nice move back in for the TQs, man, as we continue to take out profits. Now $2 in the money on that one right now, so we're pretty happy with the way that's been performing. Yeah, for me, on the quantum plays, I mean, just a great mover. Obviously, I'm not going to go over them again, but, that's playing the right sector at the right time, which is why that's what brought me to Big Bear AI in the first place. It's not like I knew anything about the company. I was just looking at the chart and calling it that baby Palantir. All right, so that's Micron. Broadcom's been on a little bit of a down pull lately, as far as I thought. Let me check. Yeah, so let me check the chart here just to see what this has been doing as well. So Broadcom, yeah, a little bit of fade action there. I mean, they didn't get, they had that $10 billion deal with OpenAI. And then all of a sudden NVIDIA goes, we'll top that and go 100 billion. So the thing is like, that's not great for Broadcom. Like, I just feel that, will there still be money for Broadcom? Probably. And I do think that there's, room for both these companies, obviously, and all these companies to exist. But you do see AMD and Broadcom a little downside there on some of that news with OpenAI and NVIDIA. So I'm not worried about it. I don't own any Broadcom shares, but that gap fill is a little nerve-wracking for me, And if you break through down into there, I really like this price, though. If we can get a 310, basically giving it all the way back to their last earnings call when Broadcom blasted it up there, and we had that mystery kind of buyer come through, which was OpenAI, and it was for $10 billion. But then we saw the deal with NVIDIA, so I think that sort of squashes that a little bit. But downside into 310 for Broadcom is a buy for me. So if that comes back in, that would be a name to buy. And look, we could use some of the Intel profit that we had, right? We went Intel $19 to $30.70. So that was right there, 50%. So hopefully we can do something with Broadcom. That's a name that I like to pick up on dips. Not much else. Qualcomm, for some reason, This is just showing up on a scanner over here. So let's see, is it a VWAP trade or what's going on right now with Qualcomm? Maybe just hitting the 200 period. I'm not sure why that would just show up on the scanner there, but apparently it is. So Qualcomm maybe trying to break this 169 and change right there. Again, like the stock, but well aware of some of the risks associated in the space. So let's watch out for Qualcomm now. That's not even VWAP, that's the 21 period and the 50 period. So we're gonna wait to see what this name wants to do. Another monster move in this space. This is what I mean by
everything is that high.
I feel like it's just frothy. I don't know, man. I don't want to. The market right now is almost at like record PE levels, the S&P 500. So I'm just like, there's catalysts for this market to fall down.
And Berkshire was accumulating. That sometimes is a bit of a
valuation.
Sign. Like I feel like if a stock like Berkshire starts finding like a level where it kind of looks like people are buying it, a lot of times that can mean, hey, people are looking to get a little bit more defensive. Energy actually wasn't that bad today.
Remember, Berkshire's biggest holding is still Apple.
Oh, true.
Yeah, so if the market falls, like that.
But they got lots of cash on hand, and ultimately, and that's ready to deploy. And they're still seen. At least I don't know. I still kind of view them as a little bit of a somewhat safety play. Thank you for the super chat, Bijo, here. New lighting in the studio. You're glowing today, boys. Power hour in 5. Power hour in 3 now. Not the same lighting. I think my guess is it seems like the lighting, if you're just tuning in, you haven't tuned in a while, it seems like it's brighter because we got the all black behind us, right? Like that.
Maybe. I mean, I think the lighting is a bit different, but
is it?
I don't know.
I can't tell, but it makes sense when you have with this black behind us. I think anything going to look a little brighter. But
the month, I just had a record month in August, and September's trying to catch up to that. So, maybe some of the vibes are spitting onto the screen. So we want to thank everybody for watching again here. So we're doing a lot of things here, and one of them is improving the studio. So a good little look right there. Okay, Berkshire is actually. I'm not going to trade this on the show.
Why is it?
No, yeah, it's moving down. It's not going great right here, but it's at the 200 period on the 5-minute chart, 494. So it's just a nice move down in there. Berkshire is a name. I know Neil just bought it, but I want to echo that thought as well. I was started to buy this name when it was all the way down, and it was down into, I don't know if it was down into here or into here, and the market was ripping. It did play catch up, but now it's all the way back in there. So I do like it right there, but I just wanted to show you, if you guys, and I don't know if it's an options play or not, I'm not sure. Like, this is just on the daily. This is a 5 minutes. I'm just talking about today. It's coming into an area here, 494, where maybe there's some love to be bought into there for Berkshire, but I don't want to keep talking about the same. The only thing that's hitting on my scanner is Micron and that Qualcomm, but Micron's, I think, is just outsized volume. They're trying to bounce again off 166, so near sort of consolidating right there. The trade rate, and I don't know if we can even zoom in on this, but right now it doesn't really matter. But there's GLD, gold. Wow, yeah, okay. Gold has been like. We'll talk about this with Brian on
beating the market,
show,
baby.
But beating the market, yeah, this is destroying the market in the last 30 years. But yeah, GLD just absolutely crushed City. I'm long an embarrassingly small amount, probably a couple percentage points of the total portfolio. But that break happened a while ago. I think it's like 270 or so, maybe 255 right there. And I don't want to get out. It's such a small piece, but that's really working. So on the trade right now, it looks like Amazon is leading the way here. So that's, I guess, moving down, now down 3%, and at it stays low as Amazon. Tesla's also on this board here as well. Big Bear AI still up 14%, but on the board. There's your Plug Power down 4.5% today. We already reviewed that, but that was about an hour ago. So let me just have a quick little look at because now we're almost in right now.
Power Hour.
That wasn't bad.
That works.
Yeah, that works for me. Right there. Okay, so Rigetti, wow, these are 52-week highs, right? Rigetti, 29.59 right there. Now 31. So they just said, oh, that's a nice story, 52-week high. We're just going to take that out, no problem. Gold also with the 52-week high. What else on this list? Newmont Mining. Oh, my God. Barrick Gold has been, I talked with this big, there's Bombardier, by the way. I talked with this, Obi was talking about Bombardier the other day, BBD. Right there. Oh, no, this would be in New York. Yeah, this is not Bombardier in Toronto is BBD, but this is Banco
Bradesco?
Yeah.
That's
and
Brazilian.
This is in Brazil, so I was going to say.
Why? Oh, it's against his dual listed.
Yeah, so there it is, up 1.5%. Look at this little Brazilian name going to the high side there. Maybe Ronaldo grabs some share, or not, Ronaldinho grabs some shares over there. Brazilian Ronaldo, maybe.
R9, baby. That's the best Ronaldo ever.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the guy from Brazil, right? So there we go. Cassava Sciences just up 48%, $3 there today. Mara down 3% as well. But yeah, so these are some of the names that we're looking at there.
48%.
Amazon's interesting at 220. So maybe something's going on there.
What is Cassava doing?
There, yeah, Cassava Science. Didn't we have that story earlier?
I guess it's only a $3 stock.
About science.
No, it would have been. It was yesterday. It would have been yesterday at the close.
When I was, I'm going to check my drawer, my closet. When I was dealing on the other side and dealing with all the offices and opening up offices and training traders around the world and making connections with different brokers and whatnot, I had the IEX on yesterday, so on and so forth. But the Brazilian guys from Bovespa brought me a Brazil jersey. So I'm going to see it. Man, I'll bring it in tomorrow there, and we'll see if I can find it. I know it's in I just don't know if I gave it away to Baxter or something like that. So
I have a funny feeling Baxter's probably chilling it with it right now.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I may not have it anymore, but that was a lot of fun. So shout out to our good friends, which I unfortunately cannot recall the individual's name.
That was a good 7.
But that was, that was Bovespa.
No, that was.
And we could trade them all.
That was more than a decade ago.
So hit up Real. I was going to say, hit up Real Trading, because we sometimes show all the lists of the different the different markets that we trade. Brazil's definitely a nice one. So,
Javed, we remember.
Yep.
We had a trader who he just buried his nose into figuring out trading Brazil, and eventually,
did, unfortunately.
Well, he graduated on it, but then there was some risk management issues. I'll leave it at that. But I had my biggest FOMO trade ever on a Brazilian stock. I'll never forget it. But it's really just about the opportunities being everywhere. And if you didn't hear me when you said Ronaldo, just want everyone to know that R9 is the real Ronaldo and the best Ronaldo of all time. He was Messi and Ronaldo combined, and nobody had a peak like his. And if you know, then you know. That dude was something. His peak wasn't very long because he wasn't known to be like the biggest practice guy or keep himself in shape kind of guy. So
I mean, I am pretty sure that Cristiano Ronaldo was probably better. But I do understand.
If you're picking like, okay, whose career you're gonna have, like, because if you're an owner and you gotta have a guy for their whole career, you're gonna take Ronaldo. The work ethic, he's Messi. They're great for like 15, 20 years. But just on the day of their peak, you're taking R9 every single time. He was just so dominant.
I have to ask Sharif. I take for.
Sharif, if Sharif doesn't say the same thing, then I'm disappointed in him. I'll say that. But I looked at Sava. I'm going to double check with the story because I wasn't here yesterday. It seems like Cassava Sciences made its run in yesterday's trade, like right at the close, and a good continuation, at least for now, in Sava. This is a pretty big squeeze type name. Ooh, that's it's going to be hard to see. But if you go all the way back to, like, this is January, so it dumped, and then January levels of resistance are holding, like this 3 1/3 area to 3.5. Big levels on the daily chart. So it's held a trend, pretty much almost an all-day trend line for Cassava Sciences. Like, to me, if this makes an all-day trend break, a play in the VWAP makes sense. So you get like 330 mids into almost $3 as you're getting late in the day. Double check. Usually we can. Oh no, we can't short this one for free. So I probably have to pay for locates on Cassava Sciences. I'm sure it's like less than 1 cent per share. But yeah, all-day trend break in Power Hour is a setup that I like. So I'm going to pay for locates, assuming they are really cheap.
All right, more covering here on the TQs, man. I mean, $2.20 in the money. It just keeps on bouncing off this area. We already have a couple covers at the day low, so we're just going to continue to watch out for this one moving around. And trust me, man, I mean, I'm looking at everything to see if there isn't going to be an opportunity in here to trade any of these. Come on, CoinGecko. Get going right now. We have had Brett Favre on the show. We've had
Pat LaFontaine.
Pat LaFontaine. No, but what I was going to go with was the rookie of the year from the Magic that we had on that one time.
Oh, Michael Carter
Thomas Worth, Michael Carter
Williams. That's what it is.
So we had him on as well. But yeah, I'll work on getting Ronaldo. I'll just make a couple phone calls and get him in here ASAP. All right, so 11.8 right there for the downside there for Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin's in a big drawdown phase, obviously, as people start to realize that, hey, man, what's going to cause Bitcoin to go up? If everyone's hodling it, then when are you going to start buying more? So that's where I think the 50 period or the 200 period, and we can look a little bit longer for that one. Ethereum, I said it was a fugazi for a very long time. So this probably goes back to 2,500 before it goes to 5,000. So we'll see. I know that's a bold call, Cotton, but I'll make it. And then right into here. And it's not, and look, if that goes back down to 2,500, it's not great for the whole space. So I don't want that to happen, but you got lifted up by Tom Lee and company. It is what it is. That's what crypto is these days. Solana had a great run into 250. I last bought this at 200. The crypto account was at all-time highs last week. We talked about that live on the show. I might double check it today, but with Solana back down, that's not going to be the case. And then also with XRP, right back down to where we most recently bought it, around exactly at 280. So that went from 280 to 310 and back down to 280. This is all in a week. So now this big move down is starting to happen. Solana down 10%, Dogecoin down 10%, Cardano probably down the same as well, back into there. So the highs for a lot of these names still exist, right? I mean, you can come in and I don't know if Cardano ever gets to $3 again. Joe mentioned something about a yacht. I won't be on one, but that would yacht a lot of people, I'm sure, up there if that ever happened. And the one that's the closest, I think, to getting near, first of all, Solana was there near 300. That could be one. But Ripple's high, I think it's 350 or 380.
Yeah, Ripple's easily the one.
Yeah. So this is the one that's, where's my, right there, more likely to be, what am I even doing here? I got to go to max. Right, this is what I'm trying to do. It's not letting me open this up.
Let me go.
Right here. Maybe if I just refresh this. But anyways, you just saw it on the chart before I screwed this all up. There it is right here. So it's that high right there. We almost got it. We actually got to that high. Pretty much that high right there. And I don't know how to get crosshairs up, but right into there, that's about 350. So we just hit it again. So I think this is looking pretty healthy to me to make new highs. I really like it. And then obviously Solana, I think it was almost the same thing, 350, no, 250. So Solana, again, double touches the highs as well of all time. So yeah, man, I mean, this goes all the way back to July or whatever of 22. So, the epic run that just happened in the crypto space basically looks exactly like stocks. If you're going to use, tops as double top, triple top. I mean, we just did it again. So pie in my face, for not getting out there at 250. I already told you, the crypto space in general in my portfolio is about 5 to 6% in total, but it's still enough for me have been silly not getting something out there. So, if that ever happens again, I mean, look at that run. We just went from a hunch all the way down there. That was $100 back, not even April of 25. So yeah, obviously that was the tax situation with the tariffs, but you were already down there and you went up 2.5 times on Solana. So Bitcoin, for example, if you go back to Bitcoin's lows during the tariff time here, and we just have a little look at that, and we'll just zoom out. That tariff low for crypto, that's November 25, September 24. There it is right here. So you're looking at like 82,000. So that did nowhere near, I guess 75 is the ultimate low. Let's just say 75. So that didn't even, Solana almost tripled. So Bitcoin have to be north of 200,000 to keep up, right? But I think Bitcoin is the gold standard.
There's a volume spike here in Palantir. I don't know.
Okay, good. So let's keep going on Palantir, man. Hopefully we can keep spike higher. I have the news in my ear, but the guy hasn't said anything, so I have no idea.
Something happened.
Are you seeing anything in it?
I'm seeing nothing. I mean, all I'm seeing is the volume spike. I'm not hearing any news. I haven't seen anything in particular, but clearly you can see the volume kind of pick up here in Palantir going into VWAP.
Let's go.
It's got to be some kind of story or something causing the move, but nothing just of yet, but it's kind of obvious to be able to see here. Sava also broke out the high of the day, but that trend break not going to be there. I don't want to chase this move without knowing what's going on, because there's no way when the market's at the lows that Palantir is catching a bid like this without some kind of a story. So my guess is we'll hear a little something, and we'll get it from Adair when we can. Thank you for the super chat, Nick Dubs. We'll give our thoughts on, Archer, that's a good one, on the daily after we come back from Adair.
Here's the news on PLTR. This I'm just seeing through on Benzinga. I just searched this on X to find it. It looks like it's very, very new. But Boeing and Palantir apparently are partnering up to integrate AI across defense production lines using the Foundry platform. Now, in case you're thinking, who reported this? It's not a report. They actually announced this themselves. Now it's populating here, so very happy to get this news to you. This is, again, official release from the, I guess, a newswire here. This is the official public release. Boeing and Palantir announcing themselves partnership for integrating AI across defense production lines.
Boeing.
I found my Palantir hat.
Yeah, the story was under Boeing, which I think Boeing actually might be nice. Boeing looks good. I'm not sure you get Boeing at that 200 period moving average anymore. It looks like it's making a temporary bottom. They had some more, they had some more deals. We obviously have this deal going on, but they got some more sales. I heard Joe talking about in the midday about the backlog that Boeing has. I get it; it's at 12 years. You got to put that into perspective. Airbus is at 10 years. So yeah, compared to Airbus, that's not great, but it's not abnormal. That's just how they roll. It takes a long time. Building a plane is a pretty large process, so there is a gigantic backlog. But it's made it an easy thing to slip these deals in of Boeing purchases into some of the trade agreements because they can make that commitment, appease the president, and you're not really committing anything because you're not going to get delivered for another decade. That's a gold win for a politician to be able to say, I can score a win in a trade deal, but we're not actually committing, we're not taking delivery for 10 years, and you can space out the payments over that time as well. So if you tell a politician that they can get political points now and spend the money a little bit later, I'm pretty sure they like to do that. So I do like Boeing here. I'm stink bidding in front of $200, and I'm wondering if I shouldn't just pick this nibble back in at this 215 today. I wanted something else to buy. I picked up some Amazon, talk about Berkshire, but yeah, Boeing might not be a bad one. It's not a bad headline either.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I still think there's a little bit more pain in this market to come. I'm going to hold off. I mean, we've been selling a little bit. We sold some Intel. We sold some Palantir. We sold BBAI today and things like that. Yo, shout out Scott H. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There it is right here. Scott H. Still holding, man. I like it. I mean, I don't know. Like I said to you guys before, this is the greatest or biggest trade, of my career, and I hope that you guys, or for you too, Scott. I mean, if it's not, then that's crazy, because that's 170 grand. You're up right there. 1,000 shares of Palantir, $19. So a big shout out and congratulations to you, Scott, for doing that. So there it is, man. I mean, Palantir continues to work out. So that's just a big, huge trade, and that's something that we were talking about from days, and this is thanks to Pratt got me this hat. That's how long, that I've been, trying to tout Palantir around here, and good job there for everybody. It's tough to, I didn't hold it all to the upside at all, but we got it spread across multiple accounts. So we really like Palantir, and we recently sold some more. They're at 180. That's probably going to turn out to be a mistake. I mean, I shouldn't be selling the best of the best, but I did. So we'll wait to see now what happens with PLTR. Hopefully, again, new all-time highs, 190 coming in for Palantir. So, all right, let's have a quick look to see what you guys have voted on. I see something up there down 5%. What is this? ARRY? Okay, we got an array of stocks to look at right now. Very interesting logo array, but there it is. Micron, array, FCell. We can look at array, ARRY. So we always say attention to Adara, because if there's any news on array, then she can come with that, and we'll do that immediately. So that's it. Everything else we pretty much looked at. Keep getting your votes in. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, do all of that. Get part of our, yes.
There's nothing on array.
All right, so then there's a ray of sunshine then for many. If
it's cloudy nights for that.
There it is, yeah, right now here, yeah, cloudy, money storm there for a ray today if you've been short. But if there's no news on this thing, then maybe it's just, again, some kind of a, I don't want to say a technical level, because I don't really think, why would someone just pick this random stock to start selling there? But nice move down into 750, and I don't even know what they do. So right there, array, downside here. I don't know who exactly is voting for this. Maybe you guys in the chat can let us know why this has your attention, because it doesn't really. I
had to look it up. It's a renewable energy.
Mine right now. So
utility scale solar tracking solution. So it's a
okay.
Obviously renewable energy company there, which makes the name might have told you that, but you don't want to make assumptions, right? But Yeah, kind of curious. Sometimes we get questions about stocks. And like with Archer, we got a super chat about Archer.
Okay.
I mean, that's been a runner before. In particular today, I don't know necessarily. 5% isn't the craziest move for Archer. But what I do like about Archer, and I talk about this a lot, like if you're using a moving average, you want the stock to respect the moving average. Have a look at maybe not the 200 period moving average, but the 50 period on this stock. Respected it. When it lost it, turned into immediate resistance. This is like yesterday it broke the 50 period moving average. Today is the close above the 50 period moving average. That's something that I like to see on Archer. So this is one of those, looks like it can be a nice little long trade as long as it can hold that 50 period, which it seems like it's going to, barring knock on wood or anything like that. At this point, it would have to close. It's about like 980 something. So it would have to do a little bit of a dip when it's already bounced off that level this afternoon. So Archer, I think that's a good look. A breakout tomorrow, I think, has room. If it breaks like that 1030 level, that's got a little bit of room to give you 3 or 4 points. And certainly would be favoring the long above the 50 period moving average, barring any bad news or anything like that, because that's always something that you have to be concerned about on any of these names. You can like something technically all you want. I can say it's closing above the 50 period moving average, but like these guys would drop an offering, or maybe we get a bad headline and you can be out of luck right quick. But I do like this look, that 50 period moving average for sure. So good shout out there, and appreciate that super chat, everybody. Tom H mentioning the quantum names are continuing to just go higher. And then I saw Sean Hazel mention Adobe. We were talking, I don't remember the context under which Adobe came up this morning specifically. Oh, that's what it was. We were talking, it was essentially Amazon and the story about people finding it difficult to get out of their subscriptions to Amazon Prime, and then people were coming up with examples of other companies where that was true. Adobe was mentioned. The one I think people were thinking about was Uber, because Uber had some issues with that with Uber One. But that's the context under which Adobe came up. But the interesting thing about them is I feel like we forgot about this. It held this ended up holding the low after earnings, the kind of the earnings fallback. It didn't make a fresh 52-week low, holds the higher low, and is now looking like it could be a small little bit of recovery play. And if the market's heading for a little bit of a dip in the things that have been running, sometimes it's the forgotten ones that catch that next salvo. So, regardless of the context under which it came up, Adobe does look pretty interesting down here. I'm still looking for this trend break on Cassava Sciences. So I paid for locates on this. I don't know what we paid. I don't know, like 1 cent? Not even. Yeah, this was like less than a fraction of a cent per share at Real Trading, but we had to pay for locates. Just want to throw that one out there. But if this breaks trend, we have just enough time, I think, for a pullback into the volume weighted average price. So this, at any moment, if it breaks this, I'm calling it an all-day trend. Just go from the morning, and then it lines up with the afternoon. You break this. It was 340 earlier. Now it'll break it as soon as like 345 even on Cassava Sciences. I was going to double-check that story. But the story was after market yesterday on Sava. Where was it? Yeah, the company filed... was just insider buying. The CEO bought 238,000 shares at $225. So there was an insider buying. Oh, the CEO of Cassava Science is Richard Berry.
What's so funny about
Rick Barry.
Oh, Rick Barry.
Yeah, because Rick Barry's the basketball guy. He was, the Barry family. How many? There was like 3 different people in the Barry family played in the NBA. Yeah, John Barry, Rick Barry. There was another. What's the one that did the dunk off?
Oh, Blue.
What?
Blue is his first name.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Not just a pretty face over here. We can trade. We can make stupid jokes. And there it is.
Brent,
right there.
that's what I was thinking of.
You can go get it. Blue and Raz, where they're twins. So you guys can go and find those guys as well. Yeah, Brent Berry.
Brent.
Slam dunk competition there as well. So
you should know.
Yeah, just a quick check in here. I did want to look at First Solar as we talked about Array. Right there. Yeah, you guys got it. Yeah, there it is. Blueberry. Good job. Yeah, Blue, Raz, and Straw. I think they were triplets or something right there. But okay, so First First Solar, this has been a nice move, back from those lows. Like, it was basically left for dead there. And then this is kind of like, get that garbage out of here. I've sort of coined that a little bit from, what was his name, Jack Armstrong or something, for the Raptors. But right into there, once he sort of got through it, broke through that level, it does come back, tests that 140 to 145 area, and straight upside love right there as we go on. So now 220, 225 coming into play there for FSLR as well. Yeah, they were white, but it could have been BlackBerry as well, right? So that was a good one there. BlackBerry, actually, I believe BlackBerry reports. Now, the thing about BlackBerry is
on Thursday, sorry, just to clarify.
Get it there.
All right, well, I'm going to double check. I was just double checking. Thanks, Dara's already doing the maps out on here for that. So I'm going to go into details, and I just want to see, now that we've confirmed it's Thursday, that's all good, that's great. So I'm going to be doing the show on Thursday with everybody, so we'll have this. But yeah, look at this, like the EPS, pretty weak, man, 2 cents, 3 cents, but now you've had a couple quarters in a row of positivity. Obviously, this revenue growth number of negative 15%, negative 18%, but they're in autonomous driving or something like that. So I think that BlackBerry does have a good opportunity to do something in 2 days. Oh, at 8 a.m. Okay, so they're actually in the morning right there. So they're Thursday, September 25th in the morning. So your last day to trade BlackBerry tomorrow. So if you do want to, oh shit.
Yeah, their shareholders are also in morning as well.
Closed that by accident there. So let me just quickly look at BlackBerry here. And I knew they've had a good move up because I was actually, again, funny times. Like, I'd have no life if not for my kids. But I was talking yesterday to more parents, and I'd already told this to you guys about BBAI and everything. And some guy made a call, and he had said that he really liked BlackBerry, and we talked a little bit about that. So I knew the earnings were coming up, but I didn't realize it was Thursday. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that candle today, but, it's not that bad, down 3.5%. I mean, the NASDAQ's down. There's bigger names down bigger than that. So, yeah, I think BlackBerry can turn a positive number there, especially over the last couple of quarters. Autonomous is going to be the play. Now, I don't know exactly what their model is, and I think before I were to put real money in, I think I want to know, like, what exactly I'm looking at. But, yeah, this looks like it might be okay there, BlackBerry. And I meant to actually check up what the shortable float was on that. So let me just do that quickly for everybody here. Type in here BB again and just double check what the short float is. 9. So we're at 9%. With a float of only 160 million. It's not, it is a big float, but you can turn that over like numerous times. How the mighty have fallen. But, that story is true for many names, obviously, in the tech space. But yeah, BlackBerry there, nice move down, but a nice move up as well. So, always something to celebrate there. Nothing's really hitting. I mean, that Palantir was a good one. Sava might be a good one. We're still short the future.
The good news one of the good reasons to have the indexes and buy like those really quality companies is you don't have to worry about missteps like BlackBerry. The index will correct for that. You get booted when you're no good, and that's one of the greatest mechanisms as well. But it also holds true. Like when you have, and there were signs with BlackBerry. I'm gonna leave it at that, because if you talked to anybody that worked at the company when it was like, oh, okay, BlackBerry's falling off a little bit, but are things gonna turn around? Man, if you knew, we went to school in Waterloo, so I had classmates that worked there, and my roommate's wife worked there. If you listened to them talk about the company, you kind of had the feeling it wasn't going to turn around. I'm just going to leave it.
I didn't watch the movie. Apparently the movie's great.
Yeah, I haven't seen the movie either, but Dara has spoken well about it. You should probably watch
clapped in the theater.
Content.
I got made fun of for clapping in the theater. It's an excellent film. I highly recommend it.
Who makes fun of somebody for, clapping in the theater? People clap in the theater all the time.
I went to see Demon Slayer. Oh, by the way, I went to a 4DX theater. Oh, boy. Amazing. We saw Demon Slayer, the new Demon Slayer there. It's an anime, but it was awesome, and I went with my son. And the 4DX, I don't know if you've ever been to 4DX, they're not D-box seats. They are like roller coaster seats. It was amazing. It was only $8 more than normal. There's wind coming at you. There's mist coming down.
I've done D-box, but not that.
Yes, the 4DX. I cannot recommend that. We went one weekend, I think 2 weekends ago when it came out, and it was it's Demon Slayer. It's pretty violent. It's pretty gory for an anime, but he's 13. And I was going to say, and we went.
Because Castle was talking about that one.
Yes,
but as a not okay for my daughter.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a lot. she might not, like, if she doesn't like battles, the whole movie is like, they're slaying demons. Like it's like 5 fight scenes basically, and they go back and cut back and forth. It's an awesome, but Demon Slayer.
She won't watch Lord of the Rings. So that's
oh, Lord of the Rings.
I'm gonna guess
that's too long. No kid wants to watch Lord of the Rings.
That is the problem. That is.
I mean, I like the trilogy. I think there's 3 of them, right? I didn't see the Hobbit one. It's
okay.
There's a continuation.
It's a weird
Hobbitville or something.
The weird thing about the Hobbit is like the Hobbit book is better than the Lord of the Rings book.
Infinity Castle.
But the Lord of the Rings movies are better than the Hobbit movie. But the Lord of the Rings books, don't at me, but the Lord of the Rings books aren't even that great. Like, it's not Tolkien's best work. The Hobbit was better.
Okay.
But and then the new show on Amazon Prime. I'll save you the time. Look, I love science fiction and fantasy, but the new Lord of the Rings TV show on Prime, I didn't think it was that good.
No, that's a couple years old now. Yeah, I don't think it didn't get very good ratings.
No, it did not get very good ratings, unfortunately.
Man, my wife's telling me it's a PA day on Friday. Okay, so my daughter has skating in the morning, skating at night, and then they're going to go jean shopping in the middle of the day. That's going to be dangerous.
We had one last week. PA day.
Okay, so this in Ontario, in Toronto, school board must be next week. So, I mean, how they have a PA day already? They started our school started September 3rd. So it's already, or whatever that, September 2nd, whatever that first Tuesday after Labor Day.
Oh, here we got another David Tretsiak dumb swing trade here.
Hey,
if you're just tuning in for the first time, David super chats in the afternoon, and he's got a trade for the afternoon. I wouldn't know what yesterday was, but all buy now, pay later grifts like Affirm to downside continues, MU after hours to 150.25. So let's just start. We've already mentioned Micron reports aftermarket, so you think he's betting the downside. I think it was a 9.6% expected move. 150.25 would be about that. I'm just eyeballing it here, so like that's pretty close. I'm guessing you're saying expected move to the downside, because I'm eyeballing it. That's what it looks like to me. But Affirm, whether you're talking Affirm or Klarna, yeah, this one has. Affirm, okay, the good news is it's got a redonkulous trend that it's been holding, whether it's a 50 period or just the trend from the low. But the other side of it is this seemed like a stock that was headed for a breakout at that 100, complete rejection, and now you got some sellers at 90. I'd be more inclined to think when the trend breaks is the jam, but yeah, I mean, it's curled here at $90, but this has had a trend for a while. And yeah, I'd be personally waiting for this to trend break. Whether it's a 50 period or the $80 level, probably both happen on the same day. And I think you short that right into the 200 period moving average on Affirm. Like, why not? Sometimes you get like an IPO in the space, and then that's a good sign for the top anyways. So you get a little bit of double barrel action there. But Micron, yeah, expected move to the downside, almost to a T there, David.
Yeah, here's what we did this yesterday. Again, you weren't here, but Adair built this yesterday. This is, I'll just open this up. So this is, I was telling you, Sanjay Malhotra. We talked about that earlier. That's why I knew the guy's name. So, but here it is, man. There's the EPS estimate. I think is there multiple slides to this? No, I don't think. Yeah, okay, so if you wanted to, this is on TTV Research. I'm not going to go over it. I mean, these are the numbers. They are what they are. If you want something to compare it against, go over there and have a quick little look at that. We want to thank Adara for all of her work, of course, on Trader TV Research. That's a great follow on X. All right, like nothing's really scamming around for me there. And of course, I meant the scanner. All right, so let's just have a quick look at Tesla. I thought getting into that 415 was going to be something, and if we can do that tomorrow, I hope not, but I'm not positive about the market. So, yeah, right now, we talked about taking a little bit of profit away from things. If Tesla can get into this area tomorrow, definitely worth a little bit of a look, right? We continue to hold on to this banger right now. We just took another piece, actually, a couple seconds ago, just bouncing again off of here. And I still have to stop right there. I said 60 before, but it must have been 70. It didn't break that 70, so we're only taking out of half of our trade. So if it does break above 70 on an imbalance or something like that, then we'll get out. Otherwise, let's just continue to watch this bleed. I am bidding down here at 102 just because that's the bottom. So if we do get a move back into 102 and change, we'll do that. So that's another out for me coming into right there. AMD was a great trade. I have 2 positive trades, 2 negative trades today. And AMD, again, good one all the way to the upside. We bought the dip. Then we got stopped out when the power went out on us. But my stop out would have hit anyways, right? And that's why I have the stop. And then when we came back from that power outage here again, we just bought it right back. And so we got stopped out, and then minutes later, there's a double buyback right there, and then that was boom to the upside where they're doing some laps at the pool. We didn't get that high. And then when we came back in, it did this. And then we got out of our last little bit there. I actually had like 1% left or something like that, even less than that probably left. I think it was literally a share. Like, I don't know. I think what happened was we may have got part filled there because normally I would have a stop again at that same level. So I didn't realize that and must have just came back in. But anyways, we'll have to see that tomorrow, 159. I still think that's a short here for AMD. And yeah, that's about it, man. Netflix has been bleeding a little bit. Oh, let me check it on Disney because it's the return of
Kimmel. You knew he wasn't.
JK, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, you did. I didn't think it would be a permanent thing, but I didn't think it would be longer than 2 days. But yeah, the market no likey right there, and we saw Disney get hit on woke behavior
that
before.
Could flat bottom break for
and yeah, so we had gotten out of some Disney. Unfortunately, I didn't hold to this 124. We're just using past peaks. So in and around here, 114, 113. So if I hold any Disney, it's pretty light, but I should double check the account today as well. And I don't get in and out of trades. Like I basically, all the trades I get in and out of, I try to mention to you guys here on the show. So that Disney was so long ago, it's not even fresh in my mind. And then the other name that I'm looking to get out of as well, if it does come back up to the upside, and it is today actually, it looks like it, Rivian, up to 1550. This is a piece that I'm going to start piecing out more and more out on Rivian because we're long either at 10 or maybe even sub 10 if that even happened. Yeah, down into here. So right around here. So this is that whole get that garbage out of here trade. So this goes back almost a year where we did get some out.
It's been that long?
Yeah, man. And then it came back in there. We did not buy it. And that's when I said to myself, if that ever happens again, we're going to get some out. So this is where we last got some Rivian out. We did not get out any there. We got some out here. And then we learned our lesson with Intel. And again, doing it live on the show, like 2 days ago, I was like, this Intel is basically a crock of you know what. So when it went up there, I was able to get something out at $30.70 right into there. We only got out of a quarter or 20%. So I still like the stock. But again, like how many times are you going to go up and down on these stocks before you finally get some out? So we had been long. I think it was down, not off this first move. It was down into here where Intel was like this. It went up. We didn't get anything out. It came back down. Then it went back up even to here at 23, 24. We didn't get anything out. Then it went back down. Didn't get any more long. Went back up. Didn't get any out. Then thankfully we had that huge announcement there with both the United States government buying a piece of Intel and then the deal there with Nvidia. So Nvidia invested, I think it was $10 billion in Intel, and that day they gained $180 billion in market cap. So that's what's good for
the Buffett
Nvidia.
effect.
Yeah, exactly, and not the greatest there for Intel. Yeah. So I think Intel continues to sell off. I still own the stocks, but again, gathering gathering some powder, as they say, for
you gotta have powder.
Hopefully a bigger move.
As always.
Not that Scarface powder.
No, that you don't want that one.
No.
Well, it was baking soda at least. Although that must not have been. That still wouldn't have been that much fun to film. I can't imagine. Like, you still had to snort baking soda. Like,
was it bacon? I don't know. Yeah,
it was something.
I don't know what they use in movies.
You know what? I'm not sure what they used, but if you watch it, like he was still taking it to the head. Whatever it was, that couldn't have been that crazy. It couldn't have been that much fun. But I was talking to my brother about Disney yesterday because he's like, "Oh, should that be a dip buy?" And my thought was, like, I know my brother's an animator for anybody out there. So like he'll be buying because it's the company. He'll like it. He'll like what they're doing with something, and like it's fundamentally. And all I said to him was, well, man, the timing because of this Kimmel thing might not be the best time because if it loses the bid over this, then the fundamentals won't matter. But, if you're going to hold it forever, that's one thing. But just understand, like, right now, I don't think Disney's going to be moving on any fundamental stuff. So if you have like a business reason for liking it or like an animation reason for liking it, throw that out the window, at least for the next little bit there on Disney. Unfortunately, and I don't mind Disney, man, I actually I crap on them all the time over some of the recent things that they've done with, let's just say, brands that I'm a huge fan of, like Star Wars and Marvel. That said, that Aliens is so it's unbelievable, that Alien Earth. Sava, I don't know if this is going to make this break. So it's holding the trend line. It's just not really fallen off that trend line yet. So this would be the one. Thought we'd get a nice trend break here in Cassava Sciences. And again, it was insider buying, 238,000 shares by the CEO, Richard Berry, that caused it to run in the aftermarket and hold up really well, 50% to the upside. It's always been a heavily shorted name. And then also, a couple of people asked what had been going on with Palantir. So the reason that volume spike in Palantir was Boeing and Palantir partnered to integrate AI across the defense production lines. It was a Boeing and Palantir story. Palantir spiked on it. Boeing didn't really do much of anything on that news. Thomas Dyson in the chat. I have not seen Lilo and Stitch. Several people have told me it's not good.
Oh, I saw it. Not bad. I mean, it's similar to the.
Yeah, I know. You were mad. Len was also mad about it, so I'm like, I didn't bother.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. We went to the theaters and saw that. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, and my daughter didn't. I showed my daughter the trailer, and she was very much like meh as well. So like if we're gonna watch a kids thing, like if she's jazzed for it, then I'm all in. But like if she doesn't care, then I'm not gonna force her to go see something in the theater because I'm half interested in it. So I don't know.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I've been watching that stupid K-pop Demon Hunters like way too many times.
People love that.
But it's ridiculously catchy and a heck of a lot of fun. So I don't mind. And she gets so into it that I just have fun watching her sing and dance to the whole thing. Let's go to Adara. It's almost. Oh, sorry.
I just have to tell everybody about eSignal. I mean, if you do scan that QR code, you will get your 1 month free from eSignal. And, Neil and I talk about it. We pull down those charts all the time. This is the thing that I would subscribe for. It's these screeners and scanners. You're able to look at over 500 symbols at one time. So, this is what we're doing. You can connect to also 50 plus brokers. So that's obviously, a big benefit. If you're finding that, who you're dealing with does not attach to your charts and you are looking to trade off charts, check it out with eSignal, man. I mean, again, 1 second charts, great tick replays, and there's the tick data for over 500 symbols, and easy to share. I mean, a lot of charts have this now, but you can share it on Facebook, on Twitter, Stock Twits, and all this kind of stuff. So, just make sure you do sign it up. There's a stock screener right there. So hit the QR code and grab 1 month free on us, and then you can pay for your own entitlements, and that's how it works. So if you want to watch the, Hang Seng or the Nifty 50 or whatever, then you are the Brazilian markets. We sort of talked a little bit about that before.
Futures.
Yes, exactly.
Commodities. We got everything.
Keep going.
Let's
talk about who made all the money right
everything.
here.
Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Let's talk about who made all the money. OTC. Yeah, here we go. TSX. And that's talking about this. So let's go over here. Look, zoom. There it is right here. So yesterday, there it is. Someone in Canada. These are the top 10 traders over at Real Trading. So we'll look and we'll see. So yesterday, these are the markets that they traded, and this is all US dollars. So yesterday's top trader here at Real Trading over 20 G's. So we say next best trader, 11,000. Then 10,000. Yeah, 10,000 a day. Yeah, just playing around. That's a great number. And then as you come in here, just to show you here, you can also, and I don't know if eSignal has Blue Ocean. I'm going to assume that they do.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I would assume it. I'm not entitled for Blue Ocean.
I'm not, but they have to.
I would say they do. Yeah. So there it is. But overnight trading, right? And again, that could have came from, movements in Tesla or Alibaba or something like that overnight. If there was any big stories overnight, I know there's a lot of traders here at Real Trading that will head over and trade Blue Ocean. So that's going to be the overnight trade. But this is who's making money. All right, man. And whose annoying ass voice is that on that thing? All right. So here we go. I'm going to get a little bit more out now on these TQQs. I mean, this has been. I've been holding this literally all day, and we talked about it. We promoted the short rate there. This was 30 cents worth of risk to gain 200 cents. So about 7 to 1 or so on that one. And it's not, I get out on the way down. I don't use those ratios, but sometimes I got to think to myself, and I want to thank Adam, because when I was in London and he helped me After that, just think about things a little bit differently and try to hold on for bigger moves. Like yesterday's Apple move was $6. We had a good part of that. And even on here, like when we finally broke lower, I was still holding probably 50%, even at this stage. So that's why we have numerous outs out here. And they're just all small tranches. They're not huge at all. Yesterday's SoFi trade was another example of that. We had over $1 long in SoFi yesterday from the top to the bottom. We had over $1 in Intel. And I mean, Intel's a $29 name. So is SoFi. We had $1 both ways on that. We were short Intel and we were long SoFi yesterday. So normally I'd scalp these out 25, 30 cents. But like I said, for me, record month in August, and then following that up here in September. And we're only, well, I was going to say, I wish we were only halfway through, but we're getting long in the tooth here in September.
September's pretty much over.
Yeah, so we only have one more week or so for
Make sure you get your Halloween costume.
Yeah, make sure
there was a question about what is Blue Ocean. So, I mean, I thought, I know you said it, but we can show you. Blue Ocean just simply is it's a marketplace for the aftermarket trading. Evening trading specifically. We're not talking about like 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. This is in the evening trading. So if it's like 8, 9 o'clock at night, and there's a news story, maybe I don't know. You saw that Blue Ocean number up there. I speculate sometimes it's usually one of the big names. It doesn't look like it would have been Nvidia because that seems a little bit range bound. But you could see maybe Tesla. Who knows? And I don't know what Tesla was doing in Blue Ocean last night, but you'll see pretty decent volumes and decent movement. Like when Tesla had their Optimus event, or any big company has an event overnight, or sometimes in response to earnings, maybe Alibaba will go nuts because it's going on in the Asia session. Like you will see these stocks do good volume and be able to move, and the ability to trade. Here at Real Trading, we can trade Blue Ocean. I know for sure there's Blue Ocean at Robinhood. Beyond that, my suspicion is a lot of places are going to have it. Remember, the market's going 23.5. Right? Like there will be eventually at some time next year, you're going to have more or less all day trading, and this is one of the first salvos too. You can also see OTC Moon. Sometimes we have Jeff Mandel on from the OTC. They have a gateway to be able to trade a lot of these names. I don't think it's like not all symbols are going to do reasonably good volume, obviously, at night, but most of the big cap tech names, especially when there's news, are fantastic. And there's lots of traders that are doing real well at Real Trading, and you want to just take advantage of any opportunity out there because news can come at any time of the day. And stocks can move at any time of the day. Just remember, we should look usually at the, I don't know what it was like yesterday, but the imbalances here. Early look on the imbalances. Only one thing stands out. I mean, Kenvue's there every single day. So I know Kenvue's in play recently, everyone talking about it. But just note that this thing always seems to have an imbalance. But Snapchat's got a 12 million early look sell imbalance, which isn't chump change. That's pretty big. Oracle, 1.7 million to buy. That's also relatively significant. JP Morgan's is there for a 1 million sell. But Snapchat at 12 million on an early buy imbalance, that's 10% of its volume on the session. So probably worth a watch. I'll throw that one up a side chart. Imbalances in 7 minutes here. Snap and Oracle look like they are going to be the two biggest ones, at least from what we can see. Yeah, Snapchat, that's a lot. If that comes out this big, you should probably see some movement on it. I'd prefer if it was a buy because it's already trending down with the market. But there might also be like a 355 reversal play on Snapchat. If it comes out as a big imbalance, maybe you just take the pair down or the flip at 355. Lots of ways to trade around the imbalances, but Snapchat's now going to be on watch because we found a good one. Yeah, good sized one. I mean,
yeah, I want to get long. Snapchat's one that we talked about at $7, and then it just blasted, so I don't have any.
Right to the 200 to the penny.
We said they get out that at 850 or so, but it was a nice higher move than that. So wow, Snapchat monster there the other day. All right, man, we only have 5 minutes left, as Neil mentioned there, into the imbalances. So we just covered a little bit more at 40 here. And again, we do have that order to get out if it does break above 70 here on the TQs. I just got to make sure. Oh, and now I need to, we're almost there. So I need to actually adjust this order because we have less shares now. So I do not want to punch long by accident. So let's get out of pretty much all of them. How about that? If it breaks above 102.70, we'll get out of them all. There for the TQQs. Okay, so that's sort of be my plan of action there as we look forward to That one, I see you are looking at the super chats.
The super chat, yeah.
Is it 2 of them or just one?
I see one from Mike Williams.
Doubled up.
I know you're not the receiver in the NFL. We can tell that, but 6K on open puts. In and out every day for 3 days, 2K a day. No end in sight. Better is next. Thanks, guys, for making the day trading go by without being boring. Thank you for sharing and congrats on that open. But you're taking it a step further because you think better. I'm assuming you mean better is next, like better is going to be a short next, because that would make some logical sense with what you were just talking about. Yeah. I think the setup that we looked at for this was similar. Is BTR has that look that QMMM? I think that was the stock where this is almost identical. Like it flushed, like it did the pop and drop on day 1, then it did the hold on day 2, and then that lower high. I think it was QMMM, right? And then that lower high basically was what you were then working off of for a while for a short. I think it was this stock. Load.
Yeah,
now it's just taking a while. Yeah, it was this. Like, so there's your first day pop, and then the second day the top has been the top, and then after that it's just a short. So I think if better follows suit, BTR, Better Home and Finance. I get it. These are not related. One's a crypto treasury play, but like a squeeze play is a squeeze play. You put in that top, and then everything's back end. You're high the next day. If it holds that after that, it's like a short till it's not kind of setup. That worked for QMMM. So Better has a similar setup. I think it has to maybe show us a little bit more tomorrow too, though, because that's held up like 36%, and really that's a lot of volume for it to hold highs all day on a pullback. So I think some confirmation tomorrow would go a long way. But hedgies are short this thing. That's just how they roll. That's why it spikes in the first place and squeezes, because the hedgies are going to go short so heavily.
All right, 3 minutes to go. We can check in on Micron quickly. I mean, we're just in these 2 trades right now. I'm almost out of them all for $1.80 here. But we have pretty much like 5% left, which is why I'm like ho-humming how much we exactly do have left in the space here for Micron, or for the futures. All right, so Micron's coming out. We're expecting 284, which is a monster number. I mean, the number that's coming out for Micron is a huge expectation, right? And so Adara did send that to us. And if you had missed it, I'm just going to get it for you again right now. So this is where it is right here. I want to thank Adara for putting this out again. Micron right there, EPS estimate 287. I think they did like 105 last quarter or something like that. So an absolute monster number coming through there. There it is right there, 190. Yeah, so we're looking at an EPS last time of 191. So yeah, about a $1 difference right here. And they busted last year, man, 160. They crushed it up to 191. So we'll see if they can repeat. But yeah, people are really, really excited to see what happens with Micron into the close. And I mean, I think it'll be, if they guide higher and say there's nothing to worry about over here, no, don't look over here, then I do think that there's going to be a huge windfall for Nvidia, for AMD, for Broadcom, and all these names as they continue to try to gain, again, dominance in this space with Micron would show that, hey, CapEx is still strong. They're guiding forward. So if they understand that RAM is going to be a big thing, then, obviously this chip game will remain pretty strong. So we'll look to see what Nvidia and AMD and Broadcom and all those guys do. So, join Adara and I, as this will be real fun to do this.
These guys are a triple from the April lows.
Yeah, and they just have to hit the number, and then they have to guide, right? So the number is what the number is. They don't even really need to hit it. They just need to tell us a good story moving forward. But wow, to Neil's point, what a great.
It is just the guide. You're right about that, because Oracle literally missed top and bottom and went bat-ish crazy because of the guidance.
Yep.
So I think it doesn't mean if the guidance is meh, you can't afford to miss on the top and bottom. But if you have great guidance in this quarter, especially in this space, you don't have to really go crazy. But less than 1 minute till the imbalances are going to pop in here. Snapchat early look is big at 12 million shares, but keep in mind, just because it says 12 million shares now doesn't mean that in 30 seconds it's going to be a 12 million share sell. If it is for some reason larger, then that might be. I would probably try to. If it comes out as like 20 million, I'd probably punch short. But I don't know what's going to happen in 20 seconds. I double checked. There's no action as far as I'm aware of that would explain Snapchat being this large on the imbalance locator. But we've seen it before. Sometimes it pairs off. QBTS, early look of 2.4 million to the buy side. Kenvue seems to always be there with a 3 million sell. Oracle buy of 1.5. It was actually a little bit larger than this a couple of minutes ago. So we'll get an update. Snapchat comes out. Is it going to be bigger or smaller? Obviously significantly smaller because it's not even on the list. So that's going to be nothing burger. Oracle comes out as expected. QBTS comes out as expected. But Snapchat flat out nothing burger on that. SOUN with 1 million to buy. BBAI was on there, but an early look, but then came out as nothing. So it looks like SOUN might be the interesting imbalance here.
I feel like that top of BBAI, I hope it didn't get hit today. But okay, so there it is. Yeah, we're looking at all that. Let's just go over and see what JP Morgan's doing. So again, nice little dip buy opportunity for JP Morgan. I'm not buying more, but I obviously like the stock down there. So nice move lower. We didn't talk too much. Oops, that's QBTS. I'm trying to click on Kenvue. So let me see what Kenvue did today. Yeah, actually. It's going to show up 1.5%, but it's not really, right? I mean, it is really, but it's just been down all day. So Kenvue had a nice bump earlier on in the AM, and we were up 6 or 7% right there. And then, yeah, like I said, there's no point in catching the falling knife here, in my opinion. You just got to wait. If the FDA comes out and says, like, nah, we're not putting that on the bottles or whatever for the acetaminophen or Tylenol, then maybe I could see Kenvue rallying. But if the FDA is going to start to warn about dosage and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, I don't think it's great. So downside play there. But hey, man, I mean, everyone can adopt and adapt. They can adapt is the right word. Or you could adopt. I think adopting is great. Yeah. But you can just adapt, and people will do that. They'll just take less, and hopefully if there is some scientific evidence of all of that, then doctors will adjust their plans of action and whatnot and move off of it, right? So I think that, you're always looking for science to win out.
I just feel like there's always you can stay away from the mess in the short term with the stock, though.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no point in doing that. You might as well wait for the FDA to give a thumbs up that it's all good, and then I would run right back into that name. We did get out of a piece here just before the market opened up there on the imbalances. I got some out at 59 or 60 there. We are still stopping out on a 70 break. That's now where the 200 period moving average is to close this trade. So nothing to complain about on this side there. Big one coming through today. We've traded AMD, Nvidia, Tesla, and now the triple Qs. SMR was a mover today. Yeah, I just wanted to see if it was doing anything here into the close. So down now 8% on SMR again there, but a recent high of $50 has been pretty good. That wick went to 48 and change yesterday. So that's going to be something interesting to look at. Oklo, I think, is going to be eventually. Wow, that's a $140 name, so that is absolutely monstrous as well. So Oklo, upside there. Look at this, just continue to expand up there, but monster move there for Oklo. Boeing had news again with some sort of Palantir deal, plus Uzbekistan, plus a lot of different buyers there for Boeing planes. Really like Boeing again, so 210 area. We've been talking about this as a good dip buy. I think I mentioned it yesterday before all these deals, that if you want to take a little bit of a nibble there on Boeing, I think it's worth it in and around these levels. But that's pretty much, with 7 minutes to go, the market will have a nice downside trend. And yeah, we had the short. The short is by far the P&L for me today there with the TQs. So it's a big one, and we're going to continue to watch this, but it's about to break. So I should be out. There it is. We are now out of that one. So sirens up, man. That trade is now over with. Let's throw it over to Neil and see what he's talking about.
Whether it's a good prop trade in the Qs, we trade prop.
Yep.
Or trading in anything else. It's a heck of a lot easier if you're, instead of risking your own money, trading with somebody else's capital. No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This revolution is called limited risk trading and powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. We had Mitch on this morning. We'll have Trade the Pool, Mitch and then some of the team, I believe, will be coming through in less than 1 month. I believe it's the 13th of next month. So it is the 13th. It's Canadian Thanksgiving, actually. Everybody. Not that you guys care about that in the States, but
they do.
In our family, it's great because we kind of get a little bit of both. Because we get the holiday off because the markets are closed on Thursday, and then on the U.S. and there's a bunch of football. And I always make sure we do a little something. Like we don't do like a full spread, but I gotta have some pumpkin pie when I'm watching football on that day. I have no idea who's playing actually.
Dallas always plays. Detroit always.
Detroit and Dallas, but like there's always at least one team. There's always one team that you're not used to seeing on Thanksgiving that you get a chance to see.
I think Buffalo plays a lot on those days. This Sunday night is Green Bay Dallas, so that's going to be.
Well, our suicide, we lost 2 of our entries on Green Bay, but we didn't really lose because the exact, like 2 of 12 entries is 16.5%. Literally 16.5% of the pool had the Green Bay Packers. So it was a complete wash for us. So we're still ahead in our suicide league. Hopefully yours are going well. Shout out to Buffalo for winning. I will tell them that much. But yeah, shout out to Henry for continuing to fumble
they're
as
wearing
well.
on the sidelines these days.
Those are sweet, man. I like that.
Shout out to my brother, got me this for my birthday. So
what up, Mike?
Yeah. What up, big dog? Right there. So yeah, good day overall. You know, again, joining Darren, myself, and Brian Shannon, who's going to be coming through there on the recap show. So you know, lots of fun there, and we'll be talking about Micron. And I just said, what's up, Pooja, there in the chat. You asked, should you hold AMD? You know, my advice would be yes. I mean, I think you can hold half. I said hold. I mean, hold half, hold a piece, hold whatever you want. Just don't hold the bag. And I just think that if Micron misses, it's going to be bad, but I'm not sure how bad. I mean, if you can sort of stomach down to 150 or so on AMD, it's been holding there. I'm really not a buyer of this name. Like, I just bought Nvidia, which could turn out to be a mistake, obviously, as well. But I just added to the position there. The last time I bought that one was like $105 or $108, something like that. So we'll average up into Nvidia. But I've been trading Nvidia. I remember buying Nvidia when it was $100. It went to $2,500. You know, so the percentage gains on Nvidia is does exceed those on Palantir. I mean, Nvidia's been an absolute monster, and I've been lucky enough, and that's all it is luck, that I've been investing my own money since like 18, 19 years old. I started working at 10 and just, you know, made enough money, put it all away, started building the RRSPs at that point. TFSAs started happening about 20 or so years ago, which is our tax-free savings account. So just been doing a lot of that, and just lucky to have really followed the Jim Cramer method, and that was just buy the best names and try to hold on to them. I used to be a big dividend guy, but that was stupid because I was too young. So I, switched over. Like, again, when I first bought the very first iPhone, I went and bought the exact same amount of money in the Apple stock that day. So, I mean, it's stuff like that I think, we look back on and always think, like, why didn't we do more of it? But that's why I keep saying to guys like Fabian and Ramin and younger cats around here, right, is to just buy the best names and kind of forget about it, right? The amount of money that your boy over here lost.
Don't sell them.
In some of the weed spaces as well was epic.
Well, but there's a difference between buying weed names and buying
That's what I'm trying
Apple.
to tell people. You want to stay away if you're young.
But everyone's done that nonsense at some point. Like,
I'm trying to tell people not to do it. So hopefully they learn.
I don't think you'll never not chase something, but it's a heck of a lot easier to have shot plays in your account if you've bought a bunch of quality companies and hold them.
Right.
Then all of a sudden it's not the end of the world. And then, because to me, I'm a bit of a believer. Nassim Taleb is like, one of the things he talks about is make sure you have a portion of your portfolio that is explosive growth potential. Maybe it's high risk, but it's also explosive growth, and it's part of having a robust I guess portfolio would be to make sure that you are exposed to some of that tail end, not just risk, but upside as well. You want a little bit of that. And sometimes people consider Tesla that, right? Like maybe Tesla, or like to me, like SoFi would be an example of that, like that kind of a thing. Well, it certainly looks good now, but when it was at $7, that was a risky play for a lot of people. And now people are still telling me Tesla is dropping. Yeah, I mean, into the close, you're going to see, I didn't see a Tesla imbalance, but into the close, you will see some spikes up. Meta had a bit of a spike there. I don't see Tesla on that locator late at the end of the day here, but sometimes you will see this kind of action going into the close. Tesla, not a very good day, down 2%. And we've talked about some of the concerns. At least I have some concerns with Tesla. The last couple of sessions, the way that it's sold off into slight upward moves, that it's looking like it's forming a bit of a temporary top here for Tesla. And the last time it did something like this, it was a decent pullback. It was 360 and a 260. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had, like, you could easily pull back into like 370, 380, and this still looks pretty good on a higher time frame chart. So only about 15 seconds ago. Remember, it's just Micron, the big earnings name that we're concerned with here tonight. As we drop the countdown, whoops, brought to you by Origenics. That's OGen listed on the NYSE. But yeah, let's drop the countdown and let's get that bell rung in. Right about there. I want to thank everyone for jumping on in here. As we said, we got Micron earnings after the bell tonight. We're going to have Brian Shannon will also be joining. Fantastic guest as always. Will be joining Sean and Adara at the desk. I want to thank the entire team. I know we had some issues this morning, and thank them for. We literally had a power issue with our desks, and we lost connection, our trading platforms, everything. So I want to thank the team for being really quick and make sure we got that fixed. Because obviously, we couldn't do without them. We couldn't do without you, the viewers, as well. So, there was something else. There was something else that I wanted to mention. It was that just to recap, there was a Palantir story in the afternoon. Probably the only big headline that came through. And on a day where the market's down 0.7%, Palantir is going to close up 1.7%. It was a Boeing and Palantir headline. Boeing and Palantir partnered to integrate AI across defense production lines using the Foundry platform. And those gains were held. So this was right around where that story came out, about $180. You're going to see it hold on to the volume weighted average price. I knew there was something we were getting at. Palantir seems very much poised to make another run at that all-time high. On a day where the market is weak, you look for relative strength. This had relative strength. This also had a catalyst with that news story. It didn't seem to do much for Boeing, but that's neither here nor there. Certainly did well for Palantir. So we got the thumbs up. Oh, not just yet. We're not ready just yet. But we are. I'll go over to Micron because that's what we're waiting for, everybody. Yeah, because we're already seeing Micron spike. I have it in my ear, but you are seeing some crazy action here on Micron. Looks like they have beaten on EPS, 303 versus 286, a beat on sales as well. So top and bottom beats on Micron, but we don't have the guidance yet, and that's more important. So your market recap show, Micron earnings, Sean and Adair at the desk right about now. Go Micron.
Yeah, 172 right now for Micron, 172 up 5%. So the numbers are good. Adara, read them.
Yeah, I don't have the guide yet, but we'll talk about the top and bottom line. Q4 adjusted earnings, $3.03 per share. As Neil mentioned, this is a double beat. So they did beat estimates of 286. Sales, $11.315 billion, beating estimates of 11.223. Now, net income, $3.2 billion. Their adjusted net income nicely beat estimates. It came in at $3.47 billion, well above estimates of $3.16 billion. Yeah, sounds like a pretty good look here. Now, their Q1 guidance for EPS, $3.56. Okay, now I have all the guidance. I mean, this is a healthy beat, Sean.
Good.
Guided Q1 adjusted earnings between $3.60 and $3.90, well above estimates of $3.04 per share. Sales, $12.2 billion to $12.8 billion, well above estimates of $11.93 billion. So they had a healthy earnings beat, and they had a healthy guidance beat here, too. And again, it's worth noting, they actually raised their guidance as well, and they still blew estimates out of the water. Great report for MU and great guidance for MU as well. This is not an Oracle situation, no shade to Oracle, where you have a double miss and then you're saved by your guide. Micron had a solid guide, but it's also backed up by a really good performance this quarter, even with their increased guidance.
All right, so we're not really seeing the movement at all on any of these chip names like potentially we thought there could have been, right? So we're not getting the movement in Nvidia. Come over to the screen right now. It's not doing anything on this Micron news, and neither is AMD. So, well, let me just double check. I'm going to assume AMD's not doing anything. So again, welcome to the market recap show. There goes AMD a little bit here in the after hours. So yeah, 160 up to 160.40. So it does look like AMD wants to go. There's the symbol right there for you. So that's starting to head up to the upside right now. Let's check back in on Micron. And again, those numbers, I guess a little bit of a beat, right? 286 you had mentioned there on the top.
It was a double beat.
on the top end. So a double beat there for Micron. I'm just going to delete all this and make sure I get that number correct for you. 303 there on the Q4 adjusted, beating 286. So nice number there on the adjusted as well. And then sales beating upside for Micron. So there it goes. They delivered, right? I mean, it was a huge move for Micron on the daily, ticking up there about 5 or 6 straight up days. A little bit of challenge there at 160. Now we get up to 173. Let's check out Broadcom and what else might be moving in the space. Bigger spread for Broadcom, not doing anything.
I love Broadcom.
Check back in on Nvidia. Right now 178.50 as Nvidia does its own thing as well. So it looks like it's the Micron story today. I want to thank everybody for joining us, but right now it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. So Micron upside right now, not doing a whole lot to the market. Let me check out what's going on in the now. Okay, here we go. Now Micron's starting to go upside again here. Try and take out that 175.
It might be their gross margin guidance. I'm just seeing that come through. So Micron here, they are guiding their Q1 adjusted gross margin of 50.5% to 52.5%. The estimate was 45.7%. So that's way better than expected, Sean, for their Q1 gross margin guidance, or adjusted gross margin.
All right, we do have the chat right here, so Adair and I will be looking at our chat all show. So if there's anything you guys want to tell us or if there's anything moving around, let us know there in the chat on my bottom left. And when we go to the main screen, you'll see it right there. It's right into here. So we'll get that going for you guys if you ever want to ask us anything. But let's do a little bit of a rundown here right now. So today we had an interesting day with Nvidia, obviously, as yesterday's story with Nvidia and OpenAI. They're $100 billion coming in phased tranches. So we're going to figure out there what that means for Nvidia. Yesterday's huge move took out all-time highs, and today we're back down just a small amount, 3%, but yesterday's 5% being dwarfed a little bit. Well, that was dwarfing this move, but back in more than half. Remember, it went from 175 yesterday up to 185, and now you're back into 178. So not great there for Nvidia, but still holding those upside moves there, so that's nice. DOJ versus Google, right? So Google right now today having to look again, the gun's always pointed at Google. They're such a big company, but as you can see, huge move off that 50-period moving average for Google, and now we'll just see about their daily chart, which is what we got down here, trying to fade back. But Google here today, not great. Nice downside play, but still better than the market. The NASDAQ today was down 0.7, so still Google outperforming the NASDAQ there today as that comes back in again as well. All right, now we have another battle. Fight. It's Amazon versus the FTC today as they talk about again, hey, what's up with canceling subscriptions right now? So Amazon going to have to deal with that. There's some dark patterns here that they're trying to figure out with Amazon, trying to get like, hey, is it easy to cancel? Is it not? What's up with some of these free trials that they're giving? So the FTC going to have a look here at Amazon. For me, it ain't a buy yet, though, guys. I like Amazon down here at the 200 period. I don't know why that's not loading, but that's in and around, there it is, in and around 210. So for me, Amazon's a buy there. We heard Neil bought some more today, which is fine. I mean, I like the company. If you're trying to get longer, take advantage of a 3% down day to average into your position. That's Amazon. All right, the next one, man, IONQ, upside love today, and NASDAQ, a New York name, up 4 and a bit percentage points. They hit that quantum networking milestone with USAF support. They announced that earlier. So that continues to make waves here, not D-Wave, IONQ. D-Wave, of course, QBTS there, and that just goes boom, 43 up to $75. What a runner, man. That's from September 15th to today, 6 or 7 days, almost a double for IONQ. And I don't know what your thoughts about this quantum news is, but everything just keeps on blasting higher. So, I mean, I love this space, but a little tricky. Are you trading any of those names these days?
I don't really trade them or look at them. As I said on the midday, I'm not super comfortable opining on them too much because I just feel like I don't understand it well enough. But I mean, my view is, if you've got the markets liking it, if you've got analysts liking it, people in the field liking it, Jensen admitted he's wrong about quantum, let it ride. You know what I mean? Let it ride.
Yeah, let that thing ride. I know you're working on a couple different things here.
Yeah, I've got the screen up. We can kind of look.
Yeah, let's go over here. This is what we're trying to run down. So here we go. Yeah, right now, what that next story there is the price target, of course, hikes for CoreWeave. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. And then we have big orders. So thanks, Adair, for doing all this. This looks awesome. Big orders for Boeing coming today. Kazakhstan, I think it was, and Turkey. Uzbekistan.
And then Turkey reportedly also set to put some things in motion.
Yeah, 2 monster countries there for traveling, of course, Turkey and Uzbekistan. Big orders for Boeing there. And then CleanSpark's pivot there, QUBT. So is that right, QUBT and CleanSpark?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I put the wrong, sorry, that's the wrong.
Right,
Yeah,
that's the wrong. I didn't know, like, did they come together there?
Also, LAC, apparently Trump officials are seeking an equity stake in Lithium Americas.
Okay.
So just keep an eye on LAC, guys. Sorry.
Perfect. We will look at LAC. All right, so let's go through that CoreWeave story there again. CoreWeave got upgraded today. There's been big demand, obviously, in the space. We've seen CoreWeave had a huge move down. They had a great IPO. And then, again, yesterday with that investment again, Nvidia into OpenAI, Nvidia into CoreWeave. There's lots happening in this space. And you can see there's CoreWeave's IPO down here, $38, $40. Did make its move upside, then came back into 36. And upside from there, CoreWeave bang right there. Credit to Jim Cramer. I mean, a lot of you guys in the chat might not like me saying that, but he was saying $40, pounded the table on that, upside all the way back in, doubled up, came back into 80, and now CoreWeave's on one a little bit down today, but nice rebound there for CoreWeave today, down 1.6%, but good move there off the 50 period for CoreWeave. The other story that we just talked about was Boeing with their orders as well. Boeing came into a nice level in around 215, good level on the daily rate here, and could be bought, could be not. I like it down here. I like everything at the 200 period, especially if it's a big monopolistic name like that. So Boeing right there lands an $8.5 billion Uzbekistan deal. And then we also have China and Turkey. Adair and I sort of mentioned that. You prefer white or dark meat on the turkey?
I don't know enough to care, honestly. I'll take the turkey. The turkey is a turkey. I don't eat much turkey. What about you, light or dark?
Dark.
This is an opinion that I'm supposed to have?
Yeah.
It's like the thing with like the flats or whatever.
You are supposed to have an opinion. I think
flats or something. I've never heard of that before. I heard you guys talk about it. I don't even know what that is.
All right. Yeah, I thought because turkey's so different. The dark is like a little juicier. It's like the wing, the drumstick, the thigh. And then the chicken breast or the turkey breast would be.
For me, I don't think that much about it. Maybe I have a problem. Maybe I'm the problem. Who knows?
Okay, what's your favorite? Do you have a favorite cut of chicken or no? And again,
chicken. Still. Yeah, I'm not that picky.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, like a wing is a wing. I'm sorry, some of them are slightly different shaped. I feel like I'm a failure. Okay, let's go.
It's all good. It's all good. Right there. All right. And so that's that. So I don't know. You guys let me know if you guys are thinking dark or light meat. But there it goes, Boeing. They're on turkey deal. So we're just trying to get off topic there a bit. But yeah, I like Boeing. I think that can get back in and be a good little trade there for anybody talking about Boeing. So, I think today we did have a nice broad market sell-off. If you're going to look at the stock heat map just real quickly right now, we're going to wait for Brian Shannon to come through, and when he does, we got some questions for him. So if there is anything to talk about, let me know in the chat. But this is what I'm talking about a broad sell-off. Microsoft down 1%, Meta down 1.25%, Nvidia down 3%, Apple down 0.5% as well. Amazon, we talked about that, down 3%. Tesla even getting kicked a little bit, down 2% there today. There are some bright areas here. We do have energy names. Only green spots right here. XOM up 1.7%, so that's nice. Chevron as well, ConocoPhillips, they're all kicking here, so it's nice to see some energy names back up there to the upside. We did have gold hitting all-time highs as well, some consumer non-durables, and this is the shift, right? When you get tech names that are getting beat up like that list that we just said, you're gonna have to find some value, right? So they sort of flock back into other names that aren't specifically tech-related, like a KO. We saw Berkshire holding out today. That's gonna be a Coke name as well. Pepsi, Mondelez as well. Philip Morris and Altria going upside. There's your Monster beverage there, Adara.
Okay, I don't do that anymore. I'm off that lifestyle. I've been publicly off that lifestyle for like 2 months. I drink like the natural ones, but yeah, I don't. Shout out to Monster, but goodbye Monster. Also, you're inferior to Rockstar anyway, so.
Yeah, exactly. So what's up to the Rockstar there?
Yeah.
Okay. So she's publicly off right now, Monster, guys, and those energy drinks.
Yeah,
so we say
other than the natural caffeine. The natural caffeine is the exception there.
Yeah. My natural high is just the market with you guys. So shout out to everybody.
I wish I could stay awake on that.
Yeah. Hey man, we're all built differently, right? All right. There's Visa and MasterCard also getting downside today as well. Visa, MasterCard, Wells Fargo. There's your Berkshire holding up, and there's JP Morgan today, all-time highs. For JP Morgan. But yeah, the financials had some winners as well there today. So that's what we're talking about there. I did want to go over a little bit of Uber. Uber had a move into $100 yesterday, and I thought it failed back into 97. Yes, so not a good day for Uber. I still think that what they're doing makes a lot of sense. I thought they would have got actually beat up a little bit more on this robo-taxi, on this Waymo, on Zoox, but the market likes it. So any kind of a pullback for me on Uber is definitely something that I want to be in on, right? So we do like that Uber news there today. I don't like the news, but I like the pullback. Maybe we can find an area to dip by on Uber. So get your money ready to buy some Uber. And oh boy, we like some Big Bear AI. I don't know if you guys can tell that, but I've been a fan of Big Bear AI for quite a long time now, and by quite a long time, I just mean since this move back in. And when we had that huge move up, I was like, wait a second, what exactly is Big Bear AI? That goes back to January and February when this move was happening. We looked into it, and we've coined it a little bit of a baby Palantir. It's nice to see a deal today with the U.S. Navy. That's when it all started with Palantir as well, getting involved with those sort of contracts from the government that they worked it in. You saw a deal today with Boeing, and Palantir came through as well. So Big Bear AI with a little bit of a deal today, but I took advantage of this move on the way back in, and we bought at 5, then at 4, then at 3. Now this most recent move that we see on Big Bear right there, we didn't rebuy. I mean, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to get too cocky and be like, let's put a whole bunch in there, but that was a good buying spot there at the 200, and we've since gotten out at 650, 750, and we did not get that fill at 850 today. I think it only was a high of 848. Yeah, there on Big Bear AI, I'm just silly sitting at 850. We'll see if we can get that tomorrow, but that's been a really good success story there for Big Bear AI. Open Door, again, we saw better today, move upside. So Eric Jackson, again, had the move downside.
Getting heat on that for it.
Is he?
It's actually wild. So he, basically his thing is, you know, of course, we had that major investor sale, too. We had a major investor in the company, its third largest investor, offload a whole bunch of shares. People are saying, Eric Jackson, like, you know, this is kind of your fault. You moved on. Now he's blocking people on X. He's getting way too pressed.
Oh, gosh.
So, yeah, I mean, it's really entertaining, but it's also kind of a nightmare.
All right, so Open Door today.
Check out our Open Door post on X at GTV.
Yeah, I was actually just going to show you something else that just hit up on TTV Research.
Yeah.
So right into here. So this is the Google story that we sort of talked about. Let's go over to my screen right here. So this is what's going on right now. Their latest antitrust trial kicked off here in Virginia on Monday. So this is from Adara. Good work here. And they're taking aim at the company's advertising business, right? So that's not good. We've already talked about how their search business coming under fire a little bit with what's been happening in AI and how people, are they still using Google search engine or not? But we do know that Gemini overtook ChatGPT for the most downloaded app there on the in Apple Store. But anyways, there it is right there, the AdX, Google's ad platform. They're worried about this 20% fee that publishers pay over there to Google to sell ads. So we're going to have to wait to see as you get it go. Sundar Pichai right there defending to his grave, I guess, and as he should there. Better than expected legal decision for Google, which really, and its Chrome browser, that really, go find that on X, but that really started Google's move right here. Darren and I were live on the show when that happened, and we're just like, Google's going upside.
And Apple was going upside.
Yeah, and Apple was going, so it was both of those names. So it really worked out there as a whole for Google and for Apple and for the whole environment, right? I mean, let's let these American companies cook. That's how I feel. Any opinions on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting look. I think, you know, this and plus the Amazon FTC situation, I feel the same way about both, Sean. And by that, I mean, the way I kind of see it is, especially with Google, we had this headwind. People didn't even realize the extent to which this was a headwind. Then once it gets, you know, the veil gets lifted and it's living its best life, then the stock pumps, right? So I think if Amazon gets a favorable, you know, I guess, reading or ruling with its own FTC hearing, and then Google gets another win with AdSense, I think it's great. Really quickly before we go to Brian, I want to mention again one more headline. Reuters reporting that U.S. is seeking an up to 10% equity stake in LAC. Yeah.
Okay, we haven't even looked at how that's been trading.
LAC on watch. Reuters reporting that the U.S. is seeking a 10% or up to 10% equity stake.
I want to do one more thing before we go to Brian, but I do want to check out LAC just really quickly here to see what's going on with Lithium America. So, yeah, with that stake there, it goes up 56%, but this name's been getting crushed, I believe, not recently. There's a nice bump up, but if you go even longer on this, no, actually, it must not been. Didn't they get reversed? Something happened with LAC. Yeah, there was 7. Okay, yeah, so the move is earlier on. Yeah, Lithium America, there it was, 20, 25, yeah. Okay, so we're right about that one, just wrong on the Zoom. There it is, boom to the downside. Wow. Oh boy, that was another name there, Lithium. And the reason why I want to go to one more thing before we get on, Brian, right here. All right, Tesla, right? So this is another great thing brought to you by Trader TV Research and Adara here. So Melius today, I thought I had Tesla written down as a long today, okay? And so if you read these highlights, you're gonna see the US is a leader in battery electric vehicles, so that's good, right? Despite the recent strides in the Chinese EV space, they're still considering Tesla the leader, and I think we all are. The analysts also noted that they believe tariff impact will be minimal. UBS raises its upweight and its rating there on Tesla. They also go from 431 to 470 and 475 delivery there, and it was on watch. They had their third best week in 2025, and their new registrations in China just continue to go upside. Okay, so that's great news, right, for Tesla. So let me just check out the stock. Right now it's probably up, what, 3 or 4%, you would think, for Tesla, probably, right there. Nope. Tesla started the day kind of cooking, right? I mean, you ended yesterday at 434, it gets all the way up to 440, and then it goes Melius, China, downside play. But we were, of course, short all day with the TQQ. I know. We were short the TQQs right off of here, and if I put in my customization here to show you the fills and the part fill, Brian Shannon is 20 seconds away, right into here. If we just, these were the shorts I had, Brian. I mean, we shorted the NASDAQ right here real early around 10 o'clock just to see it go, whoops, right there back into the downside. We really like that trade, and I think there's more downside to come on this NASDAQ. You know who may have an opinion or not? It's Brian. Let's bring him on his Trader Talk. It's Brian Shannon. Yeah, we've got the hats on, hat to match today, my guy. So I definitely like that, a little quarter zip action as well. So we're twinning here today. Brian, great to have you on. How's your week been?
Week's been good. We've had, a lot of these little speculative names really moving and continuing to move. So, I think we're getting a little bit frothy here, though, Sean. Okay. And it's time to really be more risk aware and make sure that people aren't making dumb mistakes and chasing things. I think now's the time that if you're doing that, you've been bailed out of a lot of mistakes here recently with a strong market, but now that behavior is about to get punished, I think.
Yeah, I think it's. And you saw, I was short the Nasdaq all day, and just feeling like, you know what? Where's the next catalyst, right? And I think we wait for that. We did get a good number from Micron as that continues a little bit higher, so I think we're saved from that for now. Okay, so I don't know if you just saw what I was talking about on Tesla there. They had a downside day today as that continues to move a little bit lower in the space. But let's just look at Micron just real quickly here. I want to go back to it because I haven't checked in a minute. And actually, there comes Micron pulling off of its highs. So here we go, Brian. I think this is another story where what a move, a triple almost. I mean, that April bottom there, Brian, you and I have talked about many names, $63 up almost into 180. That sounds like 200 to 300% to me. I believe this is getting frothy. And look, double beat with a good guide. And this is what Micron's doing here in after hours, just giving it all back right now. What do you think about this stock? You talked about froth. This might be one of the ones that leads the way.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't chase it here. If you've got it, know where your risk is, what your stop is going to be. I think I heard you talk about 150, Sean, and that's the anchor basically from the low that started the beginning of the month. And that's 13, 14 trading days where we've gone from 114 to 170. So, a 45% move in 13 days. Now's not the time to be buying good news, I don't think, because good news news is released often at turning points. Doesn't mean it's going to decline, but because we still have this rising 5-day moving average. But if we start to break down, it wouldn't be surprised at all to see that 150 level that you mentioned.
Yeah, that's a pretty key level, and I love that fact that you just mentioned there. 14 days. I mean, what an epic climb. I mean, it's just like some of the euphoria that's in this market. I actually read that the S&P 500's PE is near all-time highs right now. So you want to talk about getting a little frothy. And of course, that's 500 companies, so we don't even have to pick and choose individual ones. Give me your thought about Amazon. I mean, Amazon right here, a little bit of funny news today as the FTC saying that it's too hard to cancel your Prime membership. Like, I don't even know what that means. I think it's pretty easy to do that. But at the end of the day, Amazon continues to fall down. I'm of the belief, Brian, that especially in a market like this, we just want to hold or at least look to get into the best companies that we know have earnings, companies that we know have products that people actually use, like Rigetti and some of this quantum names continue to get blown out to the upside. Hey, look, great for day trading, great for swing trading, but could get hurt if you get caught too long, right? So do you like Amazon here? I still think it has work to do. I'm looking at 210, 215 on Amazon, but there's a good company in the Mag 7 that I'm trying to dip by. What do you think about Amazon at these levels, or even a little bit lower?
I like what you have, 210 to 215 right here, that circle I'm drawing in right here. That's the anchor off of the April 7th low, is that green line. The blue is the year-to-date anchor, and so those come together at about 210, and 215 is the 200-day moving average. So we might, get a little bounce here. This is an important anchor from this gap up, Sean. But if we make a lower high that gets trapped below that 20 and 50-day moving average, then I think it's highly likely we come down into your zone, and that's the place to really look for probably a slight undercut of this level, and then start moving back to, doing some constructive work to move back to the upside.
We did get recent movements in the crypto space, and it's funny because I remember you and I were on here, and we've been going back and forth about, what moves the markets there with Ethereum. We talked about some of those treasuries, BMNR and Tom Lee really moving these things around a little bit now. But Ethereum's on a decent pullback. I mean, I use ETHA as something to look at, and I know that you tweet often about some of these ideas. We talked about Solana last time as well, as that was looking pretty good. But right now we're getting a little bit of a drawdown, which is a surprise to me, Brian, because the NASDAQ is at highs, as are all markets basically, but Bitcoin all-time high 124, looking at 110, 111 today. Ethereum all-time high around that $5,000, now 4,100. So any thoughts since the last time we spoke about any of these names? I think there's a little bit more to go. I'm looking at the psychological level of 100,000, believe it or not, for crypto. I think 102 might be a safer play, but you like anything in Bitcoin? Well, let's leave Solana maybe. What about the two major ones, Ethereum and Bitcoin? Any thoughts about either one of those?
Yeah, sure. I've got Bitcoin daily on the left and 4-hour on the right here. So we ran right into the highest volume node. I think, well, maybe we didn't discuss. I discussed that right here, though, at 118, and we've backed off hard from there. It surprised me that we cut through the anchor from the peak. So I lightened up as we did do that. And now we're also below the anchor from this low right here, indicating, Sean, that I think you're right, maybe down at 108. And if that 108 doesn't hold, that's the anchor off the April 7th low that we've seen two very nice bounces from. If that doesn't hold the next time, then I think you're right, down near that 100 level. And this 102 is the year-to-date anchored volume-weighted average price. Ethereum we spoke about, and that one has finally done what I've been hoping it would do, which is come down and test this prior band of resistance. We got way ahead of ourselves in Ethereum and this BMNR thing, and now we're seeing a little bit of reality return to this market. So far, we're holding this anchor from where this move began, but this anchor down at 30, I'd love to see it undercut that 4,000 psychological level, and then if it can hold in there, great. If not, then the next level would be off of that April low down near 3,200. I think that's a little aggressive for right now as the market, stair steps lower maybe, but I am not adding. In fact, I've reduced my exposure in these cryptos.
Hi, Brian. I want to ask, we've talked a lot about buying things when they're weak or after they've recovered a bit. Let's talk about Kenvue, because Kenvue is not just weak, it's actually at all-time lows. At what point, from a technical basis or on what type of signal would you be looking for to potentially get into a name like this, or would you just steer clear of it entirely for the time being, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, you just nailed it. I would steer clear of it. I mean, it's broken, and there's nothing special here that I can see in this stock. It traded, as you mentioned, at an all-time low. So no one who has bought this thing outside of the last day and a half has made money in this stock on balance. Doesn't mean they haven't traded it well, but this is below the 20, 31, 42-week moving average. It's just a disaster. Focus on the stocks and uptrends rather than trying to, find the bottoms in the garbage can.
I really like that play there with the Kenvue, because I agree with you, man. Just got to wait. Do not try to catch falling swords or knives. That's how people eventually get burned. All right, Brian, I'm taking my daughter to the Maple Leafs game tonight, a hockey game. So we got to not be too long here. I got to get home and try to wrap this thing up. But I'm not going to do that without asking you, Is there anything that's on your mind right now? I saw you post a little bit about SoundHound. Maybe if you want to talk about that, or what kind of levels on any kind of stocks are you looking for right now? I think we're both a little froth, top heavy in this market. So maybe even shorting the NASDAQ or the S&P, or hey man, ball's in your court right now.
All right, Sean, I was following up on SoundHound because that was the idea that I left with last Tuesday as we were here. So that continues to do well. I still have a position from, what was my price over there?
15 break.
16.26. Yep. And my stop on the balance is at $17.17 right now.
Perfect.
One group that might still have some momentum is these rare earths. And you just said, the LAC just is soaring. So it might be good for stocks like MP. That one's a little stretched, so I wouldn't go after that one. USAR. Maybe if this pulls back a little bit and then get going. And the other name in that group that I like is TMC, the Metals Corp. This probably has the best potential for maybe a pullback down and then start to rally like this. And if that were to happen, so these guys deep sea mine the ocean bed. They just tear the hell out of the ocean floor for rare earth minerals. Sorry for the language on your show.
No, that's okay. We've used much more language. The MP also a big one there for the metals play there as materials, as the U.S. government did take a spot in that as well. And we've seen this one just rocking to the upside here as well. So a couple great names there. All right, everybody can find you at Alpha Trends. We want to thank you for joining us one more time. Anything you want to promote? I mean, you never do, so I'm just throwing it up to you. I guess go find you over there on X and on StockTwits, and you're an absolute great follow. But you speaking anywhere or doing any engagements or anything?
No, nothing lined up. It's actually kind of nice that I'm not doing that. So just enjoying some peace and quiet.
Okay, great. Brian, thank you so much again for joining us one more time today. Your insights are always greatly appreciated, and the audience absolutely loves you. So if you want, take a second. There's probably some questions for you in the chat as well. So that's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for joining one more time, and I'll see you next Tuesday.
That sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Ciao, Brian. All right, we got to wrap. We are doing a Micron video right after this. So we're going to wrap this show up right now.
Don't go anywhere.
Do not go anywhere. It's going to populate right now. Trust me, Ramin's messaging me right now, Fabian. Fabian's looking at me like I'm a maniac, which I am, but this is actually true. So we're getting ready to launch this. As soon as we are done, you are going to be redirected to this video. Adara, absolutely fantastic. This is a turkey or a chicken then, not a cut. Chicken all day, every day. Go Leafs, go. I'm a chicken guy as well, so we'll be doing chicken. Maybe I'll have some wings tonight at the game. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to wrap this up. Get ready for a Micron video. Thanks for staying late with us. That's Adara, I'm Sean, that's Fabian, and we'll check you tomorrow. Ciao for now.